Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Welcome to the 75th Global Aradhana celebrations. It is 5:45 a.m. in New York. We will start this morning's program from the Australian Satsang Group.
Lord Ramana, Lord Ramana, Lord Ramana, Lord Ramana, my Savior, Lord Ramana, my Savior, Lord Ramana, Lord Ramana, Lord Ramana, Lord Ramana, Lord Ramana, my Savior, Lord Ramana. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya. On this Lord Ramana, Lord Ramana, Lord Ramana, Lord Ramana, my Savior, Lord Ramana, my Savior, Lord Ramana, Lord Ramana, Lord Ramana, Lord Ramana, Lord Ramana, my Savior, Lord Ramana. Oh. Shri Arunachala Ramanaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya. On this holy occasion of the Aradhana day of Bhagavan Shri Ramana Maharshi, the Ramana Satsang Group of the Sydney chapter is blessed to be able to share the beautiful life and teachings of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi. As far as Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi's life is concerned, there are many places where one can get access to Bhagavan's life story as such. What happened, how he grew up, how he went through the death experience, etc., etc. But his life and how it was led is an example of what he wanted to tell the world, tell any and every aspirant on the spiritual path. It was no doubt an example of an exemplary life led in self. That body, mind, intellect that we call as Ramana Maharshi was in reality the self operating through that body, mind. And his teachings, his blessed teachings, his holy and auspicious teachings were mostly in silence. Because silence is the best mode of transmission for teachings, being the very substratum of action as the result. From silence arises thoughts in consciousness. The thoughts in consciousness act on the brain, and the synaptic impulses give rise to the motor nerves, giving impulses to the hands and legs and speech and other things in the body for actions to be implemented. So silence itself is the basis, substratum, the very fundamental from which action arises. And Ramana Maharshi's teachings were all through silence. Most of the time for ripe, as it were, disciples who had done a lot of sadhana, whose minds were one-pointed and intensely wanting to reach, or whatever, there's no reaching as such, but wanting that goal, as it were, of self-realization, God realization. To each of the aspirants who came to Bhagavan, he, based on their requirements, with love and kindness, catered to their needs. To those disciples, those aspirants who were indulged very much into the world and were conditioned, he would advocate bhakti marg, to those who are emotionally oriented, to those who are more intellectually oriented. He administered Jnana Marga, the inquiry method, to investigate, to find out who is this who is wanting that what we call as self-realization. Because that, he said again and again, is one's true nature. You are not anything other than that. And he guided each aspirant as per their requirements. But his fundamental and his most precise teachings were through the mode of silence. In his very succinct, very precise, and one of the most pointed aphorisms that he used, Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi said, when there is an absolutely continuous and dedicated attention, on self as self, revelation happens. There has to be a constant integrated awareness of self as self, constant integrated awareness of silence as silence. When this reaches its apex, with the intensity of attention, the notional I, as it were, drops, because it was not existent in the first instance. It was only imaginary. It was a phenomena, only considered as real. The little I. And that then reveals, because it has no other choice. There is no other choice. You already are the self. When that cloud of ignorance, the veil drops away, there is nothing to achieve, nothing to attain. There is only revealing of your true nature. And that true nature is, you are self. You are silence. The fulcrum based on which all arises. That is the most succinct, most precise aphorism that Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi advocated to every aspirant through the language of words. because his teachings basically were more the pure Advaitic teachings of Ajatavad, which states that there is no creation as such. There is no creation, as it were. But this world arises and it cannot be discussed because that is the Advaita part of it. In Dvaita, in duality, how can one discuss about non-duality? Because within duality, you are in the changing reality here, changing as it were. How can the discussion be made of the changeless? You are the changeless, behaving temporarily as the changing in this manifestation. And then he went down and he came down to explain to the keen aspirant that there is a concept called Drishti Shrishti Vad, which is the drishti, the seeing of this manifestation, seeing of this world, which is the shrishti, is based on the drishti. The moment the I arises, the little I arises as I, me, myself, immediately the other arises. And all the objectification of the world displays itself as manifestation. When that I is withdrawn, the little I is withdrawn into the self as self. True revelation happens and actions happen as self, as that I, that absolute pure consciousness. Functioning continues as this body, but it does not then get explained as I am the self. It is I am self, this body is in me. I am self, the body is in me. This world, this manifestation, if one can call that the notional appearance, is all within me. So the changeless who I am, the changing is all within this changeless. That was the fundamental teaching of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi. And this teaching is so succinct and so precise that as soon as that intense attention is focused on investigating where from this questioner arose, the moment that keen attention on self as self is focused completely and totally as constant integrated awareness, one remains as that ever eternal self which one already is, one already was, is, and will always be, because that is the changeless aspect of that pure, eternal ever-existing reality that you are. That crux of this understanding, if that is understood and intensely taken up as a sadhana, one can be as one is. And that be as you are becomes a reality, not this temporary reality that is seen through the eyes. Let us all use this occasion to implement this and the teachings of Ramana Maharshi into the lives that each aspirant wants to achieve. That was what the purpose was of the life and teachings of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi. Om Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnaat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadhaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachal Ramanaya. We have all gathered to celebrate Bhagavan Shri Ramana Maharshi's 75th Aradhana day. This was the day on 14th of April 1950 when he attained Mahasamadhi. Aradhana, what I understand in Hindi, means when you worship your Aradhya, your God, your Lord, you do seva to Him, you worship Him, you adore Him. In Bhagavan's case, we all can adore Him and we can worship Him by following His teachings, by abiding in self. That is the best way. Bhagavan, before he was in his body and there was a pain due to the cancer, he was asked, is there any suffering? Is there any pain? Bhagavan said, yes, there is pain. There is pain in the body. But there is no mind to suffer. We all should know that suffering is only in the mind. Pain can be there in body, but suffering exists only in our ego, in our I thought. Bhagavan came in our life to bring back us home, our eternal abode. Bhagavan is no other than that pure self in all of us. Only as an act of compassion, he came in our life in this waking dream as Bhagavan to tell us what path we should choose and how to attain that pure self. He is pure self in everyone. He was beyond his body. He was beyond and is everywhere in all of us. His presence is more felt now. We can't say about the time when he was in the body, but we all know that his teaching, his presence is always there with us, guiding us and helping us abiding in self. It's already 75 years since his form has left. but it looks like He is with us and He will be with us, with every being, whoever is the seeker of pure self. Recently, we did a retreat in Rishikesh, and so we would like to share some of the clips of satsang and bhajans from there. Hope they all help you to immerse in the pure self. And this is our small gift on Bhagavan's Aradhana day. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachal Ramanaya Om. Thank you, everyone.
As a human being, you can only put efforts, but whatever happens is His kripa, His grace. So try to be good in good books with the Lord, so His grace dawns on us. And how to be in good books with Him? We went to this tea stall and we were talking about this, and we were saying, I think Sam was talking about that the Lord will consume us, and I think Ashaji was also saying the similar thing, that Arunachala will consume, it will finish the story. But it has a very nice taste. Lord does not want to take bad egos. You have to be purer from your side. You can't be purest. Purest is that, which is that. But at least you can try to be purer. From tamasic to rajasic to sattvic qualities. You can try. You can. I'm not saying that you will succeed 100%. And that is why they say, you take one step, God takes 10 steps. Which means that you also put effort, you show some willingness, you show some interest in it. You should have longing, mumukshutva. And then He comes in a very subtle way and just takes over everything. He will never take over unless you have interest. Your interest is the most important thing. Sometimes we see, let's say, take Bhagavan's case, that he had a spontaneous realization and permanent realization, which never left him. Though he had permanent, without asking, without getting into spirituality, but he never said that he has not put any efforts. Somehow he was not interested to tell his past births or whatever endeavors he did, but he always said that whatever the result of my spontaneous realization is because of efforts, past efforts. And this past effort nobody sees, because you have not seen that person in past lives. You don't even know your past life. Even in this birth, you can be living with a partner, and how much that partner deeply inside is connected with the source and how much he's trying to be connected with the source, even your partner cannot know, who is living with you all the time. Why is it like that? This is because we only know ourselves. Nobody else knows. We only know ourselves. Not your spouse, not even your so-called God knows about yourself. You know more about yourself. That is why realization is only for us, in a way. Though people say that when you realized, it helps humanity, it helps everyone, it helps everything. But what I would say is, there is one person less on earth. That is what realization means. There is one person less living. We feel presence of an I, that I am doing and I have to do. That also is I actually. That also is not something that I has disappeared. Then who is there in you who is experiencing bliss, or who is feeling that this power is doing something? Which is that power? Is it separate from you? Or is it you? But you become one with that whom you don't control anymore also. Because as an individual, we always control our body, our body's actions, our mind, our thoughts. We select thoughts, we negate some thoughts, we make some thoughts as very strong about things. We say, this man is very strong-minded or very egoistic. We all have different tendencies. In some things we are very egoistic, some things we don't care. But these are all conditioning of the mind. But then when it drops, there is still that I is there, and this feeling of I amness is there. But there is something has dropped, which was always constantly thinking about, do this, do that. It's not that things don't happen now. Maybe sometimes things happens more. You will see some sages, some enlightened beings, they do so much of charity and so much of work. So their energy flows along with it as it has to happen. You can say, do they have an intention? Yes, always there's a good intention about everything in every realized being. They don't want to harm anyone. The argument's sake, people can say Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi has any intention. I would say no. But then you will see, if a guest comes, he will say, have you fed him? Last dialogue which he said before leaving the body, he said, have you fed the peacocks? Now you can say, why he's having a thought about feeding a peacock when he's leaving the body? To understand that how the bodily actions are happening and a thought which is leading, it has no relationship with that pure energy. You abide in that energy as that, and then whatever is happening with the body mind is not at all an obstacle. But first thing first, this I am the body idea has to be dropped completely and forever. Otherwise there is no freedom. How can you be free from a body which is certainly going to die one day, and you think it is your death? How then, what is the freedom? There is no freedom. So this bodily idea comes only from our thought processes, which holds I, me, you, they, we, and you can feel it, that whatever happening around you in your world, some things you like, sometimes you dislike, sometimes you want to do, and there is an obstacle, you get angry. Watch this entity which is going through these ups and downs. When you watch that entity intently, and not with emotions or anything, just as a plain observer, some change starts happening in you. You can now see this ego. The spiritual people, they are mostly of sattvic mind, then they come into it. So they are already very pure. But they feel their ego more than anyone who is like a devil. They feel their ego all the time. They have this self-guilt of ego that it's still there and it's still, I can see. You say, no, it will go away. Just do, no, it's still there. And here there will be a person who has done all the wrong deeds. He doesn't feel any ego. He said, I have no ego. I'm a man of principles or whatever. I'm a self-made man. So understand this subtlety of how profound is the understanding of a seeker, how clearly in his vision is everything, whatever is happening around, happening internally. And because he knows his deficiencies and he observes it diligently, all the deficiencies goes away. They can only go away when you are aware of them. Otherwise they stay in darkness, they grow in darkness, in your ignorance. And you will realize that all those wrong tendencies was only part of illusion. I am the purest of pure.
Make me a channel of your peace. Where there's despair in life, let me bring hope. Where there is darkness, only light. And where there's sadness, ever joy. O Master, grant that I may never seek so much to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love with all my soul. Make me a channel of your peace. It is in pardoning that we are pardoned, in giving to all men that we receive, and dying that we are born to eternal life. O Master, grant that I may never seek so much to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love with all my soul. Make me a channel of your peace. Where there's despair in life, let me bring hope. Where there is darkness, only light. And where there's sadness, ever joy.
If you can just take whatever comes to you, whatever way it comes to you, even discomfort comes to you. If you start accepting it, that discomfort becomes the bliss. This, I don't know how many people were there when we went first time and we did the Parikrama Girivalam. It was raining. We reached at midnight, 12:30. Nobody slept. We got food late, and then we went whole night, and it was raining heavily, and it was Purnima. I think it was so many people there. But there was something about it. And people who have never done, they had boils in their feet, walking bare feet. But the bliss was unimaginable. Grace on everyone, that's what our prayer should be, that grace of Absolute should be on every being who is striving for it. And this should be our universal prayer. People who are already wishing for desires to fulfill in this name and form, He's listening to them, He's giving them whatever they want. But we are on this, so our prayer is everyone who wants to know you, please manifest and then don't go. Yes. Even Bhagavan, he used to read Periya Puranam. And when, or someone was reading for him, let's say, sometimes he was reading, and he started tears rolling, and the book used to get wet, and then he said, I can't read this, And if you see, Periya Puranam is the story of 63 Shaivat saints, the Shiva's devotees, and what they did in their life. It's the story of 63 of those. And very beautiful stories, true stories. And Bhagavan said, you should have to be a stone-hearted to read them. I can't read it. He started crying, And you will say, how can Bhagavan can cry? He's Arunachala Ramana. But there's a heart, no? There's love. That's the most important thing, All realization doesn't make you hard. it makes you soft as butter.
Shiva, Arunachala, Shiva, Arunachala, Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala, Shiva, Arunachala, Shiva, Arunachala, Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala, Shiva, Arunachala, Shiva, Arunachala, Shiva, Arunachala. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala.
As Bhagavan's put down, that self is the first person, but it doesn't strike you that is there. It is like that. You count everything except that. But when someone hits on you that this is you, then you realize that this is me, which I have always never counted, because mind counts everything, but it never looks back and sees that you are there. And I believe satsang is an opportunity to know that which is always there. And I would say, if you stay there, whatever is your inherent tendencies, it will help with that. You are adventurous, there will be something adventure in that. You love solitude, there will be solitude in that. And you want to talk heart to heart with someone, you might find that. You don't even have to intention for that. It's something, it takes care of you if you let go and don't go for excessive planning in your mind and just flow. Like the body also tells you whether it is ready to go out for a coffee or not, or whether you should drink or not, or whether you should sleep, whether you should go out, where to go out, what to do. You don't have to think too much, and then you will realize that something is moving spontaneously in this awareness, and you find that there's harmony in everything. Like when the river is flowing, Gangaji is flowing from Gomukh and coming down, and through its course it meets big boulders and something, and it's not fighting, it just takes turns the way, whatever way, it can find way, it just moves. And if you see the path on Google Map, it would be curvy, sometimes this way, sometimes narrow, sometimes broad. And just flowing, it's just flowing. People take passion as that energy. No, passion is Rajasic only. People passionate about becoming the president of America. That's why people follow those people who are leaders, whatever their leaders, because there's so much they feel energy is going there. Ego is actually it is actually creating. If you see, everything is created by egoistic people. All inventions, all discoveries, passive one will be just sitting like that. And that is the reason people think that the Jnani is a useless being on the earth, He has not created any invention, no discovery, no progress, no development, Passivity is the gift of God. If you can. In passiveness, you get that stillness, not in this active doership. You say, I don't want passivity, I want action. Who wants action? Who is interested in action? That means there's a doer who wants to do. That is why this Karma Yoga theory of the Bhagavad Gita has been completely distorted. And everyone thinks that action is the way to live, work is worship. But work is worship when there is no doership in it. And when there is no doership in work, you are already realized. What else needs to be done? But Bhagavan never created any confusion. He always said that when someone asked, who are you? He said, I am Arunachala Ramana. I am that only. I am not separate. I am nothing else. Because sometimes when you say father, the duality stays. So we always say, oh, okay, my father, get me there. Father, we say, what is this? You do your efforts. Then you say, I've left to my father. And you go your way of all egoistic tendencies. This is a trap, when we keep saying father, father, father. This is what I'm just telling you from what I feel, what Bhagavan's teaching is, and I will say that works best. You say you are Shiva. You say you are self. You say you are Brahman. You say you are that. And then work. And then see what are the things which are obstructing. Watch them, observe them, witness them, and they will drop. And that is that.
Shiva, Arunachala, 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 Shiva, Arunachala.
Bhagavan gives a beautiful example that you are traveling in a train and all the luggage of suffering you're keeping on your head. I have to do this. And already you're on a train which is carrying all the baggage. Every whole world is in that train. You don't want to leave it there, you want to keep it here only. So the TT comes to check your ticket. He says, what are you doing? No, I have to carry my baggage. Because individual has to carry their own baggage. Because everyone is carrying. In that train, everyone is carrying the baggage on their head. Nobody is keeping down. The TT says, don't worry about others. You carry. No, but everyone is carrying. So, but you put it down. No, but everyone is carrying. This is the way we speak all the time, no? That he is a doer, he is doing, he's a doer, he says to me like from ego. What about, this is the way we always justify. I'm seeing in Satsang, most of the questions are like that. Not on themselves, on others. Like, there is a suffering, who is doing to that? Arey Baba, that is he will sort out. You sort out yourself. First you put your luggage down. Then you can tell others to put down, And then suffering, unnecessary suffering. You just put your luggage down. The train is going. Already decided. Divinity is most illogical. Most illogical. Shiva is most illogical. See Shiva, what he is wearing, snakes. He looks ghost, all sorts of things, Huh? Skulls, on his all followers. What logic? What logic? He is made like this, he is like that to break your logic. Because logic should be broken. Logic is mind, nothing else. It is all illogical. You are always uninvolved. You are never in this play. The one in the play is just your own fake ego, your own reflection in things. You are never involved. You have never done any crime. When you say you are actually keeping with you. Everything is just whatever it is. Don't even say this energy is you. If you say you are Shiva, Shiva is already gone. You are Vasana, you get into Vasana. Because then you can't leave because it's yours. Whatever thing you say, I, me, you, that becomes you, that never leaves you. So this is the biggest sin which we all do. I am the body, I am the mind, my thoughts. Just thoughts. Why can't you say just thoughts coming in your picture, I have to say spirituality is not for a weak-minded person. Spirituality is for really who can give anything for it. And life is a very small thing for that. Who is ready for everything. And then you see how it stays. The silence is always there. It never changes. We remember or not remember, it does not go away. It is not in our attention. Anything which disturbs us comes in our attention. It's a usual thing with mind. If you have an itch somewhere, or a boil or pain in the knee. You're not conscious of knee, but if there's a pain, then you're conscious of knee. Same, anything which is disturbing to the senses, then you are aware. And silence never disturbs anyone. It just stays there. It's always there. Because it does not come in our attention, we have to try our best to be attentive of it. That is all practices, nothing else. This also doesn't mean that you cannot talk. After practice, you will also start noticing that you can talk from that silence. Even you can joke, being aware of the silence. Let's say you are in a classroom and the teacher is not there. You do whatever you want to do, the class is so noisy. Sometimes, if it's a new class, one of the students just comes and behaves like a teacher. Everyone is, he says, no, I'm not a teacher. Then again, everyone. And then the other person comes who looks younger than that boy and looks around and says, I'm the teacher. People think, oh, he's joking. And they keep doing. So we have to realize this in us, which is always there. When you are aware of that, you cannot fool yourself and you cannot fool others when you know its presence is there. Otherwise, tell me how people can do wrong things when the God is in everyone, A lot of people ask question that when God is doing and God is in everyone, how people still do wrong acts? Because they are not aware of the godly presence in them. If they are aware, they cannot do. You cannot. We all have heard, a lot of religions talk about God is always watching. But still we do things because we don't see God. God is watching, we don't care. But when we know God is watching, then it's a different story. And that is what happens when you know its presence in you. That means it is enough evidence that there is something in us which we have experienced. And I think that is the only purpose of this satsang. This is the only purpose of retreat. And if you have experienced even for a fraction of a second, then you should be saying, keeping your hand on your heart, that yes, I know that there is something in me. Even if you can't say right now, I am that I am, or I am Shiva, at least there is something very divine presence in me, which I felt. And that is a very good starting point. Key to feel it all the time, that bliss which you had, like your mind says it was an experience, is to remember it. And remembrance is by remembering the name, what you like to chant, or remembering by being aware of this silent awareness, or trying to negate your mind by who am I, self-inquiry, when senses are pulling, intense desire, thoughts. Who is this? Who is looking for it? I have experienced bliss in me. Why you are pulling me out to get that thing? Okay, I agree that that will give me some happiness because of my old habits. But I don't want to be your slave. I know that I am self-sufficient without your help. So thank you very much, and you can say to your mind or your thoughts, I don't need your help now. And the next thing you can say, I need help from you. the divine in me. Please help me to remember you. You know everything. I am ignorant. And I want you to help me. I want you to help me and to stay in me, because this mind is still there, senses are there, situations, worldly situations are same, and I have zero confidence on myself that I can remember you. So please give me something to remember you, and please don't leave. Stay in me. I really love you and I want you to be here. And I'm creating a space. I'm trying my best to create a space in my heart so the place is clean. This type of prayer is most effective prayer. It always works. It always works. It's even hard to remember when we came and how many days have passed. And if you remember that, whole life will be past and you will have no clue in your own bliss. When the day comes, when the night comes, what happens? People come, people go, incidences happens. When you start a new business or a new job, or you study something, competitive exams, you give 100%, then only you get results. Here it's the same. You put 100% efforts. But still, if there are things where you're putting your 20%, 50%, then it can't be 100% here.
Shiva Namah Shivaya Sadha Shivam. Shiva Shiva Mahadeva 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 Namah Shivaya Sadha Shivam.
Namah Shivaya Shivaya Namah Shivaya, Shivaya Namo, 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 Shivaya Namo, 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 Shivaya Namo, Namah Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Namah Shambho Mahadeva Devam, Shiva Shambho Mahadeva Devesha Shambho, 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 Shambho Mahadeva Devam, Shiva Shambho, Shiva Shambho, Shiva Shambho, Shiva Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho Shambho. Shambho Mahadeva Devam, Shiva Shambho Mahadeva Devesha Shambho, Shambho Mahadeva Devam, Shiva Shambho Mahadeva Devesha Shambho, Shambho Mahadeva Devam, Shiva Shambho Mahadeva Devesha Shambho, Shambho Mahadeva Devam, Shiva Shambho Mahadeva Devam. Om Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Om Arunachala Shivaya Namaha.
Muska Michael, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya. Namaskaram. Today I'm going to be talking about Upadesa Undiyar, but particularly about the fact that the underlying message of Upadesa Undiyar is that the path to liberation is not doing but being. It's not a karma, but the state of the being as we are. So this is the central theme running throughout Upadesa Undiyar. In his Payaram, or that is the prefatory verse composed by Murugan, the meaning of the verse is, know that Upadesa Undiyar is a light of jnana that our father Ramana composed and gave to Murugan, who said, for the world to be saved, giving up the delusion of karma, tell the secret of the nature of the path to experience liberation. So this is what Upadesa Undiyar is about. This verse begins, Karma Maya Tindu, giving up the delusion of karma, Gati Kana Nere Muriyin, Mammam, the secret of the means of the path to attain liberation, Ulahuwiya, so that the world may be saved, teach us. So that is what Murugan requested Bhagavan to do. And Bhagavan, in Tamil, he selected 6 verses from the story that Murugan was narrating in Tiruvundiya. And the first 2 verses of that Upagatam, Bhagavan selected these as introductory verses to the whole work. So in the first verse, Daruvanatil tavam saitirandava purva karmatal undipara pokane pohina undipara. That means those who were doing tapas in the Dwaraka forest were going to ruin by purva karma. Purva karma in this context, purva means former, but it's referring here to purva mimamsa. That is, so what is meant by purva karma here is the path of karmiya karmas, that is action performed for the fulfillment of desires, as prescribed by the purva in the purva mimamsa. So that's the first verse, and then the second verse is karma te andri kadavulile ennum vanmata ta ayena undipara vanja serukanal undipara. What that means is, because of delusive conceit, they became intoxicated with intense pride that there is no God except karma. That is the basic belief. Their basic belief was, if you do karma, but karma has to give fruit. And so even if there's no God except karma, karma te andri kadvalile, that was the arrogant belief they had. So Shiva had to come in the form of a mendicant, accompanied by Vishnu in the form of Mohini. And I won't go into the details in the story, but anyway, finally their pride was vanquished and they prayed to be guided on the proper path. So that is the context in which Bhagavan began this Upadesa Undiyar. That is why in the first verse he says, Karma maya tindu gati kana. No, sorry. In the first verse he says, Karmam payantaral kartana danayal, karmam kadavalo undipara, karmam jadamanal undipara. That means action giving fruit is by the ordainment of God. Since action is jada, is action God. That is the belief of Purva Mimamsikas, is that karma will automatically give fruit. They give an analogy. They say, just like in a herd of cows, the calf will always find its mother. Likewise, the fruit of any karma will automatically find its doer. In other words, if we do an action, the fruit will automatically follow us. We will automatically experience the fruit. But that is a fallacious argument, because the calf is a sentient being, so it's able to find its mother. But as Bhagavan says here, karmam jadamadal, karma is jada, it's not aware, it's got no awareness. So how can the fruit of karma find its doer? It cannot. The fruit of karma is given only by God. That's why he says karma giving fruit is by the ordainment of God. So God is the one who allots the appropriate fruit for any action. So if we do an action, the fruit is out of our hands, it's in the hands of God, and God will select the appropriate time to give the appropriate fruit for each action. Of course, we'll never experience all the fruits of all our actions, but God selects, for each life, God selects those fruit which will be most conducive to our spiritual advancement. So whatever we experience is a selection of the fruit of our past karmas, chosen by God and allotted by God for us to experience in this lifetime, in such a way that it will be conducive to our spiritual progress. Then in the next verse, he says, Vinayam vilevu vilevutru vitai, vine kadal virtidum undipara, vidu tarile undipara. That means the fruit of action perishing as seed causes to fall in the ocean of action. It does not give liberation. What he means by the fruit of action perishing, that is, any action we do has a corresponding fruit, which is allotted by God. And once we experience the fruit of any action, that fruit is finished. So just like a physical fruit, if we have a mango and eat the mango, we can't eat it a second time. Once we've eaten the mango, it's finished. So in the same way, the fruit of karma perishes. Right? When it's experienced, the fruit is over. But that is not the end of the story, because the fruit, along with the fruit, comes a seed, and it's the seed that causes us to fall in the ocean of action. The seeds, in Tamil Bhagavan says vitai. In the Malayalam version, he says vasanakara vitai, of seeds in the form of vasanas. So vasanas are the seeds that make us do the same action again and again and again. This is why action is self-perpetuating. So whatever agamya karma we do under the sway of our vasanas. And when we act under the sway of our vasanas, those vasanas are thereby strengthened. So action is self-perpetuating. Therefore, vidu tarile, it does not give liberation. In the Sanskrit version, he says even more firmly, he says gati nirodhakam, it obstructs liberation. Incidentally, in the Sanskrit version, it's very beautiful. Kriti mahodado patanakaranam palamasasvatam gati nirodhakam. What that means is the cause of falling in the vast ocean of action. What is the cause is not specified there. But we can understand from the Tamil and the Malayalam, the cause is the vasanas, the seed. Here in the Sanskrit version, it's left for us to understand. The fruit obviously doesn't make us fall in the ocean of action, because the fruit is palamasasvatam. It's impermanent, because as soon as we experience the fruit, it's over. What causes us to fall, the karanam of kriti mahodado patana karanam, is the vasanas, but under whose sway we do the actions. And gati nirodhakam, it's liberation obstructing. So Bhagavan very clearly says in this verse, action will not give liberation. In fact, it will obstruct liberation. Then if there's nothing that we can do to attain liberation, then does that mean there's no path to liberation? Bhagavan then goes on to say in the next verse that is, though the karma will not give liberation, he says in the next verse, kartanu karkam nishkarmiya karmam karte tiriti aktundi para gativari kambikum undi para. What that means is nishkarmiya karma, that's action done without desire for the fruit. Then what is the motive for doing it? Done for God. Kartanu karkam. So nishkarmiya karma, done for God. That implies done for the love of God. And in fact, in the Malayalam version, he says, Ishwara Priti and I, which means for the love of God. So that desireless action, which is done for the love of God, karate tiriti, purifying the mind, aktu gati vari kambikam, it will show the path to liberation. So the nishkarmiya karma is not in itself the path to liberation, but it will purify the mind and show the path to liberation. What does he mean by show the path to liberation? The word for show is kambikam, which it literally means will cause to see. So it will enable us to see what is the path to liberation. Because so long as the mind is pure, the path to liberation will not be clear to us. But the more the mind is purified, the clearer it will become to us what is the path to liberation. That is, by purifying the mind, we gain the clarity to understand what is the path to liberation. What is the path to liberation? He explains further on. In the similar way, he says in the Sanskrit, Ishwara pitam nechaya kritam chitta sodakam mukti sadakam. Offered to God, not done with desire, mind purifier, liberation accomplishing. That implies the action that is not done with desire, but offered to God, is a mind purifier. It will purify the mind. And here he says, mukti sadakam, that is, it is liberation accomplishing. That doesn't mean that it is a direct path to liberation, as he makes clear in the Tamil. In Tamil, he says it will show the way to liberation, but indirectly, it's a means to liberation, but it's not the final path. And then in the next series of verses, he begins to talk about what are the nishkarmiya karmas we can do. One important thing to note here, Bhagavan doesn't take, that is very, traditionally there is said to be four paths: the path of karma, meaning nishkarmiya karma, the path of bhakti, the path of yoga, meaning ashtanga yoga, and the path of jnana, which is the path of self-investigation. But Bhagavan doesn't take nishkarmiya karma to be a separate path. Because in the previous verse he says nishkarmiya karma, kartanu karkam nishkarmiya karma. That is the desirous action done for God, done for the love of God. So the path of nishkarmiya karma is a part of the path of bhakti. That is, the path of bhakti is a path of love for God. We begin by expressing our love for God through action, through actions of mind, speech, and body. But the actions we do by, but it actually is the other order, by body, speech, and mind. So the actions we do to express our love for God by body are called puja. The actions we do by speech to express our love for God are called japa. And the action we do by mind is called dhyana. So in this fourth verse, he says, Didumidu pujai japamum dhyanam udulva ulla toril undipara vivu ahum ondru undipara. What that means is, didumidu, this is certain. Puja, japa, and dhyana are actions of body, speech, and mind, respectively. Respectively is not there, but it's obviously it's implied. And then Virvu ahum ondril ondru. That means one when one is superior. What that implies is each one of these is superior to the previous one. So better than puja is japa, better than japa is dhyana. When he says virvu, superior, what he means is more efficacious in purifying the mind. Because the aim of all these is to purify the mind. That is the benefit to be gained by nishkarmiya karma done for the love of God is the purification of the mind. So in purifying the mind, more effective than puja is japa. More effective than japa is dhyana. That is the implication of this verse. Then he goes through the next 4 verses, he goes through each of these in turn. In verse 5, he talks about puja, which he gives a very broad definition of it, saying, Enuru yavam ireyuru amena, eni vari padal undipara, isan nalpusane undipara. Worshipping, thinking that all 8 forms of God is good worship of God. All the 8 forms means the 5 elements, the sun, moon, and jiva. So it implies the whole manifest universe. All is a form of God. So if we consider everything to be a form of God and worship accordingly, it's good worship of God. That gives us, so the worship isn't just limited to ritualistic worship. We can worship God in so many ways. If we have this attitude, but take the whole world to be God and all the jivas in it to be forms of God, that is good worship of God. And then he talks about japa and he talks about dhyana. I won't go into these. These are all nishkarmiya karma. So nishkarmiya puja, nishkarmiya japa, and nishkarmiya dhyana. He's not talking here about most people who do puja, japa, and dhyana will do it for some benefit. But if we're doing it not for any benefit, but just for the love of God, then it is nishkarmiya. So up to verse 7, he's talking about actions, the actions of the body, which are puja, the actions of, the nishkarmiya action, that is, the nishkarmiya puja, nishkarmiya japa, and nishkarmiya dhyana. But then in verse 8, is an important turning point. That is, up to verse 7 is all the path of nishkarmiya karma. So long as we are meditating on God or worshipping God as something other than ourselves, in other words, so long as we're worshipping God in name and form, that action of speech, of body, speech, or mind it's a doing, it's an action, it's a karma. So if we're meditating on God in name and form, our attention is going away from ourselves towards that name and form of God. That is very efficacious at purifying the mind, but it is not in itself the path to liberation. The important turning point comes in verse 8. In verse 8, what he says is, Anya bhavatin avanahamahum ananya bhavame undipara anatinum utamum undipara. That means rather than anya bhava, ananya bhava, in which he is I, is certainly the best among all. So what does this mean? Anya means what is other. Ananya means what is not other. So in this context, anya bhava implies meditating on God as something other than ourselves. In other words, meditating on God in name and form. Whereas ananya bhava means meditating on God as not other, implying not other than ourselves. Ananya, and he qualifies it as avanahamahum, in which he is I. So what that implies is, with the understanding that God is what is shining in our heart as I, meditating on nothing other than I, in other words, meditating on nothing other than ourselves, that is certainly the best among all, anatinum utamum. So Bhagavan acknowledges the efficacy of anya bhava, that is meditating on God as something other than ourselves. But more efficacious in purifying the mind than Anya Bhava is Ananya Bhava. Meditating on God as not other than ourselves means meditating on ourself alone. So what he describes here as Avanahamahum, Ananya Bhava in which he is I, is the practice of self-investigation. In other words, meditating on ourself alone. What he refers to in Nana as Atmachintana or Swarupa Dhyana, meditating only on ourselves, meditating on nothing other than ourselves. Because once we understand that he is I, what is the most direct way to meditate on him? To meditate on him as I. So this is Bhagavan is showing here how the path of bhakti leads to the path of vichara. So long as we're meditating on God as something other than ourselves, that is an action. But when we meditate upon God as nothing other than ourselves, in other words, when we meditate on ourself alone, the nature of ego, as Bhagavan clarified in so many ways, in so many places and in so many ways, the nature of ego is that the ego cannot rise, stand, or flourish without grasping form, as he says in verse 25 of Ullugunaptu. Grasping form means grasping things other than itself. In other words, attending to things other than ourselves is the food on which this mind lives. That is when, as soon as we rise as ego, we first project and grasp the form of a body as I. And we cannot remain for a moment as ego without constantly holding on to that body as I. That's why he says, Urupatri undam, grasping form it comes into being, Urupatri nekum, grasping form it stands. But we don't just grasp this body as I. Having grasped this body as I, we then constantly attending to things other than ourselves, which is what he means by form. Because ego itself has no form of its own. But he describes it as a formless demon. Uruvatra Peyahande, the formless demon ego. So it's got no form of its own, so it has no separate existence of its own. Only by identifying itself with the form of a body does it seem to have a separate existence. And having grasped the form of a body as I, it is then constantly grasping other forms, other phenomena, by attending to them. So that is he says, Urupatri undu mika ongum, grasping and feeding on forms, it flourishes abundantly. Uruvittu urupatram, leaving form, it grasps form. So the nature of ego is to constantly grasp things other than itself. But if instead of grasping things other than itself, if it tries to grasp itself, what happens? Tedinal otum pidicum. That literally means if seeking, it takes flight. What that implies, if ego seeks its own reality, if it seeks to know who am I, it will take flight. That's a metaphorical way of saying it will subside and dissolve back into its source. So what he reveals in that verse 25 of Ullugunapadu and in so many other places is that the nature of ego is to rise, stand, and flourish by attending to things other than itself, but to subside by attending to itself. So what he refers to here as Ananya Bhava is attending to ourself alone, attending to nothing other than ourselves. When we attend to nothing other than ourselves, we as ego subside. So it's meditating on anything other than ourselves is an action, whereas the meditating on ourselves is a cessation of action, because it's a cessation of the doer of action, namely ego. So in the next verse, verse 9, he says, Bhava balatinal bhavanatita sa bhavatirutale undipara parabhakti tattvam undipara. What that means is bhava balatinal means by the strength of meditation. What meditation? The implication is by the strength of that ananya bhava. In other words, by the strength of self-attentiveness, by the strength of swarupa dhyana. Bhavanatita sat bhavatu iritale. Iritale means just being. Sat bhavatu means in the state of being. So by the strength of that self-attentiveness, being in sat bhava, being in the state of being, which transcends bhavana, is parabhakti tattva. That alone is parabhakti tattva. Transcending bhavana, here bhavana means meditation in the form of mental activity. So if we're meditating on anything other than ourselves, that's a mental activity. Whereas if we meditate on ourselves, we will subside and remain in the state of being. That's what he implies here. So by Ananya Bhava, by meditating just on ourselves, by the strength of that Ananya Bhava, we will subside and remain in the state of just being. And that is, which transcends bhavana in the sense of mental activity, that is the parabhakti tattva. That is the nature of a truth of supreme devotion. So he begins the path of devotion with nishkarmiya karma, nishkarmiya puja, nishkarmiya japa, and nishkarmiya dhyana. But then he shows how by switching from anya bhava to ananya bhava, it goes from being an action to being just being. And this being is the path to liberation, as he makes clear in this verse and throughout Upadesa Undiyar. I mean, that's the underlying theme of Upadesa Undiyar, is that the path to liberation is not doing but just being. And how to just be, how to be in Sat Bhava, only by the strength of Ananya Bhava, by firm and steady self-attentiveness, we will subside and remain in the state of being. And that, he doesn't say it explicitly, but the implication is that is the path to liberation. So by nishkamya puja, japa, and dhyana, the mind is purified. And the purified mind comes to recognize that God cannot be something other than ourselves. If God was something other than ourselves, he would be a limited God, because there would be God plus us. So God, the fact that if we exist as something separate from God, then God is thereby limited. But since God is the infinite whole, he cannot be something other than us. So by when the mind is purified, we get that clarity to understand that God is not something other than ourselves. God is our own reality. So in order to know God as he is, we need to know ourselves as we are. And for that, the path of self-investigation, or ananya bhava, as he says there in the previous verse. So by that ananya bhava, we thereby subside and remain in the sat bhava, the state of being. And being in that state of being is that alone is the supreme devotion. So the path of bhakti begins with nishkarmiya karma, and it ends with Atma Vichara, which leads to the state of just being as we actually are. So being in Sat Bhava means being without rising as ego. In order to be without rising as ego, we need it. The means is self-attentiveness, or Atma Vichara, self-investigation. And then he summarizes it all in verse 10 very beautifully. Udita idatil odungi irital adu karmamum bhaktium undipara adu yogamum jnanamum undipara adu yogam jnanamum undipara. What that means is udita idatil odungi. That means subsiding in the place from which one rose. Or in this case, we can take it as having subsided in the place from which one rose, iratal, being. So being, having subsided in the place from which we rose, in other words, ceasing to rise as ego and just being as we actually are, that is karma and bhakti, that is yoga and jnana. That is, it is karma. karma here means nishkarmiya karma, because it's the culmination of nishkarmiya karma. Where does nishkarmiya karma lead? Ultimately leads to that state of just being as we are, without rising, that is, having subsided in the place from which we rose. How the nishkarmiya karma leads to this is explained in the previous verse. It's also bhakti, because nishkarmiya karma is just the preliminary stages of the path of bhakti are nishkarmiya karma. The more advanced stage is the practice of self-investigation, which is not doing but just being. It is also yoga, because this is the culmination of the path of yoga, where the path of yoga ultimately leads. And it is jnana. It is the state of just, I mean, jnana means real knowledge or pure awareness. That is what we actually are. So it's all these four paths. As he also says beautifully in verse, he says it in another way, but the implication is the same. In verse 14 of Ulladu Anubandham, he says, Vinayam vibhakti viyogam ajnanam inaya veyarku endru eindidale vinay bhakti yoga unavu eindida nan indri ave endrum indram aham I think Indru tan tanaha manale unmayam. What that means is investigating to whom are such like karma, vibhakti, viyoga, and ajnana. That is all the karma here means the kamya karma. Vibhakti means the lack of devotion in this context. Usually vibhakti means separation, but in this context it implies lack of devotion or separation from God. Viyoga also means separation, and ajnana, ignorance. To whom are all these? Investigating that is itself karma, bhakti, yoga, and jnana. So all these four paths are contained in this simple investigation. To whom are all these defects? Karma, bhakti, yoga, karma, vibhakti, viyoga, and ajnana. And when one investigates, eindira means when one investigates, nan indri ave indrum il. Without I, they never exist. So all these, the defects that each of these paths seek to overcome, all those defects exist only because we've risen as ego. But if we investigate ourselves, this ego will subside, and therefore all these defects will come to an end. And then he ends by saying, Tanaha manale unmayam. Manale means being permanently. So being permanently as oneself, being as we actually are forever, that is what is true. So we are always what we actually are. The whole problem is that we seem to have risen as ego. If we investigate to whom do all these problems arise, they arise only for I. And when one investigates, that I ceases to exist, and therefore they all cease to exist. So this path of self-investigation taught by Bhagavan includes all the four paths within it. So having talked about these, the path of nishkarmiya karma and bhakti up to verse 9, and summarizing everything in verse 10, then he goes on to talk about the path of yoga. Whenever Bhagavan talks about the path of yoga, yoga in this context means Ashtanga yoga, he talks primarily about pranayama. Why is this? Some people ask, there's more to Ashtanga yoga than just pranayama. Pranayama is just one of the 8 limbs of Ashtanga yoga. So why does Bhagavan select to only talk about pranayama? The reason is the 8 limbs of yoga, most of those 8 limbs are implicit in other paths. For example, the first 2 limbs are yamas and niyamas. All spiritual paths are based on yamas and niyamas. Yamas are things that we need to avoid, and niyamas are things that we need to do, basically. I mean, it's not so simple as that, but yamas and niyamas, they're basic principles of ahimsa and all these principles, which we have to follow if we're following any spiritual path. So that they're not unique to yoga. Asana, that's the third of the 8 limbs. What Patanjali says about asanas is just simple common sense. If you want to sit for a long time in meditation, you need to sit comfortably and in a relaxed way. So Patanjali doesn't go into details of what asanas we should sit in. He simply says we should sit comfortably. Then the 4th one is pranayama. That is what is unique to yoga. And then the final 4, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, and samadhi, these are also common to any practice of meditation. Pratyahara means withdrawal. That is, in order to fix our mind on one thing, we need to withdraw it from other things. Dharana means focusing. So we need to focus on the dhyana lakshya. Whatever object we're meditating on, we need to focus on that. And doing so, that is dhyana, and that leads to samadhi. That is the same in any path if you're on the path of bhakti, you want to fix your mind on God. So you have to withdraw your mind from all other things. You stop thinking about worldly things. You try to think only about God. So you try to focus your mind on God. That is dhyana, and that leads to the deep absorption in that dhyana is samadhi. So this is common to all paths. It's also in the path of self-investigation. We need to fix our attention on ourselves. In order to fix our attention on ourselves, we need to withdraw it from other things. So the pratyahara and dharana is implied there. And fixing our attention on ourselves is dhyana, and that leads to total absorption, which is samadhi. So all these 8 limbs 7 of these 8 limbs are implicit in all others, in most other spiritual paths. What is unique about yoga is they have this, is the use they make of pranayama. So that is what Bhagavan talks about in when he talks about whenever he takes up the subject of yoga, he talks about pranayama. So in verses 10 and 11, he explains that he explains in verse 10 he says, sorry, so verses 11 and 12, sorry, I'm getting confused. In verse 10 he says, when one restrains the breath within, like a bird caught in a net, the mind will also be restrained. This is a means to restrain. So by restraining the breath, we also restrain the mind. So by subduing the activity of the breath, we also subdue the activity of the mind. So this is a technique for subduing mental activity. And how does this work? He explains in verse 12. But mind and breath are 2 branches which have knowing and doing. Mind and breath are 2 branches which have knowing and doing. That is, the function of the mind is knowing. The function of prana is doing. So, but these 2, though they are 2 branches, their root is one. He explains this very nicely in Nana. In Nana, in the 8th paragraph, he explains the efficacy of pranayama, but also the limitation of pranayama. What he says in the 8th paragraph is, manama adanguvadaku vicharanaye tavira verituhunta upayangal ille. That means For the mind to subside or cease, except vicharana, except self-investigation, there is no other adequate means. I won't read, I'll read just the English meaning rather than the Tamil. If made to subside by other means, the mind will remain as if it had subsided. Adangi pol, he says, how to say it, Adangi Matru Pangalam Adanginal, Manam Adangi Polirandu, being as if subsided, Marupadium Kalambividum, it will, having been having remained as if it is subsided, it will start again. It will rise again. So in other words, if you use other means to bring the mind to a state of stillness, if to bring a stop to the mental activity, it will be temporary. But as soon as the means is released, the mind will rise again. And then he says, even by pranayama, the mind will subside. However, so long as the prana remains subsided, the mind will also remain subsided. And when the prana emerges, it, meaning the mind, will also emerge and wander under the sway of its vasanas. And then he goes on to explain why the pranayama is a means to subdue the activity of the mind. The birthplace for the mind and for prana is one. Thought alone is the swarupa, the nature of the mind. The thought called I is the first thought of the mind. It alone is ego. So the essence of the mind is ego. That of all the thoughts of the mind, the essential thought is ego, as he says later, as he says in verse 18 of Upadesa Undiyar. From where ego rises, from there alone the breath also rises. Therefore, when the mind ceases, the breath also ceases. And when the prana ceases, when the mind ceases, the prana ceases. And when the prana ceases, the mind also ceases. The prana is called the gross form of the mind. Until the time of death, the mind keeps the prana in the body, and at the moment the body dies, grasping it goes. That is, grasping the breath, the mind takes it with it. That's a metaphorical way of saying the prana will always be accompanied, will always accompany the mind. Of course, we don't take the physical breath. What it means here is that that inclination to breathe, to live in a body, that it goes along with the mind in seed form as a vasana. So when we take another body, it manifests again in the form of all the physiological functions of the body, including breathing. And then he concludes that paragraph by saying, therefore pranayama is just an aid to restrain the mind, but will not bring about manonasa, annihilation of the mind. In other words, it can bring about a temporary cessation of mind, but not permanent cessation of mind. So that connects us back to what he says in the next verse, verse 13 of Upadesa Undiyar, where he says, Laya, that is, he says, Ileamum nasamum irendum odicum, ileatu ulludu erum undipara, eradu uru mindedel undipara. What that means is dissolution is of two kinds. That implies dissolution of the mind. Dissolution or subsidence of the mind is of two kinds, laya and nasa. So what's the difference between laya and nasa? What is in laya will rise. If its form dies, implying if it attains nasa, it will not rise. So in other words, laya is a temporary dissolution of mind. Nasa is permanent dissolution of mind. So our aim in this spiritual path is permanent dissolution, the nasa. But pranayama cannot bring about nasa. It can only bring about laya. That the most you can achieve by pranayama is laya. So then what is the yogi to do? How is the yogi to, since the main technique is pranayama, but pranayama can only bring about a temporary stillness of mind, how is the yogi to attain liberation? That is what Bhagavan points out in the next verse. Odaka valiye odungum ulate, vidakave ovari undipara, vium adun uru undipara. So what he says here, only when one sends the mind, which will be restrained when one restrains the breath, on the ovari, will its form perish. That is, the mind will be restrained when one restrains the breath, but that's not the end of the story. How to bring about the destruction of the mind? Only by sending it on the ovari. So what is this ovari? There are two ways of interpreting ovari. Or can be taken to mean oru, meaning one. So the one path, or also means orum. Or is a verb in Tamil that means to investigate or know. So ovari also means orumvari. Orumvari is the path of investigation. In other words, the path of self-investigation. Even if we take it in the other sense, the one path, what is the one path that will bring about the destruction of the mind? As he says in the first sentence of that 8th paragraph of Nana, there's no adequate means to bring about the cessation of mind, in other words, the permanent cessation of mind, other than Atma Vichara. So, ovari here implies Atma Vichara. So only when we send the mind on the path of Atma Vichara will its form die. The same is implied in Sanskrit. Prana bandhana lina manasam ekachintana ekachintanat nasam etiyadah. Nasam etiyaha. I'm not very good at pronouncing. So what that means is, settled down by restraining the breath, the mind will reach annihilation by ekachintana. So what does ekachintana mean? Superficially, we can take it to mean one thought, but Bhagavan here doesn't mean any one thought. What ekachintana actually means is, just like atmachintana means thought of oneself, in other words, meditating on oneself, ekachintana means thought of the one. What is that one? The one without a second, in other words, ourself. We are the one thing that actually exists. So ekachintana is an indirect way of saying atmachintana, meditating on ourself alone. That is how the mind will die. Once the mind dies, all activity comes to an end. So here also, Bhagavan implies that the yoga can reach its fruition only by means of Atma Vichara. Just like the bhakti can reach its fruition only by the Atma Vichara, which he refers to there as Ananya Bhava. Here he refers to it as ekachintana or vari. They're all these are referring to the path of self-investigation. And as I explained earlier, when we attain to ourself, we as ego subside and remain in the place from which we rose, remain in our state of being, Satbhava. So he then concludes this series of verses on yoga by saying, Manovuru maye me mannam ma yogi, tanako selile undipara, Tanil Sandanan Undipara. That means when the form of the mind is annihilated, for the great yogi who remains permanently as the reality, Me Mannam Ma Yogi, a great yogi who remains permanently as the reality, Tanako Seilile, there is not anything, there's not a single doing, there's nothing to do, because when we subside in the state of being, by means of self-investigation, we thereby remain as the reality, and the reality is just being, not doing. So there's no doing in that state. Tanil Sandanan, he has attained his nature. So in these first 15 verses, Bhagavan has explained how the path of karma, bhakti, and yoga all lead to the state of just being as we actually are, which is alone the means to liberation. Then I was hoping to be able to deal with the last 15 verses in more detail, but I've only got a few minutes remaining. In verse 16, he gives a beautiful description of that. In verse 16 is both a description of the path and the goal. What he says in verse 16 is, Veli videngale vittu manam tan oliuru ordale undipara, unmei unichiam undipara. What that means is, Veli videngale vittu. That means leaving or letting go of external phenomena. That is what in yoga is called pratyahara. We first need to withdraw our mind from everything else. But actually, that is not, we don't need to separately withdraw our mind from everything else. If we fix our mind on ourselves, we are thereby automatically withdrawing it from everything else. But so long as we're attending to anything other than ourselves, we cannot fix all our attention on ourselves. In order to fix all our attention on ourselves, to attend to ourselves exclusively, we need to withdraw it from everything else. But by fixing our attention on ourselves, we are thereby automatically withdrawing it from ourselves. So in this sentence, Veli videngale vittu is an adverbial clause. The subject is manam tan oli uru ordale, the mind knowing its form of light. Its form of light means its fundamental awareness. It's that is the essential form of the mind, is the pure awareness I am. So the mind knowing that form of light, the verb ordale, this is the same verb Bhagavan in verse 14, when he said orvari. Or is a Tamil verb that means both investigating and knowing. So we can take this either as the mind investigating its form of light, leaving external thing for vishayas, phenomena, the mind investigating its form of light, that is unmei, real awareness, or the mind knowing. That is, we cannot know our form of light without investigating it. Investigating it means attending to it. And when we attend to it keenly enough, we thereby know it as it actually is. But the form of light, the mind cannot know the form of light as an object. The mind cannot know pure awareness as an object. What knows pure awareness is only pure awareness. So the mind can know pure awareness only by being pure awareness. So when he says the mind knowing its own form of light, what he means is, as soon as we turn our attention within to know who am I, if we turn it within deep enough, we thereby cease to rise as ego, and we merge back into the pure awareness that we actually are. So just being ourselves is knowing ourselves, as he later says in verse 26. There were many other things I wanted to talk about, but I have hardly left myself time. In verse 26, he says, Tanai iritale tanne aridalam. Being oneself alone is knowing oneself. Tani rendatradal, because oneself is not two. That is, there's not one self to know another self as an object. We can know ourselves as we actually are only by being what we actually are. So in this verse 16, when he said the mind knowing its own form of light, its own form of light is pure awareness. We can know pure awareness only by being pure awareness. So as soon as the mind or ego knows that pure awareness, or knows itself as pure awareness, it thereby ceases to be mind or ego and remains as pure awareness. So that's why Bhagavan said this is unmei unity. This alone is real awareness. And then in the next verse, he says, he expresses it beautifully also in Sanskrit. Drisya varitum chittam atmanaha chittvadarshanam tattvadarshanam. Drisya varitum, drisya means what is seen. In other words, all phenomena, objects of perception, everything that is known. So drisya varitum, kept back from that. That is the veliviningre vitu, letting go of these external things, withdrawing the mind from these external things. That's a pratyahara. Then chittam atmanaha chittvadarshanam. Chittam means the mind. Atmanaha here means its own. That is here. This is the genitive case. The seventh case, I think, of atmanaha means its own, mind's own. Chittva. Chittva means its nature of awareness. Darshanam. So the mind seeing its own nature of its own awareness nature, we can say, is seeing tattva, is tattva darshanam. Why? Because that our real nature, which is pure awareness, that itself is tattva, that itself is the reality. So if we see our own nature as pure awareness, that itself is seeing the reality. I'm sorry I'm not able to I mean, there's a lot more to discuss on this subject, but the central point is, throughout Upadesa Undiyar, the underlying theme is that liberation is attained not by doing, but just by being. And in order to just be, we need to withdraw our attention from all other things and focus it on ourselves. To the extent to which our attention is fixed on ourselves, we as ego thereby subside and remain in Sat Bhava, which transcends bhavana, transcends all mental activity, and that is Parabhakti Tattva, that is the path to liberation. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Today I would like to think about karma from the book Path of Sri Ramana, Chapter 3. What is karma? Referred from Upadesa Saram by B.V. Narasimha Swami. Karma means action. Karma is the intentional action of one with moral sense who under that sense acts as a free agent to produce desired results. How karma begins? Our state of oneness is the state of perfect freedom, that is Satchitananda. What does it mean when we say that we are perfectly free? It means that we have power, that is Shakti, to do everything as we desire, that is Icha. This Icha Shakti, self-freedom, is the nature of our Brahman. By no one or no other means can destroy this freedom. The whole world, soul and God seem to have existence only through our imagination, but really they do not have any existence of their own. This is Maya or a state of delusion. This conception of our own wonderful power to see ourselves as many, world, soul and God, and this conception of identifying ourselves as one among the souls is the first thought, I, the ego. This is only a thought, not our self-awareness. As man identifies himself with any one of three bodies, gross, subtle or causal, he believes the corresponding worlds are outside him. Therefore, the soul, Jiva, makes use of his mind, body and world in as many ways to get happiness. Thus, karma begins. The reason for starting karma is thus to reach one's own natural state of happiness, which is seemingly forgotten. The power of willing, that is Icha Shakti, is extroverted through mind, senses and body. The individual separates himself more and more away from happiness. all his efforts in the form of karma propels him out of happiness instead of leading him to happiness. He engages himself into innumerable actions, karmas, such as thoughts, speech, and activities. But as his body is short-lived, he has to lose it before all newly started karmas are completed and before the results are experienced. Therefore, he wishes to have a body again to continue his uncompleted karmas and to experience their fruit. They start new karmas according to his wishes. At this point, God, who is none other than Jiva's real nature, comes to his help. God makes him to take a body through which he can continue his little amount of previous karmas and experience the result of those karmas. This is called prarabdha, that is, karma started giving fruit. All the stored up remaining portion of his past karmas, which he will have to experience in so many births to come, is called sanchita karma. So, in this birth, Jiva can experience only that portion of pain and pleasure which are included in prarabdha. As soon as all the fruits as pain and pleasures in prarabdha have been experienced and exhausted, the body dies. So, the end of the prarabdha is the end of the body. The Jiva who has such a body is the doer, karta, as well as the experiencer, bhokta. While experiencing prarabdha, Jiva uses his freedom of power to act, as he has done before, and perform many new karmas. In this manner, he is fully engaged in performing innumerable karmas until the body dies. So, such new karmas performed while experiencing prarabdha is called ahamya karma. So, man, through this power of freedom to act, one commits two mistakes while having this body prarabdha. The first mistake, he tries either to stop or decrease the misery that comes through prarabdha, which is unavoidable and unalterable. The second mistake, he tries either to increase or hasten the happiness that also comes through prarabdha. In this process, he loses his balance of mind and thereby he creates more and more ahamya. But on the contrary, if one has such a love for God that he takes everything as his will and everything as his prasad, he doesn't lose his mind. He could endure prarabdha cheerfully. It's here only God comes to him in the form of Guru to help him to find out how he has committed the above two mistakes through his original freedom to act. And its Guru teach him how to use correctly this freedom during this birth. Our Guru Bhagavan Sri Ramana places in front of the disciple the path of self-enquiry, the Jnana Marga, and the path of self-surrender, Bhakti Marga. The devotee who takes either self-enquiry or self-surrender is able to understand that whatever happens in his life is only favorable to lessen the activities of his mind and makes him turn selfward. The loving words of Sri Ramana flashes through his mind. Know this to be by the grace of your Guru, who is acting outside to push you within. So, aspirant who is in the path of self-enquiry, he feels ashamed to pray any longer to his Guru to alter his destiny, prarabdha, because he finds that all activities going on in his life are only to make him to turn selfward. In the eyes of the matured disciples, prarabdha is completely non-existent. He could understand that experiencership is destroyed along with the doership. Having these two aspects thus destroyed, the jiva's keeping quiet is being still, summa iru, which is the real Upadesha of Bhagavan Sri Ramana. It is what mentioned in Kaivalyam, chapter 1, verse 96. Just as the bundle of cotton is burnt into ashes during the great fire of dissolution, Sanchita, the wonderful seed of diversified fruits, innumerable birds, is utterly burnt to ashes by the fire of knowledge. And also in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 4, verse 37, Krishna says, Yatai damsi samidhyognihi basmasat kuruterjuna jnanagni sarva karmani bhasmasat kurute tatha. The fire of knowledge burns all karmas to ashes. For the aspirant who is in the path of love, Bhakti Marga believes that God or Guru protects him always. So, such aspirant uses his original freedom to will and act for surrendering his doership to him. Therefore, he no longer has to make any efforts, so no more ahamyas for him. And thus he becomes still. Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi says in Arunachala Aksharamanamale, verse 43, Tane Tane Tattvam Idane Tane Katuvai Arunachala. So pain and pleasures may come according to prarabdha, but the aspirant has his own freedom to remain in the ever-flowing supreme grace. For this power only he has freedom, and not for obstructing the function of prarabdha. This freedom alone, which is nothing but grace, paves the way for us to be freed from all karmas. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. உனது திருவருளே இந்த உலக காட்சியெல்லாம் மனது வடிவினாய் நீயே மாயையும் ஆகுவையே தனது அறிவொளியாய் இதயம் தங்கும் போதினிலே தனது அறிவொளியாய் இதயம் தங்கும் போதினிலே எனது நானிலதால் தோன்ற எதுவும் இல்லை அயலே எனது நானிலதால் தோன்ற எதுவும் இல்லை அயலே ரமணா உனது திருவருளே இந்த உலக காட்சியெல்லாம் மனது வடிவினாய் நீயே மாயையும் ஆகுவையே அறிவு வடிவினன் நீ ஆனாலும் அருணாச்சலத்தினிலே உறவில் குருவடிவாய் கண்முன் உடலோடுலவினையே அறிவு வடிவினன் நீ ஆனாலும் அருணாச்சலத்தினிலே உறவில் குருவடிவாய் கண்முன் உடலோடுலவினையே மறைவில் அறிவொளியாய் வாழும் வழியை அருளினையே மறைவில் அறிவொளியாய் வாழும் வழியை அருளினையே இறைவன் நினதருளால் என்னை உன் இயல்பில் இணைத்தருளே இறைவன் நினதருளால் என்னை உன் இயல்பில் இணைத்தருளே ரமணா உனது திருவருளே இந்த உலக காட்சியெல்லாம் மனது வடிவினாய் நீயே மாயையும் ஆகுவையே எனது நானிலதால் தோன்ற எதுவும் இலை அயலே இறைவன் நினதருளால் என்னை உன் இயல்பில் இணைத்தருளே ரமணா உன் இயல்பில் இணைத்தருளே ரமணா என்னை உன் இயல்பில் இணைத்தருளே.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Ellen Mayart, a Swiss travel writer and photographer, met the Maharshi in the 1940s. two captivating photographs of Sri Ramana Maharshi, shot by her, are in the photo album Radiance of the Self, published by the Ramana Maharshi Center, Bangalore. I don't think it is within my power to depict the subtle atmosphere which renders the place, the ashram, unique in its setting of dry and hard beauty.
Westerners who come to know the Maharshi feel constrained to say how puzzled they are by the inactivity of the sage. We, having identified ourselves with our bodies, are convinced that one has to be visibly active. We forget that inactivity is the basis of its corollary activity, that the useful will couldn't exist or move without a motionless center. I felt strongly at Tiruvannamalai that such great ones as the Maharshi are the salt of the earth. Something intangible emanates from these realized men. They sanctify the land through their presence. The sage has attained a certitude which makes him free from restlessness, free from fear, desire, and doubt. He can do things no one of us can do because he is egoless. Those who live near him have the conviction that he knew what he was talking about, who knew the why and how of what had been harassing them. They stopped worrying continually about problems they were never meant to solve.
He is a link between what we call the concrete world and the unmanifest. He is a living symbol of that knowledge, without which the humanity of today is but a pitiful joke. He implants a lasting peace in the center of every man's heart. What do we see in the West of today? Every moment adding to the despair of men lost in fruitless researches. Hopelessness gaining ground, each one being obliged to seek a solution along alleys, most of which become blind. The sage of the Vedanta symbolizes a link between the unknowable ultimate and man. The sage relies on actionless activity and carries on wordless teaching.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. « 21 juillet 1946. Dans l'après-midi, messieurs Bhagavan des Nancy, Uttar Pradesh, posa deux questions. Comment procéder pour chercher le je? Quand je médite, j'arrive à un état de vide. Comment poursuivre à partir de là? Bhagavan. Peu importe qu'il y a des visions, des sons ou autre chose, il y a un vide. Êtes-vous présent pendant tout cela ou non? Vous avez dû exister même pendant votre expérience du vide. Sinon, vous ne pourriez pas en parler. Gardez l'esprit fixe sur ce vous et la quête du je. Dans tous les livres du Vedanta, vous pouvez trouver cette question sur le vide que les disciples posent à leur gourou. C'est le mental qui perçoit des objets et fait des expériences. Puis il trouve un vide quand il cesse de percevoir ou de faire des expériences. Mais ce n'est pas vous. Vous êtes la lumière permanente qui illumine non seulement les expériences, mais aussi le vide. C'est comme la lumière du théâtre qui permet de voir la scène, les acteurs, le déroulement de la pièce, mais qui reste encore allumée quand la pièce est terminée, permettant ainsi de savoir qu'il n'y a plus de représentation. Voici un autre exemple. Nous voyons des objets autour de nous. Dans l'obscurité totale, nous ne sommes plus en mesure de les voir. Nous disons alors, je ne vois rien. Pourtant, les yeux sont là pour dire qu'ils ne voient rien. Pareillement, vous êtes toujours présent dans le vide dont vous parlez. Vous êtes le témoin des trois corps, grossier, subtil et causal. Les trois états, veille, rêve et sommeil profond. Les trois temps, passé, présent et futur, ainsi que de cette vacuité. Dans l'histoire du 10e homme, chaque compte le nombre d'hommes présents, mais comme chacun oublie de se compter soi-même, il pense qu'ils ne sont que 9 et qu'il manque un homme, mais ils ne savent pas qui. C'est pareil avec le vide. Nous sommes si habitués à l'idée que tout ce que nous voyons autour de nous est permanent et que nous sommes le corps, que quand tout cela cesse d'exister, nous nous imaginons ne plus exister nous-mêmes. Nous avons peur. Bhagavan cita alors les vers 212 et 213 de Vivekachudamani, dans lesquels le disciple dit: après avoir éliminé les 5 enveloppes en tant que non-soi, je me rends compte qu'il ne reste plus rien. Le gourou répond: le soi ou cela par lequel sont perçues toutes les modifications, y compris l'ego et ses créations, ainsi que leur absence, le vide, est là, en permanence. Puis Bhagavan poursuit sur ce sujet. La nature du soi ou je doit être la lumière. Vous percevez toutes les modifications et leur absence. Comment dire que vous recevez la lumière d'un autre amènerait à se demander d'où il l'a reçu lui-même? Il n'y aurait pas fond à cette chaîne de raisonnement. Vous êtes donc vous-même la lumière. L'exemple courant à ce propos est la suivante. Vous préparez avec divers ingrédients toutes sortes de sucreries aux formes diverses. Elles ont tout un goût sucré, car elles contiennent du sucre et la saveur sucrée, et la nature même du sucre. De même, toutes les expériences, comme aussi leur absence, contiennent la lumière, qui est la nature même du soi. Sans le soi, ces expériences n'existeraient pas. Tout comme sans sucre, aucun des plats que vous préparez ne peut avoir une saveur sucrée. Un peu plus tard, Bhagavan dit, d'abord on voit le soi comme objet, ensuite comme vide, et puis comme le soi. C'est seulement dans cette dernière étape qu'il n'y a plus de voir, car voir, c'est être.
In the afternoon, the following 2 questions were put by Mr. Bhagavan, an elderly visitor from Jhansi in Uttar Pradesh. I am to serve for the I from start to finish. When I meditate, I reach a stage where there is a vacuum or void. Or should I proceed from there? Bhagavan. Never mind whether there are vision or sound or anything else, or whether there is a void. Are you present during all this, or are you not? You must have been there even during the void to be able to say that you experience a void. To be fixated in that you is the quest for the I, from start to finish. In all book on Vedanta, you will find this question or void of nothing being left, raised by the disciple and answered by the guru. It is the mind that sees object and has experience, and that find is a void when it ceases to see and experience, but that is not you. You are the constant illumination that light up both the experiences and the void. It's like the theater light that enables you to see the theater, the actor and the play while the play is going on, but also remain a light and enable you to say that there is no play on when it's all finished. or there is another illustration. We see objects all around us, but in complete darkness, we do not see them and we say, I see nothing. Even then, the eyes are there to say that they see nothing. In the same way, you are there even in the void you mention. You are the witness of the three bodies, the gross, the subtle, and the causal, and of the three states, walking, dream, and deep sleep, and of the three time, past, present, and future, and also of this void. In the story of the 10 men, when each of the 10 contained and thought there were only 9, each one forgetting to count himself. There is a stage when they think one is missing and don't know who it is, and that corresponds to the void. We are so accustomed to the notion that all that we see around us is permanent and that we are this body, that when all this ceases to exist, we imagine and feel that we also have ceased to exist. Bhagavan also quoted verses 212 and 213 from Vivekachudamani, in which the disciples say, after I eliminate the 5 sheets as not self, I found that nothing at all remained. And the Guru replied that the self, or that by which all modification, including the Edo and its creature, and their absence, that is the voice, are persevered, is always there. Then Bhagavan continued speaking on the subject and say, the nature of the self, or I must be illumination. You perceive all modification and their absence, or to say that you get the illumination from another will raise the question how he got it, and there will be no end to the chain of reasoning. So your whole self are the illumination. The usual illustration of this is the following. You make all kinds of sweet or various ingredients, and in various shapes, and they are all taste sweet because there is sugar in all of them, and sweetness is the nature of sugar. And in the same way, all experiences and the absence of them contain the illumination, which is the nature of the self. Without the self, they cannot be experienced, just as without sugar, no one of the articles you make can taste sweet. A little later, Bhagavan also says, first no one sees the self as objects. Then one sees the self as void. Then one sees the self as self. Only in the last there is no seeing because saying is being. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Welcome to the global celebration of Sri Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, the 75th anniversary. Now I am going to read from the Mahanirvana written by Arthur Osborne. There was once a discussion in the Ashram hall as to how long Bhagavan would live. Some quoted the astrologers as saying that he would live to be 80. Others either denied the accuracy of astrology or doubted its applicability to Sri Bhagavan, who had no more karma to work out. Being one with the self, Bhagavan listened to the discussion, smiling but taking no part in it. A newcomer, puzzled by this, asked, "What does Bhagavan think about it?" Bhagavan didn't reply but smiled approvingly as one of the devotees replied for him. Bhagavan does not think about it. The whole last year of his bodily life was an illustration of this. We grieved over the suffering and dreaded the threatened death he didn't. Bhagavan had long suffered from rheumatism, and early in 1949, a small nodule appeared under the elbow of his left arm. In February, the Ashram doctor cut it out, though it was not looked upon as anything serious. Within a month, it returned, larger and more painful, and this time it was recognized as a malignant tumor, and there was general alarm. Doctors came from Madras to operate, but the wound didn't heal, and the tumor very soon began to grow again, larger and higher up. Henceforth, there was an air of tragedy and inevitability about the march of events. The orthodox medical men let it be known they couldn't cure the tumor but could only operate, that it might return after the operation, despite radium treatment. And if it did, it would eventually prove fatal. Those of other schools believed that they could cure it, and that operating could only bring it back in a worse form, as it really happened. During the following months, there were 2 more operations, each with the same result. And there was the deeper feeling of inevitability far beyond the medical, that Bhagavan knew what was appropriate and pitied us for having to witness his suffering and sought to give us strength to endure his body's death. Indeed, this long, painful sickness came to appear more and more as a means of preparing us for the inevitable parting, which many felt they would be unable to endure. More profoundly, it came to appear as payment of the karma he had lifted from us, as expiation of the sins of the world he had taken upon himself. The devotees begged him to give the sickness to them, and he replied, "And who gave it to me will also know how to cure it." We did as surely as though we had crucified him. A schoolgirl was told in a letter about the impending danger and wrote back that Bhagavan knows what is best for us. And the face of the Bhagavan was radiant with pleasure as he read that little girl's letter and commended her wisdom, because she had not said what is best for him, but what is best for all of us. Already frail and weakened by rheumatism, Bhagavan's body now grew steadily weaker. Already by September, the end would have surprised nobody, least of it all the doctors. By December, it had come to be a matter of waiting and counting the weeks and days. By the beginning of 1950, the tumor had reached the shoulder and gone inwards. The doctor said that the pain must be terrible. Bhagavan gave no sign of it. He was smiling and gracious as usual. In fact, more than usual, for towards the end, his face became even softer and more gentle. Right up to the end, his eyes shone with their old radiance, and he insisted on giving darshan to all who came. During the last days, when he was too weak to move, arrangements were made, morning and evening, for the silent throng of worshippers to file past the open doorway where he lay. Only once the ashram authorities, fearing that it was too strenuous for him, cancelled the darshan. But he immediately protested and had it renewed. Some have comforted themselves with the thought that the gnani does not feel pain. But those who were in attendance on Bhagavan were convinced of the reality of the suffering. Indeed, he would sometimes admit there is pain, though he would never say, I have pain. While wearing a body, he accepted the body's sensation, although in constant awareness of the self. He felt heat and cold, distinguished sweet and salt, yellow and red, and with pain as with all other sensation. Only he never for a moment confused the suffering of the body with the self. Today we also remember the founder of Arunachala Ashrama, whose 25th anniversary, Sri Bhagavat. The life and writings of Arunachala Bhakta Bhagavat, who was the founder of the Arunachala Ashram, he incorporated on December 7, 1966. He passed away at the age of 88. We remember April 10th will be the 25th anniversary of Bhagavat, who had completely surrendered to Bhagavan. I will read a small extract from In Search of Self by Arunachala Bhakta Bhagavat, because the life and writings of Arunachala Bhakta Bhagavat began in 1960s. He met Arthur Osborne, a staunch disciple of Sri Ramana Maharshi and the founding editor of the quarterly magazine, The Mountain Path. Bhagavat was making his first pilgrimage to Sri Ramanashramam when Mr. Osborne suggested to him that on his return to the US, he should begin at least weekly meetings. These meetings, Mr. Osborne suggested, should be used to introduce Americans to the teachings of Sri Ramana Maharshi and should also include a period of silent meditation. When he returned to America in 1961, Bhagavat went to organizing these meetings. As the years passed, weekly meetings became daily meetings, and in 1966, Arunachala Ashrama, Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi Center was incorporated and registered in New York State. I will read a small extract of what he wrote in 1968 for on the Samadhi day, April 14. He wrote, "Today is the 18th anniversary." This was in 1968. "Today is the 18th anniversary of Mahasamadhi of my great Guru, Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi. It was on Friday, April 14, 1950, at 8:47 p.m. that Bhagavan shed his mortal frame, which he had borne since December 30th, 1879. On Tuesday morning, September 1st, 1896, the young boy Venkataraman came to Father Arunachala, and from that moment until the body's end at Arunachala, he remained at the holy hill of the beckoned light. When I started writing the present piece in early December 1967, I was so much filled with His grace that I could not help but sit at the typewriter to pound out the deep experience that inundated my whole being. But after typing only 3 paragraphs, I brought to a halt. Although I very much wanted to continue, I could not proceed further. Then the thief friends broke in and stole the Hermes 3000 typewriter from the ashrama. Arriving at the ashrama on December 16, 1967, I became aware of the theft. I am overwhelmed with Bhagavan's grace, and when it becomes difficult to contain it within myself, I sit at the typewriter and type whatever Bhagavan graces me. For me, at any place and any time is good for meditation. Bhagavan's grace has so overwhelmed me that I ride the crest of the wind and travel to the nth place. But where is the nth place in our wide world? That is right in our heart. If we simply withdraw our attention from the external world and turn to the heart, we shall find ourselves diving deep into the river of peace and bliss. At any time, any place, and under any circumstances, we can take a few minutes off of our busy life and spend them in meditation and saturate ourselves with peace and bliss. We at the Arunachala Ashram are deeply indebted to Bhagavad for bringing this Bhagavan's message to the Western world, and we seek Bhagavan's blessings at all times. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Now we are going to start the program with Arunachala Akshamalai by Aruna Ramanan and Ramkumar Sankaran.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Tarunarunamani Kiranavali Tarumaksharamana Mahilmalai.
திருநாடிய திருஅடியார் திருமருள் தெளிய பரவுதல் பொருளாக
கருணாகர முனி ரமணாரியனுவ கையினார் சொல்லியது கதியாக
அருணாச்சலமென அகமே அறிவோடும் ஆழ்வார் சிவனுலகாழ்வாரே அருணாச்சலவரற்கேற்ற அக்ஷரமண மாலை சாற்ற கருணாகர கணபதியே கரமருளை காப்பாயே.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சலம் என அகமே நினைப்பவர் அகத்தை வேறறுப்பாய் அருணாச்சலா.
அழகு சுந்தரம் போலகமும் நீயுமுற்ற பிணமாயிருப்போம் அருணாச்சலா.
பாபுகும் தீர்த்து உன் அககுகை சிறையாய் அமர்வித்ததன் கொல் அருணாச்சலா.
ஆறு காயனையாண்டனை அகற்றிடில் அகிலம் பழித்திடும் அருணாச்சலா.
பழித்த புனையே நினைப்பித்தாய் இனி யார் விடுவார் அருணாச்சலா.
இன்றிடும் மன்னையற் பெரிதருள் புரிவோய் இதுவோ உனதருள் அருணாச்சலா.
உனையே மாற்றி ஓடாதுளத்தின் உறுதியாயிருப்பாய் அருணாச்சலா.
ஊர் சுற்றுளம் விடாதுனை கண்டடங்கிட உன்னழகை காட்டருணாச்சலா.
என்னை அழித்திப்போதெனை கலவாவிடில் இதுபோ ஆண்மை அருணாச்சலா.
ஏன் இந்த உறக்கம் என்னை பிறர் இழுக்க இது உனக்கழகோ அருணாச்சலா.
ஐம்புல கள்வர் அகத்தினில் புகும்போர் அகத்தினில் இல்லையோ அருணாச்சலா.
ஒருவனாம் உன்னை ஒளித்தவர் வருவார் உன் சூதே இது அருணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா.
ஓங்கார பொருளோ உயர்வில்லோய் உனையார் அறிவார் அருணாச்சலா.
அவ்வை போல் எனக்கு உன் அருளை தந்தனை ஆளுவதுன் கடன் அருணாச்சலா.
கண்ணுக்கு கண்ணாய் கண்ணின்றி காணுனை காணுவதவர் பார் அருணாச்சலா.
காந்தம் இரும்பு போல் கவர்ந்தனை விடாமல் கலந்தேனோடிருப்பாய் அருணாச்சலா.
கிரி உருவாகிய கிருபை கடலே கிருபை கூந்தருளுவாய் அருணாச்சலா.
கீழ்மேலெங்கும் கிளரொளி மணியன் கீழ்மையை பாழ் செய் அருணாச்சலா.
குற்றமுற்றது தன்னை குணமாய் பணித்தாள் குரு உருவாய் ஒளிர் அருணாச்சலா.
கூர்வாழ் கண்ணியர் கொடுமையில் படாதருள் கூர்ந்தனை சேர்ந்தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
கெஞ்சியும் வஞ்சியாய் கொஞ்சமும் இறங்கிலை அஞ்சலன்றே அருள் அருணாச்சலா.
கேளாதளிக்கும் உன் கேடில் புகழை கேடு செய்யாதருள் அருணாச்சலா.
கையினில் கனியுன் மெய்ரசம் கொண்டுவர் கைவெறி கொளருள் அருணாச்சலா.
கொடியீட்டடியரை கொல்லுனை காட்டி கொண்டெங்கன் வாழ்வேன் அருணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala.
Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala.
கோபமில் குணத்தோய் குறியாயனை கொள உரையன் செய்தேன் அருணாச்சலம்.
கௌதமர் போற்றும் கருணை மாமலையே கடைக்கணி தாழ்வாய் அருணாச்சலா.
சகலமும் விழுங்கும் கதிரொளி நமன ஜலஜமலர்த்தீடருணாச்சலம்.
சாப்பாடுன்னை சார்ந்துணவாயான் சாந்தமாய் போவன் அருணாச்சலா.
சித்தம் குளிர கதிஹஸ்தம் வைத்த முதவாய் எய்திர அருள்மதி அருணாச்சலம்.
சீரையழித்து நிர்வாணமாய் செய்தருள் சீரையழித்தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
சுகக்கடல் பொங்க சொல் உணரடங்க சும்மா பொருந்திடங்கருணாச்சலம்.
சூது செய்தென்னை சோதியாதி நீ உன் ஜோதி ஒரு காட்டர்ணாச்சலா.
செப்படி விதை கற்றேப்படி மயக்குவே உருப்படு வித்தை காட்டருணாச்சலம்.
சேராய நின்மை நீராயுருகி கண்ணீராற்றழிவேன் அருணாச்சலா.
செய்யன தள்ளி செய்வினை சுடுமலால் உய்வகையதுரை அருணாச்சலம்.
சொல்லாது சொல்லி நீ சொல்லறனில் என்று சும்மாயிருந்தாய் அருணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா.
சோம்பியாய் சும்மா சுகமுண்டுறங்கிடு சொல்வேரெங்கதி அருணாச்சலம்.
சௌரியங்காட்டினை சழக்கற்றதென்று சலியாதிருந்தாய் அருணாச்சலா.
ஞமலியற் கேடா நானென்னுருதியார் நாடினின் உருவே அருணாச்சலம்.
ஞானமில்லாது உன் ஆசையற்றளர் ஞானம் தெரித்தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
நீமிருபோல் நீயும் மலர்ந்திலை என்று நேர் நின்றனையன் அருணாச்சலம்.
தத்துவம் தெரியா தத்தனை ஊற்றாய் தத்துவம் இதுவென் அருணாச்சலா.
தானே தானே தத்துவம் இதனை தானே காட்டுவாய் அருணாச்சலம்.
திரும்பி அகந்தனை தினமக கண்காண் தெரியும் என்றனை என் அருணாச்சலா.
வீரமிலகத்தில் தேடியும் தனையான் திரும்பவற்றேன் அருள் அருணாச்சலம்.
துப்பறிவெல்லா எப்பிறப்பெண் பயன் ஒப்பிடவாயேன் அருணாச்சலா.
தூய் மனமொழியார் தோயும் உண்மையாகம் தோயவே அருளன் அருணாச்சலம்.
தெய்வமென்றுன்னை சாரவை என்னை சேர ஒழித்தாய் அருணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலம்.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா.
தேடாதுற்றன திருவருள் நிதியாக தியக்கம் தீர்த்தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
தைரியமோடு முன்மெய்யக நாடையான் தத்தழிந்தேன் அருள் அருணாச்சலா.
தொட்டருள் கைமை கட்டிடாய் நிலியாய் நட்டமாவேன் அருள் அருணாச்சலா.
தோடமில் நீயகத்தோடொன்றி என்று சந்தோடமென்றிடவருள் அருணாச்சலா.
நகைக்கிடமிலை நின்னாடிய எனை அருள் நகையிட்டு பார் நீ அருணாச்சலா.
நான் இல்லை நாடிட நானாய் ஒன்று நீ ஸ்தானுவான் என்றனை அருணாச்சலா.
நின் நெறி எரித்தனை நீராக்கிடவும் நின் அருள் மழை பொழி அருணாச்சலா.
நீ நானர புலி நிதங்களி மயமா நின்றிடு நிலையருள் அருணாச்சலா.
நுண்ணுரு உனையான் விண்ணுரு நன்னிட எண்ணலையிருமென் அருணாச்சலா.
நூலறிவறியா பேதையனென்றன் மாலறிவருத்தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
நெக்கு நெக்குருகியான் புக்கிட உனை புக நக்கனானின்றனை அருணாச்சலா.
நேசமில் எனக்கு உன் ஆசையை காட்டினி மோசம் செய்யாதருள் அருணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா.
நைந்தழிகனியான் நலநிலை பதத்தில் நாடியுட்கொள் நலம் அருணாச்சலா.
நொண்டிடாதொன்றனை தந்தனை கொண்டிலை அந்தக நீ என கருணாச்சலா.
நோக்கிய கருதினை தாக்கிய பக்குவம் ஆக்கினி ஆண்டருள் அருணாச்சலா.
பற்றிமால் விடந்தலை உற்றிரு முனமருள் பற்றிட அருள் புரிய அருணாச்சலா.
பார்த்தருள் மாலர பார்த்திலை எனின் அருள் பாருணக்கார் சொல்வர் அருணாச்சலா.
பித்து வித்துணை நேர்பித்த நாக்கினையருள் பித்தம் தெளி மருந்தருணாச்சலா.
பீதியில் உனை சார் பீதியில் என்னை சேர் பீதி உந்தனக்கேன் அருணாச்சலா.
புல்லறிவேதுரை நல்லறிவேதுரை புல்லிடவே அருள் அருணாச்சலா.
பூமண மாமனம் பூரணமணம் கொள பூரணமணம் அருள் அருணாச்சலா.
பெயர் நினைத்திடவே பிடித்திழுத்தனையும் பெருமையார் அறிவார் அருணாச்சலா.
பேய்த்தனம் விட பேயாய் பிடித்தனை பேயனாக்கினயன் அருணாச்சலா.
பைங்கொடியானான் பற்றின்றி வாடாமல் பற்று கொடாய் காரணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா.
கொடியார் மயக்கியன் போதத்தை பறித்து உன் போதத்தை காட்டினை அருணாச்சலா.
போக்கும் வரவுமில் பொது வெளி நிலருள் போராட்டம் காட்டர்ணாச்சலா.
பௌதிகமாமுடல் பற்றற்று நாளுமுன் பவிஷு கண்டுரருள் அருணாச்சலா.
மலை மருந்திட நீ மலைத்திடவோ அருள் மலை மருந்தாயொளிர் அருணாச்சலா.
மானம் கொண்டுருபவர் மானத்தை அழித்தபி மானமில்லாதொளீர் அருணாச்சலா.
மிஞ்சிடில் கெஞ்சிடும் கொஞ்சவரிவனியான் வஞ்சியாதருள் என்னை அருணாச்சலா.
மிகாமல் இல்லாமல் மாற்றலை களம் ஆகாமல் காத்தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
முடியடி காணா முடிவிடு தனை நேர் முடிவிட கடனில்லை அருணாச்சலா.
மூக்கிலன் முன் காட்டு முகுரமாகாதனை தூக்கி அணைந்தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
மெய்யகத்தின் மனமென் மலரணையில் நாம் மெய் கலந்திட அருள் அருணாச்சலா.
மேன்மே தாழ்ந்திடு மெல்லியர் சேர்ந்து நீ மேன்மையுற்றனையன் அருணாச்சலா.
மைமயனித்தருள் மையினால் உனது உன் மைவசமாக்கினை அருணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா.
மொட்டையடித்தனை வெட்ட வெளியில் நீ நட்டமாடினையன் அருணாச்சலா.
மோகம் தவிர்த்து உன் மோகமாய் வைத்துமென் மோகம் தீராயன் அருணாச்சலா.
மௌனியாய்கள் போல் மலராதிருந்தான் மௌனமிதாமோ அருணாச்சலா.
எவனின் வாயுள் மண்ணினையாட்டி என் பிழை பொழித்தது அருணாச்சலா.
யாரும் அறியாதன் மதியினை மருட்டி எவர் கொலை கொண்ட அருணாச்சலா.
ரமணனுரைத்தேன் ரோஷம் கொள்ளாதென்னை ரமித்திட செய்யவார்ணாச்சலா.
ராப்பகலில்லா வெறுவெளி வீட்டில் ரமித்திடுவோம் அருணாச்சலா.
லட்சியம் வைத்தருள் அஸ்திரம் வேட்டனை பக்ஷித்தாய் பிராணனுடர்ணாச்சலா.
லாபனீக பர லாபமில்லெனையுற்று லாபமெனூற்றனை அருணாச்சலா.
வரும்படி சொல்லிலை வந்தன் படியள வருந்திடும் தலை விதி அருணாச்சலா.
வாவென்றகம்புக்குள் வாழ்வருளன்றே என் வாழ்விழந்தேன் அருள் அருணாச்சலா.
விட்டிடில் கஷ்டமாம் விட்டிடாதுனை உயிர் விட்டிட அருள் புரிய அருணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா.
வீடு விட்டீர் துள விடுவுக்கு பையவுன் வீடு காட்டினை அருள் அருணாச்சலா.
வெளிவிட்டேனுன் செயல் வெறுத்திடாதுன் அருள் வெளிவிட்டனை காருணாச்சலா.
வேதாந்தத்தே வேரற விளங்கும் வேத பொருளருள் அருணாச்சலா.
வைத்தலை வாழ்த்தா வைத்தருள் குடியா வைத்தனை விடாதருள் அருணாச்சலா.
அம்பு விலாலி போல் அன்புரு நிலனை அன்பாக்கரை தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
அருணை என்றென்னையான் அருள் கனிப்பட்டேன் உன் அருள் வலை தப்புமோ அருணாச்சலா.
சிந்தீர் தருள் பட சிலந்தி போர் காட்டி சிறையீட்டுந்தனை அருணாச்சலா.
அன்போடு நாமம் கீழ அன்பர்தம் அன்பர் அன்பனாயிடவருள் அருணாச்சலா.
என்போரும் தீனரை புறக்காத்து நீ என்னாலும் வாழ்ந்தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
என்புரு கன்பர்தம் சொற்கோள் செவியும் என் உன்மொழி கொள வருள் அருணாச்சலா.
பொறுமயமூதர சொலை நன் சொலால் பொறுத்தருள் இஷ்டம் பின் அருணாச்சலா.
மாலை அளித்தருணாச்சல ரமணாயன் மாலை அணிந்தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
மாலை அளித்தருணாச்சல ரமணாயன் மாலை அணிந்தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சலம் வாழி அன்பர்களும் வாழி அக்ஷரமண மாலை வாழி.
ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீரமணாய.
Thank you, Aruna and Ramkumar. Now, Aditi Iyer is going to sing.
जनार्ति हरणनिपुणं श्रीरमण सद्गुरुं तं चिन्तयाम्यहं. श्रुतजनार्ति हरणनिपुणं श्रीरमण सद्गुरुं तं चिन्तयाम्यहं. श्रुतजनार्ति हरणनिपुणं श्रीरमण सद्गुरुं तं चिन्तयाम्यहं. श्रुतजनार्ति हरणनिपुणं श्रीरमण सद्गुरुं तं चिन्तयाम्यहं. सारमधुर मृदु सुभाषं सारमधुर मृदु सुभाषं दूरीकृत घोरकलुषं सारमधुर मृदु सुभाषं दूरीकृत घोरकलुषं धीरं वैराग्यवपुषं दीनजन परिपोषकं सार दीनजना परिपोषकं देवं मानुषवेषम् देवं मानुषवेषं दिव्यं तेजोवपुषं देवं मानुषवेषं दिव्यं तेजोवपुषं सौम्यं सद्गुणभूषं सर्वोपनिषद्विदूषं श्रीरमण सद्गुरुं तं चिन्तयाम्यहम् आवर्त नगरोत मे द्विजकुल संजात भाग्यम् आवर्त नगरोत मे द्विजकुल संजात भाग्यम् अरुणाचलेश्वरार्पित चित्तपत्वबालम् अरुणाचलेश्वरार्पित चित्तपत्वबालम् भक्तचरित श्रवणासक्तं भगवत्यनुग्रहवन्दं भक्तचरित श्रवणासक्तं भगवत्यनुग्रहवन्दं शक्तिनिपातवैचित्र्येण प्राप्तं मृत्युभीतिमन्तम् कोऽहमित्यन्तर्मुख विचारेति समर्थम् कोऽहमित्यन्तर्मुख विचारेति समर्थं नाहमित्यनात्मानं नेति कृतचतुरं सोऽहम् इत्यात्मसन्दर्शन बहुधनवन्तं सर्वशक्तिमन्त श्रीमन्त साक्षात् श्रीभगवन्तं श्री रमण सद्गुरुं तं चिन्तयाम्यहम् कोऽहमित्यन्तर्मुख विचारेति समर्थं नाहमित्यनात्मानं नेति कृतचतुरं सोऽहमित्यात्मसन्दर्शन बहुधनवन्तं सर्वशक्तिमन्त श्रीमन्त साक्षात् श्रीभगवन्तं श्रीरमण सद्गुरुं तं चिन्तयाम्यहम् श्रुतजनार्तिहरणनिपुणं श्रीरमण सद्गुरुं तं
Thank you, Aditi. Now, Hema and Badri are going to sing.
உன்னையோத்த ஒரு புருஷோனையில் அன்னையோத்த அருள் குருவாகிய நின்னையோத்த ரமணமே வேதியன் தன்னை கண்டவர் தம்மை மறப்பரே ஆதிவேதியன் அன்புருவாகியோர் ஜோதி மாமலை சோனையில் வந்தவா நீதியோது ரமணனே நிரஞ்சன காதிலோது கதி பெருமாற்றமே பஞ்சபூத தடங்கிடா பாவனன் மஞ்சுரும் குகை மாவிரு பாட்சியில் பஞ்சு தங்கு பதத்துடன் நீனான் செஞ்சொல்லின்ப ரமணமே தேசிகன் மண்ணும் நீரும் வளர்ந்தெழுதேயுகும் விண்ணும் காலும் நுழைந்து விளங்கிடும் என்னும் சங்கையும் எல்லையுமின்றிய கண்ணு காவி ரமணனின் காதலன் அருணை வாழும் அழகனமுதனின் கருணை வாழும் கடவுளன் காட்சியான் தருண ஞான சதோதய சூரியன் பொருளந்தரு பூரண போதகன் கஞ்சமாலும் கடிந்தெழுந்தோடியும் மிஞ்சி நின்று மிளிரும் பொறுப்பிடை கொஞ்சி நின்று குலவுவதன்றியும் நெஞ்சினுள்ளம் ரமண நிறைந்தனன் வாரும் வாரும் ரமண மகாமுனி தாரும் தாரும் அருளென தாழ்த்திட ஆரும் கோரும் வரமதளிப்பவன் காருள்ளூரி கசிந்திடுமாறியா தங்கும் இன்ப ததும்பிடு பாடலா சங்கையின்றி ஜகத்தொழில் ஞானியான் கங்கை தங்கு கடவுளுருவினான் இங்கு தங்கும் இறைவன் ரமணனே ஏதிசையரும் அன்பரும் எய்தியே அத்தனத்தன் என தொழுதேத்துவார் மூத்தன் ஆனந்த மோனரமணனை சத்து சீத்தன தாவி தொழுவரே வாழி வாழி ரமண மகாகுரு வாழி வாழி அருண மகாகிரி வாழி வேங்கடன் வாழ் சொல்லும் பாடல்கள் வாழி ஊழிதோர் அன்பர்கள் வாழியே வாழி வாழி ரமண மகாகுரு வாழி வாழி அருண மகாகிரி வாழி வேங்கடன் வாழ் சொல்லும் பாடல்கள் வாழி ஊழிதோர் அன்பர்கள் வாழியே.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Thank you, Hema and Badri. Now Ravi Ramaswamy is going to chant Ramana Chatvarimshat.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Vande Sri Ramanashe Acharyasya Padabhyam Yo me Dashayadhisham Bhantam Dvantamaditya Kataya Nijaya Kalusham Harata Karuna Nidhinaruna Shailajusha Kagavahana Bhashita Tattvavida Rushavahana Mauna Rahasya Bhuta Panaranmuka Suri Sabha Guruna Guna Sanchaya Ratna Mahodadina Ghanagura Sahasra Karena Yata Tanu Kanchuka Gupta Maha Mahasa Chaturena Chalendriya Nigrahane Patuna Parikiya Guna Grahane Chalavarjita Mauna Samadhi Jusha Balatarjita Bhikara Kamarusha Jataram Samaye Paripurayata Katinam Vrata Madritate Charata Jashaketana Shastra Durapahuda Krushimatma Vibhoda Vidhau Dhadata Bhavabhikara Varinidhim Tarata Karatamarasena Supatravata Swadrushadika Shitala Kanti Bhuta Vayamangri Saroja Jusham Harata Namatamati Bhakti Matam Nidina Ghanatapa Vidhunana Sannidina Yati Dharma Tatim Paripalayata Paritaschatamo Vinivarayata Paninayaka Varna Gunaugamuta Bhanati Priya Satyahita Bhanata Bahumana Vashadhayata Sukitam Avamana Tatera Vidhunavata Yatinamadi Kushagalasan Matina Drutina Shita Chitta Bhuva Laharim Pramadasya Sadavahata Nihatantara Shastrava Samhatina Bhagavat Padamanya Jana Sulabham Swagunairadigatya Param Jayata Mamatara Hitena Satam Nitena Gana Prabhuna Hudaye Dharani Dhara Jangama Pityajata Dharani Talavasita Modutaye Naravesha Bhruta Nagarandra Kruta Ramanena Sanatamidam Bhuvanam Paradeshine Vadhavalena Vasasaha Shakalena Veshtita Kativishobhina Varadeshikena Naravesha Dharina Shikivahanena Gurumajjagadbhave Atita Guna Jalaya Naistika Brahmacharine Namo Maya Manushaya Gurave Tarakaraye Yana Yatana Kekinam Kulapati Snanayana Swarnadi Vanaya Kshuti Brahmahendra Duhitar Nastanya Duktamrutam Ganaya Pramatheshwaraha Savayaso Naivatra Veena Mruto Vasam Shona Girau Karoshi Bhagavan Kronchadibeta Kutaha Ekam Vakramumankavasa Viraha Panau Nashaktayudam Matyartvam Napatakinī cha Prutuna Pashadvayena Kinam Vesholam Punaresha Muktanayana Prachadane Bhujisham Antardhanamupayishitara Karipo Kvastanyadhaya Dataha Kejityoga Vidam Purassaraiti Pragnani Buddhya Pare Sadhu Kastiditare Gurudiya केऽप्यङ्घ्रिपद्मं तव सेवन्ते रमणाभिधानमनुजक्षेमाय जातक्षितौ द्वित्रा त्वां गिरिजाङ्गपीठनिलयं जानन्ति देवं गुहम् ओङ्कारार्थमुपादिशो भगवते वाणी मनोहारिणे तातायाप्युपदेष्टम् उद्यतमभुत् किञ्चित् त्वदीयं मुखम् ज्येष्ठस्याद्य सहोदरस्य गुरुतां प्राप्नोति धीगौरवात् सुब्रह्मण्यकनिष्ठतामपि गतः सर्वाधिकत्वं गुणैः यत्पूर्वं श्रुतिपारदर्शिदिशनो द्वैपायनोऽध्यारुहत् पश्चाद्बोधकलाविदूततिमिर शङ्कापः शङ्करः तत्सम्प्रत्यखिलावनीतलजुषाम् आचार्यसिंहासनं देवत्वां प्रतिवीक्षते नरतनो गीर्वाणसेनापते धर्मे नाशमुपागते त्रिभुवने पर्याकुले पापतः प्रज्ञाने परितो गिरां पतिमुद सञ्चार्यमाणे जनैः सद्भावे परमेश्वरस्य च पितुः सन्देहडोलां गते द्वीपकैतवमत्यकेकितुरग त्वामन्तरः कस्सतां वैराग्यं तव वित्तमस्तु करुणां शक्नोषि हातुं कथं दुष्यस्तेस्तु समुद्यम पितृपदाध्यानं च किं तादृशं कामस्तेस्तु विगर्हितो विनमतां रक्षा च किं गर्हिता स्कन्दच्छद्ममनुष्य किं न समयं कञ्चित् समुद्वीक्ष्यसे दूरं याहि कुवादधर्मवृषते नेतः परं पङ्गुता दुर्भ्रान्ते भुवनं जयीहि परितो वर्धस्व संसत्सताम् सोदर्येण समन्वितो भुवविमां प्राप्तो गुरुग्रामणि शूरान्तःपुरनेत्र विभ्रमहरो देवो भवानी सुतः जन्मस्थानमवाप्य गुप्तमहमो यो भेदमाधूतवान् भूतानां चरतां पृथक् विदर्याम् आत्मैव यो भासते देहं सर्वमिदं जगच्च विभवात् आक्रम्य यः प्रोलसत् एकस्तं गुरुमूर्तिमानमतरे लम्बोदरभ्रातरम् अन्तर्यश्च बहिर्विदूततिमिरं ज्योतिर्मयं शाश्वतं स्थानं प्राप्य विराजते विनमताम् अज्ञानमुन्मूलयन् पश्यन् विश्वमपीदमुल्लसति यो विश्वस्य पारे परः तस्मै श्रीरमणाय लोकगुरवे शोकस्य हन्ते नमः प्रसरदादिता शुभविलोकितं रमणते सकृत् फलतु मे कृतं रमण जन्मिना मयि भवान् गुरु अभिद आशयास्तव महानुरु जगदहं परा स्फुरति मे त्रयं तदभिदं गिरास्तव विसंशयं त्वदुपदेशतो कलति संविदा मयि निरन्यया सदहमोर्विदा अहमियोऽन्तरास्तममलं हृदि अनुभवेम भोस्तव कृपा यदि न करुणा गुणास्तव विदां पते हृदय तेजसा सहज वैवते तव तनुर्ज्वलात्यनग विद्युता तव दुर्गा तथा लसति भास्वता कबलितं मनास्तव विभो हृदा त्वमसि सन्ततं विलसितो मुदा भुवन भूपते भगवतः कृते भवति पाचको यमवतां पते नरपशूनिमानहमिताडयन् परशिवोदनं वितनुषे पचन् तिमिराणि न केवलं वचोभिः करुणापाङ्गविलोकितैश्च नृणां हृदये प्रसरन्ति मर्दयन्तं भगवन्तं रमणं गुरुं नमामि भवजलनिधिं गाहं गाहं चिरादलसालसाम् पदजलरुहद्वन्दद्वीपं शितां तव सम्प्रति रमण भगवन् कल्याणानां निकेतनपायिनः तदयदयया सिक्तै भक्तानपाङ्गविलोकितैः यदि न जननी स्तन्यं दद्या शिशोर्पतः का गतिः यदि पशुपति क्रोधं कुर्यात् पशोरवनं कुतः यदि पदजुषाम् आचार्यत्वं निहंसि न संशयम् भ्रमशतत्पराभूता ये ते तरन्तु भवं कथम् विशदहसिते पूर्णा शान्तिः सुधाकरसोदरे स्थिरपृतलयोः पूर्णा शक्तिदृशो रतुलार्चिषोः हृदयकमले नित्या निष्ठा बहिश्च शरत्प्रभे रमण भगवन् को वा मौनिस्तमस्तव भूतले देवी शक्तिरियं दृशोषितज्जनध्वान्तक्षयादायिनी देवी श्रीरियमम्बुजाक्षमहिषी वक्रे सहस्रच्छते देवी ब्रह्मवधूरियं विजयते व्याहारगूढापरा विश्वाचार्य महानुभाव रमण त्वां स्तोतु कप्राकृतः तोहं जातो रमण भगवन् पादयोस्तेदविष्टो यद्यप्यस्मिन् महति समये शक्तिलास्ये प्रवृत्ते सूर्यस्येवाज्वलितमहसो दूरगां नाथ शक्तिं विश्वस्याग्रां स्तव मम मनो वीतदुःखं तथापि तद्भागधेयमसमानमनेकमौनी वासार्जितं क्षुतभृतः खलु लोहितस्य अङ्गीचकार भगवान् रमणो महर्षिः अन्येषु सस्तु यदिमं बहुशस्थलेषु शान्तिर्नितान्तमधिकः परमास्य शक्तिः वैराग्यमत्मुततं करुणातु सान्द्र ज्ञानं निरस्तकुहनं मधुरं च वृत्तं ऋणां निर्दशनमयं रमणो महर्षिः नारसिंहर्गणपतिर्वासिष्ठो रमणं गुरुं चत्वारिंशन्मितैः पद्यैः स्कन्धांशं स्तुतवार्निशम् ॐ नमो भगवते श्रीरमणाय।
Thank you, Ravi. Now, Lavanya and Ananya are going to sing.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Monarupa Guruve Namo Nama Jnanadeva Aruna Namo Nama Unamatra Kumara Namo Nama Guru Ramana Samaveda Uraye Namo Nama Kamam Vella Gadiye Namo Nama Samam Vanda Tiruve Namo Nama Tiruramana Pasam Vita Padiye Namo Nama Vasam Keta Niraye Namo Nama Nisam Tallum Nilaye Namo Nama Arul Ramana Deebam Yengum Valarum Namo Nama Sabam Nikum Guruve Namo Nama Tabam Pokum Tunaye Namo Nama Karuramana Adiyandam Maritai Namo Nama Odivonga Bolitai Namo Nama Yadi Yendai Anitum Namo Nama Iruramana Maybe Vanda Uruve Namo Nama வாவி தந்த தருவே நமோ நம யாவிலுள்ள இருப்பே நமோ நம உரு ரமணா காணான் கண்ணில் களிப்பே நமோ நம பேண நின்ற பெருமானமோ நம ஆனவத்தை அறுத்தே நமோ நம ஒளி ரமணா நானார் கண்டே அருளே நமோ நம ஆனந்தத்தில் அமர்ந்தே நமோ நம தானாய் நின்றே ஒளிர்வாய் நமோ நம நமோ ரமணா நமோ ரமணா நமோ ரமணா. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ ரமணாய.
Thank you, Lavanya and Ananya. Now Rama Shivaram is going to sing.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Song is by Sadhu Om. Unake namaskaram, unake namaskaram, unake namaskaram, unmai param porule Ramana. மனக்கண் விளக்கிடும் மகக்கண்மணியே உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். பார்க்கும் பொழுதெல்லாம் என்னுள் இருந்தவை பார்ப்பதோடென்னையும் பார்ப்பவனே ஊக்கமென களித்துய்க்கும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். கேட்கும் பொழுதெல்லாம் என்னுள் இருந்தவை கேட்பதோடென் குரல் கேட்பவனே ஊக்கமளி தென்னை ஒய்க்கும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். ஓம் ரமணா ஸ்ரீ ரமணா. முகரும் பொழுதெல்லாம் என்னுள் இருந்தவை முகர்வதோடென்னை முகர்பவனே உகந்த பேரின்பியாய் நாள் ஒய்க்கும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். சுவைக்கும் பொழுதெல்லாம் என்னுள் இருந்தவை சுவைப்பதோடென்னை சுவைப்பவனே உவக்கும் கருணையால் ஒய்க்கும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். தொட்டிடும் போதெல்லாம் என்னுள் இருந்தவை தொட்டறிந்துன்னை தொடுபவனே உட்பலமிந்தன்னை ஒய்க்கும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். எண்ணுவதெல்லாம் அறிந்தென்னுள் எண்ண ஓர் எண்ணமில்லாதனை எண்ணுவனே உண்ணுவதென்னை உகந்த ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். ஓம் ரமணா ஸ்ரீ ரமணா. அறிபவையாவும் அறிந்தகத்தென்னை அறிந்தவர் என்றும் அமர்பவனே உருந்துயரின்றியே உய்க்கும் ரமணா, உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். தூங்கும் பொழுதெல்லாம் தூக்கம் கனவுமென் தோற்றமும் கண்டு துலங்குவனே, ஓங்கும் அறிவொளி ஒய்க்கும் ரமணா, உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். மாயம் மூடலாக மாயம் அழித்தென்னை வாழ்வித்து நான் என வாழ்பவனே, ஓயும்படிக்கென்னை உண்ணும் ரமணா, உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். எல்லா பொழுதிலும் எல்லாவிடத்திலும் எல்லாமும் என்னுள் இருப்பவனே, உல்லாசமாய் உலாவும் ரமணா, உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ ரமணாய.
Thank you, Rama. Now, Yan Ganesh is going to sing.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya. This is a song by Sri Ilayaraja from Sri Ramana. பாவம் தீர்த்திடும் கங்கையும் பாலின் வெண்ணீர பிறை திங்களும் மேவிடும் பனிமேருவும் கொண்ட ஈசனே பரமேசனே, பாவகங்கைகள் பாய்ந்து ஓடிடும் பாழ்மனத்து பராரியான், பாவகங்கைகள் பாய்ந்து ஓடிடும் பாழ்மனத்து பராரியான், சிவனே கொண்டு செல்கிறேன் சீரியன் சிந்தையுள் செலுத்துவாய், கூப்பிடும் கைகள் கொண்டுனை தோழும் கோடி கோடின தேவரும் கூவுவார் கூடி பாடுவார் ஏற்றும் குன்றுரு கொண்ட குருவனே, காப்பிடும் காயத்தோப்பிலே காலம் போக்கிடும் கடை கேடன் யான், காப்பிடும் காயத்தோப்பிலே காலம் போக்கிடும் கடை கேடன் யான், காத்து நீ கரை சேர்த்திடாய் ஏனை ஏற்றிடாய் தாளில் ஏற்றுவாய், மெய்யிலே நான் மறையிலே நடுமையென உள்வுறைந்தவா, தையர்க்கே தன்னை தந்தவா தயை கொண்டவா தாயின் மேலவா, பொய்யிலே புழு பொய்யிலே கிடந்தையனே என்றற்றுவேன், பொய்யிலே புழு பொய்யிலே கிடந்தையனே என்றற்றுவேன், மெய்யுலகத்துக்கேத்தியே என்றன் மென்மைக்கே கைகள் காட்டுவாய், பிச்சையே உனதிச்சையாய் கொண்டு சுற்றி காடு கொண்டு திரிந்தவா, எச்சில் வைத்து ருசித்து தந்ததை மெச்சி உண்ட மேலானவா, பிச்சையாய் வினை மிச்சமே இட்ட நச்சு தேகம் கிடைக்கிறேன், பிச்சையாய் வினை மிச்சமே இட்ட நச்சு தேகம் கிடக்கிறேன், மெச்சிவாய் புகழ்ந்தேத்தினேன் மேல மலர் என் தாளில் ஏற்றுவாய், எண்ணிலாதவர் என்னிடும் எண்ணற்கரியவா எமக்குரியவா, என்னிடில் எண்ணற்கெளியவா பாண்டி தென்னவா எங்கள் மன்னவா, என்னிடா வந்த தேகமே இதில் என்னதான் பண்ணற்காகுமோ, என்னிடா வந்த தேகமே இதில் என்னதான் பண்ணற்காகுமோ, அண்ணலே கண்ணின் மின்னலால் இந்த பின்னலை பிரித்தோட்டிடு, உன்னை நாடிய தென்சுழி என்னை தன்னை போல் செய்த தன்மையா, பின்னை நாடிய அன்பர்க்கிண்ணமும் தீர்க்கும் மன்னனை கொண்டவா, உன்னை பாடிடும் என்னை நீ இனி என்ன செய்திடப் போகிறாய்? உன்னை பாடிடும் என்னை நீ இனி என்ன செய்திடப் போகிறாய்? அன்பினால் அருள் கண்ணில் நோக்கி உன் மென்மலரடி சேர்த்திடு. அன்பினால் அருள் கண்ணில் நோக்கி உன் மென்மலரடி சேர்த்திடு. ரமண சத்குரு ரமண சத்குரு ரமண சத்குரு ராயனே. 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 ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ அருணாச்சல ரமணாய.
Thank you, Ganesh. Now, Vishwanathan Rajagopalan is going to chant.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Mandukyopanishad. Om Bhadram Karnebhih Shrunuyama Devaha Bhadram Pashyemakshabhiryajatraha Sthirairangai Stuštubagum Sastanubhi Vyashema Devahitam Yadayuhu Swasti na Indro Vruddhashrabaha Swasti na Pusha Vishvavedaha Swasti nastarksho arishtanemihi Swasti no bruhaspatir dadhatu Om Shanti 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 Om Ityetadaksharamidagum sarvam tasyopavyakhanam bhutam bhavad bhavishyaditi sarvam onkara eva Yacchanyattrikalatītam tadapyomkara eva Sarvagum hetad brahmayamatma brahma soyamatma chatushpat Jagaritasthano bahishpragyas saptanga ekonavimshati mukhasthula bhugvaishvanarah prathamah padaha Swapnasthanontav pragyas saptanga ekonavimshati mukhah pravivikta bhuktaijasod dvitiyah padaha Yatra supto na kanchana kamam kamayate na kanchana swapnam pashyati tat sushuptam Sushuptasthana eki bhutav pragyana ghana evanandamayo hyananda bhukcheto mukhav prajñas tritiyah padaha Esha sarveshvara esha sarvagya eshontaryam yesha yonis sarvasya prabhavapyayau hi bhutanam Nantah pragyam na bahishpragyam no bhayatah pragyam na pragyana ghanam na pragyam na pragyam Adrishtamavyabaharyamagrahyamalakshanamachintyamavyapadeshyamekatma pratyayasaram prapanchopashamam shantam shivamadvaitam chaturtham manyante sa atma sa vigneyah सोऽयमात्माध्यक्षरमोङ्कारोऽधिमात्रं पादामात्रा मात्राश्च पादा अकार उकारो मकार इति जागरितस्थानो वैश्वानरो अकारः प्रथमा मात्राप्तेरादिमत्वाद्वाप्नोति ह वै सर्वान् कामानादिश्च भवति य एवं वेद Swapnasthanastaijas ukaro dvitiya matroत्कर्षादुभयत्वाद्वोत्कर्षति ह वैज्ञान संततिं समानश्च भवति नास्या ब्रह्मवित्कुले भवति य एवं वेद सुषुप्तस्थानः प्राज्ञो मकारस्तृतीया मात्रामितेरपीतेर्वा मिनोति ह वा इदगुं सर्वमपीतिश्च भवति य एवं वेद अमात्रश्चतुर्थो व्यवहार्यः प्रपञ्चोपशमः शिवोऽद्वैत एवमोङ्कार आत्मैव संविशत्यात्मनात्मानं य एवं वेद य एवं वेद ॐ भद्रं कर्णेभिः शृणुयाम देवाः भद्रं पश्येमाक्षभिर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैस्तुष्टुवागुंसस्तनूभिः व्यशेम देवहितं यदायुः स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो वृद्धश्रवाः स्वस्ति नः पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्तार्क्ष्यो अरिष्टनेमिः स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु ॐ शान्तिः 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 ॐ नमो भगवते श्रीरमणाय
Thank you, Vishwanathan. Now, Jeffrey is going to sing.
Namaskaram. I'm going to sing Guru Gitam by Sri Ganapati Muni. Avyaktadyatayetad yaktam jatamashesham yadhatte tadajasram yatrante nayameti Adhare khalu yasmin Olanam sahalakshaihi Brahmandam pratitishthad Ye tannistula sadve Suryadigraha bhasam Yanmulam ghanatejaha Yad brahmadi suranam Shakyai shaktirutaho Jnatva tattvamasanga Bhasayasya ramante Yajjalena samaste Vaitekshalpamatinam Yadhyanena bhavanti Swatmanandani magnaha Yannishtha khalu muktir Yachandopi tatarthaha Tad brahma pravanakhyam Chitte dhyana krute me Ashrantam ramanakhyam Bibhrat bhatu madishtam Adhare dhruta moolam Hardabje krutavasam Shirshabjaya vahadyad Paschadindriya shakyai Drushyam tatra parachyam Yaddeha brahmakari Avruttam tu punaryad Swatmaikyanubhavaya Pashyadva vishayaugham Vishrantam yadutaho Mukyai samsthitamantar Vrutyaikyanubhavena Atmajyotiridam me Vibhranam ramanakhyam Ashrantam sphuratad Shuddham hardasaroje Yaddipadramanakyad Vyaktam ganapatishu Vani bhittishu dhatte Gita chitra vidasam Yadhantichha vijalai Rajnanam timirani Tattatvam sphuratadvaha Naradhana samadhau Yatayata bihare Radhare chucha shirshi Sancharam vidadhanam Kincha shesha visari Adambena vihinam व्योमामं परिपूर्णं निःशब्दं गुरुरूपं तद्ब्रह्म स्फुरतान्मे ज्ञानं भाति परोक्षं यत्तत्त्वश्रवणेन यत्साङ्गत्यविशेषो हेतुः स्यादपरोक्षे यच्चिन्ता स्थिरमुक्त्यै ब्रह्मैतद्रमणाख्यं मामावृत्य समन्ता दानन्दे निदधातु आरानन्दनियुक्तः प्रीत्या तस्य मतेन आधाद्दीप्तगभीरं वासिष्ठो गुरुगीतम् तारानन्दनियुक्तः प्रीत्या तस्य मतेन आधाद्दीप्तगभीरं वासिष्ठो गुरुगीतम् ॐ नमो भगवते अरुणाचलं भजे ॐ नमो भगवते श्रीरमणाय
Thank you, Jeffrey. Now, Sahana Ramani is going to sing.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om. Namaskarams. Today I will chant Arunachala Pancharatnam in Tamil. அருள் நிறைவான அமுதக்கடலே விரிகதிரால் யாவும் விழுங்கும் அருண கிரிபரமான்மாவே கிளருளப் பூனன்றாய் விரிபரிதியாக விளங்கு சித்திரமாமெத்தில் நாம் செம்மலையே நின்பாலியே உத்திதமாய் நின்றே ஒடுங்கிடுமா நித்தியமும் நான் என்றிதயம் நடித்திடுவையாலுன் பேர் தான் இதயம் என்றிடுவதாம் அகமுகமாரந்த அமலமதி தன்னா அகமிதுதான் எங்கிழுமென்றாய்ந்தே அகவுருவை நன்கறிந்து முன்னீர் நதி போலும் ஓயுமே உன் கண்ணருணாச்சலனேயோர் வெளிவிடயம் விட்டு விளங்கும் அருணேஷா வழியடக்க நிற்கும் மனத்தால் உளமதனில் உன்னை தியானித்து யோகி ஒளி காணும் உன்னில் உயர்வுருமீதுன் உன்னிடத்தில் ஒப்புவித்து உள்ளத்தால் எப்பொழுதும் உன்னை கண்டெல்லாம் முன்னுருவாய் அந்நியமில் அன்பு செய்யும் மன்னோன் அருணாச்சலாவில்கும் இன்புருவாம் உன்னிலாழ்ந்தே அருணகிரி ரமணன் ஆரியத்தில் கண்ட அருமறையந்த கருத்தேயாகும் அருணா சல பஞ்சகமணியை தன் தமிழ் வெண்பாவால் உலகு களித்தானு வந்து அறியாதீதர ஜீவரதக வாரிச குகையில் அறிவாய் ரமி பரமாத்துமன் அருணாச்சல ரமணன் பரிவாலுள முருகானல பரநாந்திடு குகையார்ந்து அறிவாம் விழித்திரவாய் நிஜம் அறிவாய் அது வெளியாம் வாழ்கவான் அருணாச்சலவன் பெயர் வாழ்க அப்பெயர் வாழ்த்துதி பஞ்சகம் வாழ்க வாழ்மலர் மாரமணப்பதம் வாழ்க அப்பதம் அன்னுநலன் பரே ஓம் சாந்தி 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 ஹரி ஓம்.
Thank you, Sahana. With this, we come to the end of the morning session of Arunachala Ashrama. Now we will be handing it over to the DC group.
This is Kamla Bhaskar from Washington, D.C. Welcome to the Washington, D.C. Satsang. Bhagavan had always stressed in his teaching that we are not the body. In the last year of his life, devotees were caught in a conflict between an intellectual understanding of this principle and the overwhelming wish that he would be cured and stay longer with them. In a way, his physical death created an opportunity for people to discover anew their faith in Bhagavan. It forced them to come to terms with and to accept his repeated statement that he's here. As he put it, where would I go? The Aradhana of the Sadguru, who guides us through this death and birth, is therefore important and can be used as an instrument of inner transformation if on that day we renew our pledge to pursue the truth with passion and dedication. On Aradhana Day, let us resolve to rededicate ourselves to die to our ego and to be born anew in the self. Our observation of Sri Bhagavan's Aradhana then will be truly relevant and most useful. Now Arjit, who is our youngest devotee singing from the age of 2, is going to sing the glorious song Ramana Gitam in the tune of Garuda Gamana Dara by Jagadat Guru Shri Bharati Tirtha Swamigal.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala அருணாச்சலத்தில் வந்து அறிந்து அதங்கிய அருணையின் தவத்திருஷீலன் அருணாச்சலத்தில் வந்து அறிந்து அதங்கிய அருணையின் தவத்திருஷீலன் அருணையின் தவத்திருஷீலன் நாம் பாடுவோம் ரமணா கீதம் நாம் பாடுவோம் ரமணா கீதம் அருணை அச்சலத்தினை நமக்குள் உணர்ந்திட வரம் வந்த ரமணா தேவன் அருணை அச்சலத்தினை நமக்குள் உணர்ந்திட வரம் வந்த ரமணா தேவன் வலம் வந்த ரமணா தேவன் நாம் பாடுவோம் ரமணா கீதம் நாம் பாடுவோம் ரமணா கீதம் லிங்க கிரகம் தனில் ஆத்ம ஞானத்தினால் சிவனிதம் ஒன்றிய ஈசன் லிங்க கிரகம் தனில் ஆத்ம ஞானத்தினால் சிவனிதம் ஒன்றிய ஈசன் சிவனிதம் ஒன்றிய ஈசன் நாம் பாடுவோம் ரமணா கீதம் நாம் பாடுவோம் ரமணா கீதம் உள்ள பொருள் தனி உள்ளத்தில் உணர்ந்தது 40 உரைத்திட்ட ஞானன் உள்ள பொருள் தனை உள்ளத்தில் உணர்ந்தது 40 உரைத்திட்ட ஞானன் 40 உரைத்திட்ட ஞானன் நாம் பாடுவோம் ரமணா கீதம் நாம் பாடுவோம் ரமணா கீதம் அனைத்து பொருள் நிலம் ஆத்ம வஸ்து தனை கண்டித அருளிய தீரன் அனைத்து பொருள் நிலம் ஆத்ம வஸ்து தனை கண்டித அருளிய தீரன் கண்டித அருளிய தீரன் நாம் பாடுவோம் ரமணா கீதம் நாம் பாடுவோம் ரமணா கீதம் அப்பல பாட்டிலும் ஆத்ம ஞானத்தினால் போதித்த நம் குரு ரமணன் அப்பல பாட்டிலும் ஆத்ம ஞானத்தினால் போதித்த நம் குரு ரமணன் போதித்த நம் குரு ரமணன் நாம் பாடுவோம் ரமணா கீதம் நாம் பாடுவோம் ரமணா கீதம் அருணதலத்தில் வந்து அறிந்து அடங்கிய அருணையின் தவத்திருஷீலன் அருணதலத்தில் வந்து அறிந்து அடங்கிய அருணையின் தவத்திருஷீலன் அருணையின் தவத்திருஷீலன் நாம் பாடுவோம் ரமணா கீதம் நாம் பாடுவோம் ரமணா கீதம் நாம் பாடுவோம் ரமணா கீதம் நாம் பாடுவோம் ரமணா கீதம் ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ அருணாச்சல ரமணாய.
Now Sudhir uncle is going to read from Vivekachudamani of Adi Shankaracharya, Introduction by Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi, an article from the year 2000, Aradhana Mountain Path edition.
Thank you, Skanda. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. This is Vivekachudamani of Shankaracharya. Sri Bhagavan translated the Vivekachudamani of Shankaracharya into Tamil prose while he was living at the Virupaksha cave. He also wrote an introduction to it. A translation of the introduction is presented here. Every being in the world yearns to be always happy and free from the taint of sorrow and desires, to get rid of bodily ailments, which are not of its true nature. Further, everyone cherishes the greatest love for himself, and this love is not possible in the absence of happiness. In deep sleep, though devoid of everything, one has the experience of being happy. Yet, due to the ignorance of the real nature of one's own being, which is happiness itself, people flounder in the vast ocean of material existence, forsaking the right path that leads to happiness, and act under the mistaken belief that the way to be happy consists in obtaining the pleasures of this and the other world. Unfortunately, however, there is no such happiness which has not the taint of sorrow. It is precisely for the purpose of pointing out the straight path to true happiness that Lord Shiva, taking on the guise of Sri Shankaracharya, wrote the commentaries on the triple canon, Prasthanatraya, of the Vedanta, which extols the excellence of this bliss, and that he demonstrated by his own example in life. These commentaries, however, are of little use to those ardent seekers who are intent upon realizing the bliss of liberation, but have not the scholarship necessary for studying them. It is for such of these that Sri Shankara revealed the essence of the commentaries in this short treatise, the crown gem of discrimination, explaining in detail the points that have to be grasped by those seek liberation and thereby directing them to the true and direct path. Sri Shankara begins by observing that it is hard indeed to attain human birth, and that having attained it, one should strive to achieve the bliss of liberation, which is really only the nature of one's being. By jnana or spiritual knowledge alone is this bliss to be realized, and jnana is achieved only through vichara or steady inquiry. In order to learn this method of inquiry, says Sri Shankara, one should seek the grace of a guru, and he then proceeds to describe the qualities of the guru and his disciple, and how the latter should approach and serve his master. He further emphasizes that in order to realize the bliss of liberation, one's own individual effort is an essential factor. Mere book learning never yields this bliss. It can be realized only through self-inquiry or vichara, which consists of shravana or devoted attention to the precepts of the guru, manana or the deep contemplation, and nididhyasana or the cultivation of equanimity in the self. The three bodies, physical, subtle, and causal, are non-self and are unreal. The self, that is, the aham or I, is quite different from them. It is due to ignorance that the sense of the self or the I notion is foisted upon which is not self. And this indeed is bondage. Since from ignorance arises bondage, from knowledge ensues liberation. To know this from the Guru is Shravana. The process of manana, which is subtle inquiry or deep contemplation, consists in rejecting the three bodies consisting of the 5 sheets: physical, vital, mental, intellectual, and blissful, as not I, and discovering through subtle inquiry of who am I, that which is different from all three and exists single and universal in the heart of Aham or I. Just as a stalk of grass is delicately drawn out from its sheath. This I is denoted by the word Tvam in the scriptural dictum Tattvamasi, that thou art. The world of name and form is but an adjunct of Tat or Brahman, and having no separate reality, is rejected as reality and affirmed as nothing else but Brahman. The instruction of the disciple by the Guru in the Mahavakya Tattvamasi, which declares the identity of the Self and the Supreme, is this Upadesa, spiritual guidance. The disciple is then enjoined to remain in the beatific state of Aham Brahman, I, the Absolute. Nevertheless, the old tendencies of the mind sprout up thick and strong and constitute an obstruction. These tendencies are threefold and ego is their root. The ego flourishes in the externalized and differentiating consciousness caused by the forces of projection due to rajas and veiling due to tamas. To fix the mind firmly in the heart until these forces are destroyed, and to awaken with unswerving, ceaseless vigilance the true and cognate tendency which is characteristic of the Atman and is expressed by sayings Aham Brahmasmi, I am Brahman, and Brahmaiva Vaham, Brahman alone am I, is termed Nididhyasana or Atmanusandhana, that is constancy in the self. This is otherwise called Bhakti Yoga. This is otherwise called Bhakti, Yoga and Dhyana. Atmanusandhana has been compared to churning curds in order to make butter, the mind being compared to the churn and the heart to the curds, and the practice of concentration on the self to the process of churning. Just as butter is made by churning the curds and the fire by friction, so the natural and changeless state of Nirvikalpa Samadhi is produced by unswerving, vigilant concentration on the self, ceaseless like the unbroken flow of oil. This readily and spontaneously yields that direct, immediate, unobstructed, and universal perception of Brahman, which is at once knowledge and experience and which transcends time and space. This perception is self-realization. Achieving it cuts the knot of the heart. The false delusions of ignorance, the vicious and age-long tendencies of the mind, which constitute this knot, are destroyed. All doubts are dispelled and the bondage of karma is severed. Thus, in this crown gem of discrimination, has Sri Shankara described samadhi or spiritual trance, which is the limitless bliss of liberation. Beyond doubt and duality, and at the same time has indicated the means for its attainment. To attain this state of freedom from duality is the real purpose of life, and only he who has done so is a Jivan Mukta, liberated while yet alive, not one who has a mere theoretical understanding of what constitutes Purushartha or the desired end and aim of human endeavor. Thus, defining a Jivan Mukta, Sri Shankara declares him to be free from the bonds of threefold karma, Sanchita, Agami, and Prarabdha. The disciple attains this state and then relates his personal experience. He who is liberated is indeed free to act as he pleases, and when he leaves the body, he abides in liberation and never returns to this birth, which is death. Sri Shankara thus describes realization, that is liberation, as twofold, Jivan Mukta and Videha Mukti. Jivan Mukti and Videha Mukti, as explained above. Moreover, in this short treatise, written in the form of dialogue between a guru and his disciple, he considered many other relevant topics. Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Thank you, Sudhir uncle, for reading this impactful article. Now, Padma Shri auntie is going to sing Atma Niradhay by Sri Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Ayye Ati Sulabam Atma Vidyai Ayye Adi Sulabam Ayye Adi Sulabam Atma Vidyai Ayye Adi Sulabam நொய்யார் தமக்கு ஊலன் கையாமலக கனி பொய்யாய் ஒழிய மிக மெய்யாய் உளதான்மா ஐயே அதி சுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதி சுலபம் மெய்யாய் நிரந்தரந்தான் ஐயாதிருந்திடவும் பொய்யாம் உடம்புலக மெய்யாய் மூளை தேடும் போய் மையார் நினைவனுவும் உய்யாதொடுக்கிடவே மெய்யார் இதய வெளி வெய்யோன் சூயம் ஆன்மா விலங்குமே இருள் அடங்குமே இடர் ஒடுங்குமே இன்பம் பொங்குமே ஐயே அதி சுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதி சுலபம் ஊனார் உடல் இதுவே நானாம் எனும் நினைவே நானா நினைவுகள் சேர் ஓர் நார் எனும் அதனால் நானார் இடம் ஏதென்று உட்போனால் நினைவுகள் போய் நான் என குகையில் தானாய் திகழும் ஆன்ம ஞானமே இதுவே மோனமே ஏகவானமே இன்பஸ்தானமே ஐயே அதி சுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதி சுலபம் தன்னை அறிதல் இன்றி பின்னை ஏதறிகிலேன் தன்னை அறிந்திடிற்பின் என்னை உளதறிய பின்ன உயிர்களில் அப்பின்ன விளக்கெனுமத் தன்னை தனில் உணர மின்னும் தனுள்ளான்ம பிரகாசமே அருள் விலாசமே அகவிநாசமே இன்ப விகாசமே ஐயே அதி சுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதி சுலபம் கண்மாதி கட்ட விழ ஜென்மாதி நஷ்டம் எழ எம்மார்க்கம் அதனினும் இம்மார்க்கம் மிக்கெளிது சொன்மானதனுவின் கண்மாதி சிறிதின்றி சும்மா மந்திருக்க அம்மாக உள்ளத்தில் ஆன்ம ஜோதியே நிதானுபூதியே இராது பீதியே இன்பம் போதியே ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம் விண்ணாதிய விளக்கும் கண்ணாதிய பொறிக்கும் கண்ணாமன கனூக்கும் கண்ணாய் மனவினூக்கும் விண்ணாய் ஒரு பொருள் வேறெண்ணாதிருந்தபடி உள்நாடுல தொழிரும் அண்ணாமலை என் ஆன்மா காணுமே அருளும் வேணுமே அன்பு பூணுமே இன்பு தோணுமே ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம். ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ ரமணாய.
Thank you, Padma Shri Aunty, for singing. Now, Brinda Aunty is going to sing Sippi Yadupadarke Odum Siruva.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. சிப்பி எடுப்பதற்காய் ஓடும் சிறுவன் கையில் அற்புதமான நல்ல முத்து கொடுத்தாய் நாதா. சிப்பி எடுப்பதற்காய் ஓடும் சிறுவன் கையில் அற்புதமான நல்ல முத்து கொடுத்தாய் நாதா. உன்னை அறிய வந்த பேதையாம் எந்தனுக்கு தன்னை அறியும்படி காண்பித்த கண்மணியே. உன்னை அறிய வந்த பேதையாம் எந்தனுக்கு தன்னை அறியும்படி காண்பித்த கண்மணியே. சிப்பி எடுப்பதற்காய் ஓடும் சிறுவன் கையில் அற்புதமான நல்ல முத்து கொடுத்தாய் நாதா. தானாய் பிறந்த பின்னர் தானாய் மறைந்ததென்னும் தானாய் பிறந்த பின்னர் தானாய் மறைந்ததென்னும் சிந்தை கலக்கமுறும் விந்தைகள் எந்தனுக்கோ. சிந்தை கலக்கமுறும் விந்தைகள் எந்தனுக்கோ. உன்னை மறந்த பின்னர் யான் உயிர் வாழும் கோலமெல்லாம் கண்ணை இழந்து நடுக்காட்டில் திரிவதன்றோ. உன்னை மறந்த பின்னர் யான் உயிர் வாழும் கோலமெல்லாம் கண்ணை இழந்து நடு காட்டில் திரிவதன்றோ. சிப்பி எடுப்பதற்காய் ஓடும் சிறுவன் கையில் அற்புதமான நல்ல முத்து கொடுத்தாய் நாதா. தேவாதி தேவர்களும் வேதாந்த சாஸ்திரங்களும் தேவாதி தேவர்களும் வேதாந்த சாஸ்திரங்களும் தேடி அடைவதும் உன்னையலோ ஜெகநாதா. தேடி அடைவதும் உன்னையலோ ஜெகநாதா. நாதா நான் மாநிலத்தில் உன்னை உணர்ந்த பின்னே ராஜாதி போகங்களும் வேண்டேன் என் ஜெகநாதா. நாதா நான் மாநிலத்தில் உன்னை உணர்ந்த பின்னே ராஜாதி போகங்களும் வேண்டேன் என் ஜெகநாதா. சிப்பி எடுப்பதற்காய் ஓடும் சிறுவன் கையில் அற்புதமான நல்ல முத்து கொடுத்தாய் நாதா. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ ரமணாய நம.
Thank you, Brinda Aunty, for singing. Now, Naha Uncle is going to sing Vanake Namaskaram.
ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ அருணாச்சல ரமணாய. உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம், உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம், உண்மை பரம்பொருளே ரமணா. மனக்கண் விளக்கிடும் அகக்கண்மணியே, உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். பார்க்கும் பொழுதெல்லாம் என்னுள் இருந்தவை பார்ப்பதோடென்னையும் பார்ப்பவனே. ஊக்கம் என களித்துய்க்கும் ரமணா, உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். கேட்கும் பொழுதெல்லாம் என்னுள் இருந்தவை கேட்பதோடென் குரல் கேட்பவனே. ஊட்டம் அளித்தென்னை உய்க்கும் ரமணா, உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். முகரும் பொழுதெல்லாம் என்னுள் இருந்தவை முகர்வதோடென்னை முகர்பவனே. உகந்த பேரன்பினால் உய்க்கும் ரமணா, உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். சுவைக்கும் பொழுதெல்லாம் என்னுள் இருந்தவை சுவைப்பதோடென்னை சுவைப்பவனே. உவக்கும் கருணையா உய்க்கும் ரமணா, உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். தொட்டிடும் போதெல்லாம் என்னுள் இருந்தவை தொட்டறிந்தென்னை தொடுபவனே. உட்பலம் மீந்தென்னை உய்க்கும் ரமணா, உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். எண்ணுவதெல்லாம் அறிந்தென்னுள் எண்ணுவோர் எண்ணமில்லாதெனை எண்ணுவனே. உண்ணுவதென்னை உகந்த ரமணா, உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். அறிபவையாவும் அறிந்தென்னகத்தென்னை அறிந்தவாறென்றும் அமர்பவனே. உருந்துயர் இன்றியே உய்க்கும் ரமணா, உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். தூங்கும் பொழுதென்னுள் தூக்கம் கனவுமென் தோற்றமும் கண்டு துலங்குவனே. ஓங்கும் அறிவொலி உய்க்கும் ரமணா, உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். மாயும் உடலகம் மாயம் அழித்தேனை வாழ்வித்து நான் என வாழ்பவனே. ஓயும் படிக்கென்னை உண்ணும் ரமணா, உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். எல்லா பொழுதிலும் எல்லா இடத்திலும் எல்லாமாயென்னுள் இருப்பவனே. உல்லாசமாய் உலாவும் ரமணா, உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ அருணாச்சல ரமணாய.
Thank you, Naha Uncle, for singing. Now, Subraja Aunty is going to sing Sri Ramana.
Shri Ramana, Shri Ramana, Shri Ramana, Shri Ramana, Srita Jana Bhushana Shri Ramana, Prabhu Ramana, Prabhu Ramana, Prasiddha Kite Prabhu Ramana, प्रसन्नमूर्ते प्रभुरमना प्रबोधस्फूर्ते प्रभुरमना प्रसन्नमूर्ते प्रभुरमना प्रबोधस्फूर्ते प्रभुरमना शिवगुरुनादा श्रीरमना गुरुरमना गुरुरमना गुहस्वरूपा गुरुरमना नमो रमना नमो रमना नटजनगतिप्रद नमो रमना नव नव यौवन नमो रमना नयन विशाला नमो रमना नव नव यौवन नमो रमना नयन विशाला नमो रमना शिवगुरुनादा श्रीरमना 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 श्रितजनभूषण श्रीरमना प्रभुरमना प्रभुरमना प्रसिद्धकीर्ते प्रभुरमना प्रसन्नमूर्ते प्रभुरमना प्रबोधस्फूर्ते प्रभुरमना शिवगुरुनादा श्रीरमना गुरुरमना गुरुरमना गुहस्वरूपा गुरुरमना नमो रमना नमो रमना नटजनगतिप्रद नमो रमना नव नव यौवन नमो रमना नयन विशाला नमो रमना शिवगुरुनादा श्रीरमना शिवगुरुनादा श्रीरमना ओम नमो भगवते श्री अरुणाचल रमणाय.
Thank you, Subraj Auntie, for singing. Now, Malati, Bhaskar, Skanda, Bhaskar are going to sing Jaya Jaya Arunachala Ramana.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya. Jaya Jaya Arunachala Ramana. Jaya 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 Sat Guru Ramana. Jaya Jaya Arunachala Ramana. Jaya 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 Sat Guru Ramana. Jaya Jaya Karuna Kara Ramana. Jaya 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 Ramana. Jaya Jaya Karuna Kara Ramana. Jaya 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 Ramana. Jaya Jaya Arunachala Ramana. Jaya 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 Sadguru Ramana. Jaya Jaya Arunachala Ramana. Jaya 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 Sadguru Ramana. Arunachala Ganga Ramana. Akshaya Thiruvarule Ramana. Arunachala Ganga Ramana. Akshaya Thiruvarule Ramana. Arunachala Shiva Guru Ramana. Arunachala Shiva Guru Ramana. Aganayaka Guru Pararamana. Aganayaka Guru Pararamana. Jaya Jaya Arunachala Ramana. Jaya 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 Sadguru Ramana. Jaya Jaya Arunachala Ramana. Jaya 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 Sadguru Ramana. Bayana Jaga Karuna Ramana. Balamindrul Purivai Ramana. Bayana Jaga Karuna Ramana. Balamindrul Purivai Ramana. Jaya Arunachala Shiva Ramana. Jaya 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 Ramana. Jaya Arunachala Shiva Ramana. जय 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 रमणा जय जय अरुणाचल रमणा जय 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 सद्गुरु रमणा जय जय अरुणाचल रमणा जय 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 सद्गुरु रमणा अरुणाचलने श्रीरमणा हर हर शिव शिव श्रीरमणा अरुणाचलने श्रीरमणा हर हर शिव शिव श्रीरमणा करुणाकरणे श्रीरमणा भगवान् महर्षि गुरु रमणा करुणाकरणे श्रीरमणा भगवान् महर्षि गुरु रमणा जय जय अरुणाचल रमणा जय 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 सद्गुरु रमणा जय 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 सद्गुरु रमणा जय 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 सद्गुरु रमणा ओम नमो भगवते श्री अरुणाचल रमणाय.
Now Shobha Aunty is going to sing Shri Ramana Naname.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. This is from Ramana Geetam, composed by Sri Sadhu Hum. ஜென்மநாசமே சேர வைப்பதும் கண்மவாசனை கழல வைப்பதும் புண்மையாவையும் போக்கடிப்பதும் நன்மையாவதும் ரமண நாமமே மலமழிப்பதும் மனமழிப்பதும் வளமளிப்பதும் வரமளிப்பதும் சொலவினப்பதும் சுகமளிப்பதும் நலமளிப்பதும் ரமண நாமமே வல்லதென்பதும் மாயை தீரவே கொல்ல வல்லதும் கூடியேகமாய் புல்ல வல்லதும் புண்ணியம் யாவினும் நல்லதென்பதும் ரமண நாமமே கோதகன்றதும் குணமுயர்ந்ததும் சாதனை பலம் தானளிப்பதும் சேதனத்ததும் சிவமயத்ததும் நாதனாவதும் ரமண நாமமே திடமளிப்பதும் திருவளிப்பதும் உடனிருப்பதும் ஓய்வில்லா துயர் அடவி சுட்டகம் அகமன்றன் பொருள் நடனமாவதும் ரமண நாமமே அன்று மாலையன் அயர நின்றதும் வென்று மாயையை வீடளிப்பதும் கன்றின் தாயன கருணை செய்வதும் நன்று நன்று நம் ரமண நாமமே தேட்டமாவதும் தியானமாவதும் ஊட்டமாவதும் உள்ளிருந்தருள் ஆட்டமாவதும் அகமுகத்தில் நம் நாட்டமாவதும் ரமண நாமமே காணமாவதும் கடவுளாவதும் பானமாவதும் பரம தத்துவ தானமாவதும் தன்னவர்க்கருள் ஞானமீவதும் ரமண நாமமே அத்தனானதும் அருணமாமலை சித்தனானதும் தெய்வமானதும் முத்தியானதும் மோனமும் நவ ரத்னமானதும் ரமண நாமமே அம்மையப்பனும் ஆசையப்பனும் எம்மையப்பதும் எய்துவிப்பதும் இம்மையிற்குரு என்றுள் உள்ளிடும் நம்மைய பொருள் ரமண நாமமே. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ ரமணாய.
Thank you, Shubha Aunty, for singing. Now Vidya Aunty is going to sing Appala Paattu.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya. Appalam Ittu Paattu by Sri Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi. அப்பலம் இட்டு பாரு அதை சாப்பிட்டு நாசையை தீரு அப்பலமிட்டு பாரு அதை சாப்பிட்டு நாசையை தீரு அப்பலமிட்டு பாரு இப்புவி தன்னில் ஏங்கி திரியாமல் சத்போத சூக சத்குருவானவர் செப்பாது சொன்ன தத்துவமாகிற ஒப்புயர்வில்லா ஓர் மொழியின்படி அப்பலமிட்டு பாரு அத்தை சாப்பிட்டு நாசையை தீரு அப்பலமிட்டு பாரு தானெல்லா ஐங்கோஷ கஷேத்திரம் இதில் வளர் தானென்னும் மாந்தமாய் தானிய உளுந்தை நானார் என் ஞான விச்சார தீரிகையில் நானல என்றே உடைத்து பொடித்து அப்பலமிட்டு பாரு அத்தை சாப்பிட்டு நாசையை தீரு அப்பலமிட்டு பாரு சத்சங்கமாகும் பிரண்டை ரசத்தோடு சமதமமாகின்ற ஜீரகமிளகுடன் உபரதியாகும் அவ்வப்போடுள்ள நல் வாசனையாம் பெருங்காயமும் சேர்த்து அப்பலமிட்டு பாரு அத்தை சாப்பிட்டு நாசையை தீரு அப்பலமிட்டு பாரு கல் நெஞ்சில் நான் என்று கலங்காமல் உன்முக உலகையால் ஓயாதிடித்து சாந்தமாம் குழவியால் சமமான பலகையில் சந்ததம் சலிப்பர சந்தோஷமாகவே அப்பலமிட்டு பாரு அத்தை சாப்பிட்டு நாசையை தீரு அப்பலமிட்டு பாரு மோன முத்ரையாகும் முடிவில்லா பாத்திரத்தில் ஞானக்னியால் காயும் நற்பிரம்மனை அதில் நானதுவாகவே நாளும் பொறித்து தானே தானாக புஜிக்க தன்மைய அப்பலமிட்டு பாரு அத்தை சாப்பிட்டு நாசையை தீரு அப்பலமிட்டு பாரு ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ அருணாச்சல ரமணாய.
Thank you, Vidya Aunty, for singing. Now Uma Aunty is going to chant Dakshina Murti Stotram in Tamil.
Namaste. I'm going to be chanting the Dakshina Murti Stotram written by Bhagavan. And before I begin, I would just like to say a small thing. Bhagavan has said in his Nool, in his prose, he describes Dakshina Murti as the following. He says, Maunamai Murayal Katum Ma Brahmavattu Valan சிவநிலை தவர் சற்சீடர் செறி குருவரன் சிற்கையன் உவகையோர் உருவன் தன்னுள் உவப்பவன் களிமுகத்தன் அவனையாம் தென்பால் மூர்த்தி அப்பனை ஏத்துவோமே. This verse is very significant because it reminds me of Bhagavan as he was in the picture that we have of him when he was 21 years old. So with that picture in my mind, I am beginning to chant this slokam today. Mangalam. மன்னுமா முனிவரர் சாந்தி மன்னவே தென்முகமூர்த்தியால் திகழ்ந்து மோனமாம் தன்னிலை திகழ்த்தி துதியில் தன்மயம் சொன்ன அச்சங்கரன் துண்ணும் என்னுளே மௌனமா முறையால் காட்டும் மா பிரம்மவத்தூவாலன் சிவநிலை தவர் சற்சீடர் செறி குருவரன் சிற்கையன் உவகையோர் உருவன் தன்னுள் உவப்பவன் களி முகத்தன் அவனையான் தென்பால் மூர்த்தி அப்பனை ஏத்துவோமே உலகு கண்ணாடி ஊர்நேர் உரத்தனுள் அஞ்ஞானத்தால் வெளியினில் துயில் கனாப்போல் விளங்கிடக் கண்டு ஞான நிலை உரு நேரந்தன்னை ஒருவனாயவனோர் காண்பன் தலை உரு குருவாமந்த தட்சிணாமூர்த்தி போற்றி வித்துளே முளை போல் முன்னம் விகல்பமில் இஜ்ஜகம் பின் கற்பித மாயாதேச கால கர்மத்தால் பல்பல் சித்திரம் விருப்பன் யாவன் சித்தனும் மாயிகன் போல் சக்தியால் குருவாமந்த தட்சிணாமூர்த்தி போற்றி எவன் ஒளி உண்மை இன்மை இயை பொருள் இலங்கு நேரே எவனது நீயானாய் என்று இசை துணர்த்துவன் சேர்ந்தோரை எவனை நேர்காணின் மீண்டும் இப்பவ கடல் வீழ்வில்லை தவறுரு குருவாமந்த தட்சிணாமூர்த்தி போற்றி பலதுளை குடத்துள் தீப பாய்கதிர் போல் யார் ஞானம் விழி முதல் பொறிவாய் பாய்ந்து வெளி சிரத்திறந்தேன் என்னின் விளங்கிடும் எவனை சார்ந்து விளங்கும் இவ்வவனியாவும் சலமரு குருவாமந்த தட்சிணாமூர்த்தி போற்றி உடல் உயிர் பொறிகள் புந்தி ஒன்று பாழகமாந்தேர்வர் மடந்தையர் பாலரந்தர் மடையரே மூட ஆதி மடமையால் விளையும் அம்மா மயக்கமே மாய்க்கும் ஞான தடையரு குருவாமந்த தட்சிணாமூர்த்தி போற்றி ராகு பற்று ரவி திங்கள் என உளன் மாயை மூட பராவுளம் ஒடுங்க தூங்கி பரவிட உணரும் காலம் புறாவுறங்கின நான் என்று போதனாம் எவன் புமானாய் சராசர குருவாமந்த தட்சிணாமூர்த்தி போற்றி குழவி முன்னனவு முன்னாய் கூறு பல்லவத்தை எல்லாம் சுழலினும் கலந்திருந்தே ஜொலிக்கும் முன்னகமானாலும் கழல் விழுவோர்கள் தன்னை காட்டுவன் சிற்குறிப்பால் தழல் விழி குருவாமந்த தட்சிணாமூர்த்தி போற்றி உலகையாரிப்புமான் நோக்கு உரு பல நனாக்கனாவில் கலங்கியே மாயையாலே காரிய காரணம் பின் தலைவனும் தாசன் சீடன் குரு மகன் தந்தையாதி தலமுரு குருவாமந்த தட்சிணாமூர்த்தி போற்றி மண்புணல் அனல் கால்வான மதிகதிரோன் பூமானும் என்றொளிர் சராசரம் சேர் இது எவன் எட்டு மூர்த்தம் எண்ணுவார்க்கு இறை நிறைந்தோன் எவன் அந்நியம் இன்னியன் செற்று இல்லாது தன்னருட்குருவாமந்த தட்சிணாமூர்த்தி போற்றி சர்வமும் தானாய் நின்றாய் சாற்றுமித்தோத்திரத்தின் சிரவணம் சிரவணம் தன்னால அர்த்த சிந்தனம் தியானம் கானம் புரிவதால் எல்லாம் தானாம் பூதிசேரீசன் தன்மை மறுவிடும் மற்றும் எட்டாம் அடிவரு செல்வம் தானே. தேங்க்யூ. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ ரமணாய.
Thank you, Umanti, for singing. Now, Dr. Ravi Iyer is going to read from Ribu Gita.
Ravi sir, you are on mute. Can you unmute yourself?
Apologies. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. This is a reading from chapter 6 of the Ribu Gita, a dialogue between Ribu and Nigada, the disciple, entitled Definition of the World as Being Consciousness. And it forms the sixth amsa, or the sixth chapter, called Shankara in Sri Shivarahasya. Ribu Gita was a frequent reading in the presence of Bhagavan, and often Bhagavan, after the evening prayers and the dinner time was over, they would all gather around Bhagavan, and the disciples and the attendants, and one person or the other would start reading from Ribu Gita. Bhagavan would often say that the Ribu Gita has the potential, just listening to the reading has the potential to send somebody deep into samadhi. And most disciples who participated and attended these readings in the presence of Bhagavan had direct experience of the truth of Bhagavan's words. Chapter 6 of Ribu Gita begins as follows. Ishvara. Religious rituals are illusory. The worlds are illusory. The diverse attitudes are illusory. Mansions are all illusory. Fear is also illusory. Supports and such are illusory. The things that are experienced are illusory. The many attachments are illusory. The Vedas are illusory too. Words are illusory. Sentences are illusory. The diverse things are illusory. Wealth is illusory. Sky is illusory. The moon is illusory. All objects are illusory. The Guru too is illusory. Merits and defects are illusory. Secrecy also is illusory. Calculations are illusory. Motion is illusory. Movement is illusory. What is said is illusory. All are illusory. Sacred lore such as the Vedas, the Shastras and the Puranas, cause and effect, Ishvara, the Lord, the world, elements, beings, all these are illusory. There is no doubt about this. Bondage, liberation, pleasure, pain, contemplation, mind stuff, gods, demons, primary, secondary, highest and the other are all illusory. There is no doubt about this. Whatever is uttered in the least, whatever fancied though through imagination, and whatever thought of by the mind are all illusory. There is no doubt about this. What little is decided by the intellect, wherever one is led to by the mind, and whatever is compounded to make up the worlds are all illusory. There is no doubt about this. Whatever is heard by the ears, whatever looked forward by the eyes, the ears, the body are all illusory. There is no doubt about this. That which is substantial, that which is fictitious, and whatever objective learning there may be are all illusory. Who am I? What is this? What is that? I am he. These and other such statements are not. Whatever is imagined of the world is all illusory, no doubt. All practices, all confidentialities, all deluding causes, appellations such as all beings, all these are for sure illusory. All differences and distinctions, all delusions of aspiration, all erroneous variability are all no doubt illusory. The protector is Vishnu, Brahma is the cause of creation, Shiva destroys. Such and other statements are all no doubt illusory. Ritualistic bath, repetition of sacred sounds, penance, fire ceremony, traditional study, worship of deities, sacred syllables, lineage, and holy company are all no doubt illusory. Everything is illusory, the world is illusory, so are past, present, and future. The nothingness achieved by negation is not. Everything is illusory, no doubt. The variance of thought and the manifold world are results of ignorance. The multitudes of worlds are all verily Brahman. Be of this certitude. The concrete existence of the three worlds, the upsurge of goodness and falsehood, the wise words repeated by the masters are all verily Brahman. Be of this conviction. The exalted and the base as well, the best, the middling, and that, the sacred syllable Om and the first alphabet of Sanskrit are all Brahman. Be of this certitude. What appears as world, whatever is seen as world, whatever exists in the world are all Brahman. Be sure. Whatever is conveyed by any letter, whatever is compounded, whatever is derived by anything, that is all Brahman. Be sure. Whatever is uttered by anyone, whatever enjoyed by anyone, whatever proclaimed by anyone are all Brahman. Be sure. Whatever is granted by anyone, whatever done by anyone, wherever holy baths are taken, all are Brahman. Be sure. Wherever there be a holy act, wherever there be an evil action, whatever is done by you in truth are all illusory. Be sure. All this and all of me are all Brahman. Be sure. Whatever little appears is all illusory. Be sure. Ribu, let me repeat to you the secret of secrets, that which is the most wondrous, taught to Kumara by Shankara on Mount Kailasha. All is that alone, consciousness and the undivided essence only, devoid of even the number one. All is awareness alone. This is all consciousness alone. All is full of awareness indeed. This reflection of the self too is consciousness alone. All is full of awareness indeed. All world is consciousness alone. All is full of awareness indeed. Your being and my being too are consciousness alone. There is not a whit beside awareness. Space, earth, water, air, fire, Brahma, Hari, Shiva, the least of whatever of these, and even a trifle other than these too, are all full of awareness indeed. Whatever consciousness there is, that is all undivided essence alone. The past and future are consciousness only. All is only awareness indeed. Matter and time are consciousness only. Knowledge is full of consciousness indeed. The noble and knowledge are awareness only. All is only awareness indeed. Talk is consciousness alone, and speech is full of consciousness indeed. Truth and untruth are consciousness alone. All is indeed awareness only.
The beginning and the end are consciousness only. By its very being, a thing is full of consciousness ever. If there be Brahma, he is only awareness. Vishnu is indeed consciousness alone. Even Rudra and the celestials are consciousness only. Likewise, humans, animals, gods, and demons, guru and disciples are being alone. Knowledge is indeed consciousness only. Even the seer and the seen are consciousness only. So are the knower and the known, the fixed and the unfixed. All fabulous things are also consciousness alone. This body is indeed only consciousness. Even the symbol is only consciousness, and so are cause and effect. The form and formlessness, and thus virtue and sin are also consciousness alone. Duality and non-duality are consciousness only, and so are the Vedas and Vedanta. Even the directions and the directionless and their guardians are only consciousness. Transactions and such, past, future, present, are all awareness only. Name and form, beings and worlds are only consciousness. This prana is indeed consciousness only. All the senses are awareness alone. The five sheaths and such are only consciousness. Only consciousness is spoken of as bliss. The eternal and the ephemeral are consciousness only. All is indeed consciousness only. There is nothing eternal, only consciousness. There is nothing truthful, only consciousness. Even dispassion is consciousness. This is consciousness only. You see, the supports are indeed awareness, and so are the supported, O Great One. Whatever and however much there is but consciousness only. Whatever and however much is seen far away is all indeed awareness alone. Whatever and however many beings there be, whatever and however many are spoken of, whatever and however much is said by the Vedas, all are indeed awareness only. There is no bondage but consciousness alone. There is no liberation but consciousness alone. The only reality is but consciousness only. This is the truth, verily the truth in the name of Shiva. All that is said in the three Vedas is all but consciousness only. Whatever is explained by Shiva to Kumara, the same has been told to you. The rare one who hears this even once becomes Brahman. Sutta. I worship within one whose body is space transcendent. As per the Upanishad mantra Ishavasya and such, who dwells in all bodies, the service offered to the Lord Ishana Linga are symbolic as follows: bathing him with Abhisheka liquids who cannot be wetted, offering garments to him who is clothed in space, anointing him with sandal paste who has no sense of smell, decorating him with flowers who has no sense of form or sight, offering him lamps who is self luminous, dedicating to him Nevidyam foods, who is ever contented, all devourer, and saluting him who strides over all the worlds. For these supplications of love of mine, the serene sentiments of the crust of Vedas, the Upanishads are my authority. The ignorant offer ministrations employing all the prescribed articles without any lacunae. The wise worship internally in full consonance with the established injunctions. Even though Ishvara thus deludes the world ever yet, he grants his state of self to all those worshipping him with diverse attitudes. Thus concludes chapter 6, a dialogue between Ribu and Nigadha, entitled Definition of the World as Being Consciousness, as the sixth Amsa called Shankara in Sri Shiva Rahasyam. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Iyer. Now, Sri Hari Uncle and Gopika are going to be singing.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. I'm going to sing Vananai. It is a Thevaram by Tirunavukarasa Swamigal, also called Appar Swamigal.
வானனை மதிசூடிய மைந்தனை வானனை மதிசூடிய மைந்தனை வானனே மதிசூடிய மைந்தனை வானனே மதிசூடிய மைந்தனை வேதேனனை திருவண்ணாமலையனை வானனை மதிசூடியை தேனனை திருவண்ணாமலையனை வானனை ஏனனை இகழ்ந்தார் புறமுன்றிட ஏனனை இகழ்ந்தார் புறமுன்றிட ஏனனை இகழ்ந்தார் புறமுன்றிட ஆனனை அடியேன் மறந்துய்வனோ ஆனனை அடியேன் மறந்துய்வனுவானனை மதிசூடிய மைந்தனை தேனனை திருவண்ணாமலையனை வானனை பீரனை விடமுண்டனை விண்ணவர் வீரனை விடமுண்டனை விண்ணவர் தீரனை திருவண்ணாமலையனை வீரனை விடமுண்டனை விண்ணவர் தீரனை திருவண்ணாமலையனை ஊரனை ஊரனை உணரார் புறமுன்றிட ஊரனை உணரார் புறமுன்றிட ஆரனை அடியேன் மறந்துய்வனோ ஆரனை அடியேன் மறந்துய்வனோவானனை மடிசூடிய மைந்தனை தேனனை திருவண்ணாமலையனை வானனை ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ ரமணாய.
Thank you, Sri Hari Uncle, for singing.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramaya. Tiruchudinadane Ramana Sadguru Tiruchudinadane Ramana Sadguru Virupakshavasane Ramana Sadguru Virupakshavasane Ramana Sadguru Ramana Sadguru Ramana Sadguru Ramana Sadguru Ramana Sadguru Tiruchudinadane Ramana Sadguru Kaupena Vasana Ramana Sadguru Kaupena Vasana Ramana Sadguru Karuna Samutame Ramana Sadguru Karuna Samutame Ramana Sadguru Omkara Swarupane Ramana Sadguru Omkara Swarupane Ramana Sadguru Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru. Tiruchudinatane, Ramana Sadguru. Chitananda Dupane, Ramana Sadguru. Chitananda Rupane, Ramana Sadguru. Dakshina Murti Rupa, Ramana Sadguru. Dakshina Murti Rupa, Ramana Sadguru. Mauna Sattva Bodhakane, Ramana Sadguru. Mauna Tattva Bodhakane, Ramana Sadguru. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru. Tiruchuri Nadane, Ramana Sadguru. Tiruchuri Nadane, Ramana Sadguru. Virupaksha Vasane, Ramana Sadguru. Virupaksha Vasane, Ramana Sadguru. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru. Ramana Sadguru. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya.
Namaskar, PS. Are you available to sing?
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. So I'm going to sing a Muruganar song, which is the Samayam Idini from Bhaje Ramana Namam Volume, Collection 2. சமயம் ஏது நீ நிமல வாழ்வுதா சமயம் ஏது நீ நிமல வாழ்வுதா அமல வெங்கட ரமண தேவனே அமல வெங்கட ரமண தேவனே திமிர மாயையை துமிய வெட்டுவாய் அமித வெங்கட ரமண தேயனே ரமண தேயனே ரமண தேயனே யமனை வென்றதால் கமல நல்குவாய் இமய மேலுரை ரமண ஈசனே சமணமாய் நின்றால் கமல நீழல்வாய் அமர நல்குவாய் ரமண சாந்தனே ரமண சாந்தனே ரமண சாந்தனே குமுதவாயினால் அமுதமென்மொழி சமூக நின்று தாரமணராயனே கமல மார்பு சேர் தமல மாலைத்தா யமது வெங்கட ரமணநாதனே 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 குமுதவாயிதழ் அமுத நல்குவாய் ரமண வெங்கட அமுதவாயனே விமல வெள்ளிடை அமளி மீதிலே ரமியமாவனை ரமண ராமனே ரமண ராமனே ரமண ராமனே கமகம் என்னவே கமழும் என்மல அமளியேறுவாய் ரமணநாதனே. ஆன்மனாம் உனை ஆன்மனந்ததே ஆன்மலாபம் என் ஆன்மநாதனே. ஆன்மநாதனே ஆன்மநாதனே ரமணநாதனே ஆன்மநாதனே. ரமணநாதனே ஆன்மநாதனே. ரமணநாதனே ஆன்மநாதனே. அமுதவாயனே ரமணநாதனே ஆன்மநாதனே. ரமணநாதனே ரமணநாதனே ஆன்மநாதனே. ரமணநாதனே ரான்மநாதனே. ரமணநாதனே ஆன்மநாதனே. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீரமணாய.
Thank you, Arunachala Ashram, and this concludes the DC Ramana Satsang.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. The devotees from Nova Scotia Arunachala Ashrama, Ottawa, and Ogdensburg, Ramanachalam, sincerely thank the New York Ashrama for giving us the opportunity to join the global satsang to commemorate the 75th Aradhana of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi. We are offering the following: recitation by Dr. Anil Sharma, the initial verses of Bhagavan's Ulladu Narpadu. This will be followed by a reading by Evelyn Saphir on Bhagavan's gems on happiness. Thereafter, a few bhajans will be sung by Srimati Padma Shastri, Savitri, Ramya, and Krishna. Ananta Padmanabhan will conclude our offering with selected verses from Vivekachudamani, Raghuvamsham, Umamaheshwara Stotram, and Dakshina Murti Stotram. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. To commemorate the 75th anniversary of Sri Bhagavan's Aradhana, we present today the initial verses from Sri Bhagavan's composition Ulladu Narpadu, the Kali Venba version. The English translation is by Sri Robert Butler. Ulladhala vunarullado ullapurul ullalara ullatte ulladal ullamenum ullapurul ullalevan ullattai ullapadi ullade ullal unarvaye ulle. Could there be a being consciousness existing apart from that which eternally is? Since that reality exists in the heart, free of thought, who could meditate upon that reality called the heart? You should know that to remain within the heart as one is truly to meditate upon the heart. Marana bhayam mikulavam makkalaranaha Marana bhavam millamahesan Saraname Sarvaradan Sarvurudam Savutrar Savenum Sarvaro Savadavarnitar Parvesir. Those people who have a deep inner fear of death will, for their protection, take refuge at the holy feet of Lord Shiva, he who is without both birth and death. In thus taking refuge in him, they suffered their own death. For them, the eternal ones, in this deathless state, will the thought of death remain? Namulagham kandalal nanavam shaktiyula ormudalai oppal orutalaye namavuru Chittiramum parpanum cherpadamum maruliyum attanayum tanam avanulagu kartanuyir. Since we who possess sight perceive the world, there is certainly absolute agreement that there exists a first cause, inherent in which is a creative potential for manifesting diversity. The picture consisting of names and forms, he who sees it, the screen on which it appears, and the light which illumines it, all are he who is the self. Mummudalayam matamum mutkollam murmudale mummudalai nirkumendru mummudalum mummudale Yannila hankaram irukumate yankettu tannilayil nitral talayagum konne. Every religion postulates three fundamentals: the world, the soul, and God. The argument as to whether one first cause manifests as three, or whether three first principles remain as three, will continue as long as the ego exists. To remain in one's own true state after the I has perished is the highest attainment. Ulaghumai poi totram ulagharivamandrendru ulagusukam mandrenduraiten ulaghavittu Tannayorn onrirendru tanatru nanatra Annilayillarkumo pamunne tunnum. The world is real. The world is a false appearance. The world is consciousness. No, it is not. The world is happiness. No, it is not. Why do these profitless arguments persist? The egoless state, beyond duality and non-duality, in which one has abandoned the world and come to know oneself through investigation, is the fitting state for all. Uruvantanayin ulagaparamatram uruvantanandreluvatrin uruvatte Kannurudal Yavanevan Kannalal Kachi Undo Kannadudhan Antamila Kanname Yennil. If oneself is a form composed of flesh, then it follows that the world and the Supreme will have a form also. If one's self is not a form, who is there to see their forms, and how? Is there anything that is seen whose nature is other than that of the eye that sees? That eye indeed is in reality the self, the infinite I. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Chapter 1 of Gems from Bhagavan, selections by A. Devaraj Mudaliar. Happiness. All beings desire happiness always. Happiness without a tinge of sorrow. At the same time, everybody loves himself best. The cause for love is only happiness, so that happiness must lie within oneself. Further, that happiness is daily experienced by everyone in sleep when there is no mind. To attain that natural happiness, one must know oneself. For that, self-inquiry, who am I, is the chief means. Happiness is the nature of the self. They are not different. The only happiness there is of the self. That is the truth. There is no happiness in worldly objects. Because of our ignorance, we imagine we derive happiness from them. If, as a man generally imagines, his happiness is due to external causes, it is reasonable to conclude that his happiness must increase with the increase of possessions and diminish in proportion to their diminution. Therefore, if he is devoid of his possessions, his happiness should be nil. What, however, is the real experience of man? Does it confirm this view? In deep sleep, the man is devoid of all possessions, including his own body. Instead of being unhappy, he is quite happy. Everyone desires to sleep soundly. The conclusion, therefore, is that happiness is inherent in man and is not due to external causes. One must realize oneself in order to open the store of unalloyed happiness. There is a story in Panchadasi which illustrates that our pains and pleasures are not due to facts, but to our concepts. 2 young men of a village went on a pilgrimage to North India. One of them died there, but the other, having picked up some job, decided to return to his village only after some time. Meanwhile, he came across a wandering pilgrim and sent word through him to his village about himself and his dead friend. The pilgrim conveyed the news, and in doing so, inadvertently changed the names of the living and the dead man. The result was that the dead man's people were rejoicing that he was doing well, and the living man's people were in grief that he was dead. I used to sit on the floor and lie on the ground, no cloth spread out. That is freedom. The sofa is a bondage. It is a jail for me. I am not allowed to sit where and how I please. Is it not bondage? One must be free to do as one pleases and should not be served by others. No want is the greatest bliss. It can be realized only by experience. Even an emperor is no match for a man with no wants. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Jai Shri Ramana.
Jaya Jaya Runadiri Shivaya Nama. Jaya Jaya Runadiri Masivaya Na. Jaya Jaya Runadiri Nama Shivaya Tirumur. ओला जय जय अरुणादिरिय नमः शिव जय जय अरुणादिरिवय नमः शिव जय जय अरुणादिरि शिवय नमस्तु य नमः हरे जय जय अरुणादिरि तनिन विरि வைத்து ஹரஹர சரணாதிரி என உருகி ஜெய ஜெய குரு பாக்கியமென மருவி சுடர்த்தா ஆணி शिव शिव शरणातिरि जय जय न शरण से तोळुतिय शुभ पेरुग तिरुवडि शिव वाकिय கடலாமுதே कुडियेनो मुरुगा जय जय शरणादिरे यन मुनिवर कणमिது வினை காத்திடும் என மருவ சடமுடி மலை போற்றவுணர்கள் அவிய சுடும்பே ஏல திருமுடி அடி பார்த்திடும் என இருவர்க்கு அடித்தலை தெரியாபடி நின அருண சிவ சுடர் சீகி நாட்டவன் இரு செவியில் புகழ்வோனே जय जय शरणादिरि எனுமடியர்க்கு இருவினை பொடியாக்கிய சுடர் வெளியில் திருநடமிது பார்த்திடும் என மகிழ்ப்போர் குருநாதா திகழ் கிளி பொறி பார்சுவே இதரமுத குரமகள் மொழி மேல் புது மனமருவி சிவகிரி அருணாதிரி தலமகிழ்ப்போர் பெருமாளே முருகா शिव शिव शरणादिरि जय जय न शरण से तोळुतिय शुभ पेरुग तिरुवडि शिव वाकिय கடலாமுதே कुडियेनो मुरुगा शिवगिरि अरुणादिरे तलमगिழ்ப்போர் பெருமாளே
सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम सबको दीजो सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम सबको दीजो सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम स्वरूप आप है सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम स्वरूप आप है सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम जीवन का मर्म है सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम जीवन का मर्म है गुरुदेव गुरुदेव
Gurudev, 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 Gurudev.
सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम सबको दीजो।
सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम सबको दीजो।
सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम स्वरूप आप है।
सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम स्वरूप आप है।
सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम जीवन का मर्म है।
सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम जीवन का मर्म है।
गुरुदेव, 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 गुरुदेव,
गुरुदेव, गुरुदेव, गुरुदेव, गुरुदेव।
सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम सबको दीजो।
सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम सबको दीजो।
शिवाय नमः शिव लिंगाय नमः ओम।
शिवाय नमः शिव लिंगाय नमः ओम।
भवाय नमः भव लिंगाय नमः ओम।
भवाय नमः भव लिंगाय नमः ओम।
रुद्राय नमः रुद्र लिंगाय नमः ओम।
रुद्राय नमः रुद्र लिंगाय नमः ओम।
सर्वाय नमः सर्व लिंगाय नमः ओम।
सर्वाय नमः सर्वलिंगाय नमः ओम।
आत्माय नमः आत्मलिंगाय नमः ओम।
आत्माय नमः आत्मलिंगाय नमः ओम।
नमः ओम, नमः ओम, नमः ओम, नमः ओम,
नमः ओम, नमः ओम, नमः ओम, नमः ओम।
शिवाय नमः शिव लिंगाय नमः ओम।
शिवाय नमः शिवलिंगाय नमः ओम।
ओम धीमित धीमित धीम धीमित धीमित धीम नाचे भोलानाथ।
ओम धीमित धीमित धीम धीमित धीमित धीम नाचे भोलानाथ।
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 ओम धीमित धीमित धीम धीमित धीमित धीम नाचे भोलानाथ।
ओम धीमित धीमित धीम धीमित धीमित धीम नाचे भोलानाथ।
मृदंग बाजे धीमित धीमित धीम।
मृदंग बाजे धीमित धीमित धीम।
डमरू बाजे धीम तक धीम धीम।
डमरू बाजे धीम तक धीं धीं
वीणा बाजे हर ओम
वीणा बाजे हर ओम
नाचे भोलानाथ
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 नाचे भोलानाथ नाचे भोलानाथ नाचे भोलानाथ नाचे भोलानाथ नाचे भोलानाथ
ओम
धिमिक धिमिक धीं धिमिक धिमिक धीं नाचे भोलानाथ ओम धिमित धिमित धीं धिमित धिमित धीं नाचे भोलानाथ
नाचे भोलानाथ
नाचे भोलानाथ.
We will now conclude the 2025 Aradhana Satsang from Arunachala Ashram, Nova Scotia, Ottawa, and Ramanachalam in Ogdensburg, New York, with a few verses chanted by Sri Ananta Padmanabhan. The first two verses are from Vivekachudamani, and they describe the greatness of those good souls who, having themselves crossed the ocean of birth and death, help others to cross the same without any selfish motive whatsoever. The second verse from the same work gives us fearlessness, because Bhagavan is telling us that there is no death for us, and there is a way of crossing the ocean of samsara, which Bhagavan readily imparts to the sincere devotee. Two verses are given as prayers to Shiva and Parvati to grant right knowledge and devotion to their holy feet. The final verse is the concluding verse from Sri Dakshina Murti Stotram, which praises the silent, immutable reality as Atma, which resides in the hearts of all. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Santaha Mahanto Nivasanti Santaha Vasantavat Vasantavat Lokahitam Charantaha Tirnasvayam Bhima Bhavarnavam Janan Ahetuna Anyanapi Tarayantaha Tirnasvayam Bhima Bhavarnavam Janan Janan Ahetuna Anyanapi Tarayantaha Ma Vaishtavidvam Stavanastyapayah Samsara Sindhostaranestupayah Yenaiva yata yatayosya param tameva margam tava nirdhisami. Om Vagartaviva Sampraktau Vagartah Pradipattaye जगदः पितरौ वन्दे पार्वती परमेश्वरौ नमः शिवाभ्यां नवयौवनाभ्यां परस्पराश्लिष्ट वपुर्धराभ्यां नगेन्द्रकन्या वृषकेतनाभ्यां नमो नमः शङ्करः पार्वतीभ्याम् सर्वात्मत्वमिति स्फुटीकृतमिदम् यस्मादमुष्मिंस्तवे तेनास्य श्रवणाद् तदर्थमननाद् ध्यानाश्च संकीर्तनाद् सर्वात्मत्वमहा विभूति सहितं स्यादीश्वरत्वं स्वतः सिद्धयेद् तत्पुनरष्टता परिणतं स ऐश्वर्यम् अव्याहतम् ॐ नमो भगवते श्रीरमणाय ॐ नमो भगवते श्रीरमणाय रमणाय ॐ तत्सत् ब्रह्मार्पणमस्तु ॐ तत्सत् ब्रह्मार्पणमस्तु
वरमोक्षमु
ध्यायेच्छारदचन्द्रसुन्दरमुखं ताम्रारविन्देक्षणम् भक्ताभीष्टवराभयप्रदकरं कौपीनमात्रोज्ज्वलम् स्वात्मानन्दरसानुभूतिविवशं सर्वानवद्याङ्गकम् श्रीमन्तं रमणेश्वरं गुरुवरं योगासनाध्यासितम् अरुणजलजनेत्रं मुग्धमन्दस्मितास्यं तरुणतपनभासं पूर्णबोधप्रसादम् अरुणशिखरिसानुप्राङ्गणे सञ्चरन्तम् रमणमरुणमूर्तिं चिन्तयेदिष्टसिद्ध्यै. Namo Ramana to all. From Bhagavan devotees of Ohio Ramana Satsang Group. I am Ramana Sanat Mungamuru, coordinating from the Ohio Ramana Center. We are happy to be part of these online celebrations of Bhagavan's 75th Aradhana. We will start our offering with Srimati Sujata Indukuri, singing a song on Bhagavan.
मोहनाशकं मोक्षदायकं रमणनाममे रमणनाममे मोहनाशकं मोक्षदायकं रमणनाममे रमणनाममे भवविमोचनं परमपावनं रमणनाममे रमणनाममे गुरुपररमणा अरुणगिरिपररमणा హర హర రమణ జై గురువర రమణ గురు పర రమణ అరుణగిరి పర రమణ హర హర రమణ జై గురువర రమణ శ్రీ శుభప్రదం కామితాదదం రమణ నామమే రమణ నామమే భక్తరంజనం పాపభంజనం రమణ నామమే రమణ నామమే గురు పర రమణ అరుణగిరి పర రమణ హర హర రమణ జై గురువర రమణ महित तेजमो मंत्रराजमो रमण नाममे रमण नाममे कांति पुंजमो शांति पुंजमो रमण नाममे रमण नाममे भ्रांति मर्दनं दांति वर्धनं रमण नाममे रमण नाममे भक्ति बोधनं मुक्ति साधनं रमण नाममे रमण नाममे गुरु पर रमण अरुणगिरि पर रमण हर हर रमण जय गुरुवर रमण जीवराशिकी जंतु कोटिकी पक्षि कोटिकी मोक्षमिచ్చును భవతమస్సులో దిక్కు తెలియని మానవాళికి దారి చూపుము జ్ఞాన మార్గమే కానరాకయే అలమటించెడి ఆర్తజనులను ఆత్మవిద్యతో ఉద్ధరించును రమణ నామమే రమణ నామమే గురు పర రమణ అరుణగిరి పర రమణ హర హర రమణ జై గురువర రమణ నమ్మి కొలిచిన చేయి విడువదు ప్రతిఫలముగా ఏమి అడుగదు హరుని రూపమో అరుణ దీపము రమణ నామమే రమణ నామమే రమణ గురువుకై తపము చేయరా రమణ నామమే జపము చేయరా కనుల భ్రాంతియే కరిగిపోవదా రమణ నామమే పలుకుచుండరా రమణ నామమే పలుకుచుండరా గురు పర రమణ అరుణగిరి పర రమణ హర హర రమణ జై గురువర రమణ గురు పర రమణ అరుణగిరి పర రమణ హర హర రమణ జై గురువర రమణ
Uma Sahasram, a magnum opus composition of Kavyakantha Sri Vasishtha Ganapati Muni. Naina composed these 1,000 slokams in various Sanskrit meters as an offering to Mother Goddess Uma for bestowing his guru, Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi. Sri Abhilash Mungamuru will recite the 30th Stabakam. In this 30th Stabakam, Naina depicts the process of performing Manasa Puja to Goddess Uma, the 16 steps for internal worship. This Stabakam is composed in Pramanika meter.
Uma Sahasram Trimshastabakaha Manasa Puja Pramanika Vrattam Kratena sa nisargato Dhrutena nityamanane सितेन शीतशैलजा स्मितेन संतनोतु मे प्रतिक्षणं विनस्वरानये विसृज्य गोचरान् समर्चयेश्वरी मनो विविच्य विश्वसायिनी विशुद्धदर्पणेन वाभिधारिते हृदाम्ब मे अयि प्रयच्छ सन्निधिं निजेव पुष्यगात्मजे पुरः समद्यमाश्रितं सितं यजस्ति पङ्कजम् अजाण्डमूल्यमस्तु ते सुरार्चिते तदासनम् अखण्डधारया द्रवन्नवेन्दुशेखरप्रिये मदीयभक्तिजीवनं दधातु ते अम्बपाद्यदाम् विवासनौघमानसप्रसादतोऽयमम्ब मे समस्तराङ्गृहस्थयो ननर्घ्यमर्घ्यमस्तु ते महेन्द्रयोनिचिन्तनाद्भवन् भवस्य वल्लभे महारसो रसस्त्वया निपीयतां विशुद्धये सहस्रपत्रपङ्कजद्रवत्सुधाजलेन सा सहस्रपत्रलोचना पिनाकिनोऽभिशिष्यते ममार्जितं यनिन्द्रियैः सुखं सुखाद्रिपञ्चभिः तदम्ब तुभ्यमर्पितं सुधाख्यपञ्चकायताम् वसिष्ठगोत्रजन्मिना द्विजेन निर्मितं शिवे इदं शरीरमेमवे तवास्तु दिव्यमङ्कुशम् विचित्रसूक्ष्मतन्त्रबृन्ममेयमात्मनाडिका सुखप्रबोधविग्रहे मखोपवीतमस्तु ते महद्विचिन्वतो मम स्वकीयतत्त्ववित्तिजम् इदं तु चित्तसौरभं शिवे तवास्तु चन्दनम् महेशनारिनिःश्वसंस्तथायमुच्छ्वसंस्तदा तवानिशं समर्चको ममास्तु जीवमारुतः पिपाककालपावकप्रदीप्तपुण्यगुग्गुलुः सुवासनाख्यधूपभृद्भवत्वयं ममाम्बते गुहावतारमौनिनामईश्वरी प्रदीपिता इयं प्रबोधदीपिका प्रमोददायिकास्तु ते इमामयी प्रियात्प्रियां महारसामहङ्कृतिं निवेदयामि बुध्यतामियं त्वया निरामये सरस्वती सुधायते मनो दधाति पूगतां हृदेव पत्रमम्बिके त्रयं समेप्यतेऽर्प्यते विनीलतो यदान्तरे विराजमानविग्रह निजाविभूतिरस्तु ते तटिल्लता प्रकाशिका स्वरोऽयमन्तरम्बिके द्विरेफवत्स्वरंस्तदा ममाभिमञ्चधी सुमं ददाति देवि तेऽङ्ग्रये तवार्चनं निरन्तरं यतो विधातुमस्महं न विश्वनाथपत्नि ते विसर्जनं विधीयते वियोग इन्दुधारिणां न चेह विश्वनायिके मदम्बस्तोत्रराजते तटिल्लता शिखान्तरे इदं शरीरमेककं विभाव्य नव्यमन्दिरं विहारमत्र शेश्वरा भवानि कर्तुमर्हसि जडेष्विबालसेष्विव प्रयोजनं न निद्रया विहर्तुमेव याच्यसे हृदि सपद्मराङ्ग्रिमे अयं तवाग्रिमस्सुतश्रितो मनुष्यविग्रहं तनूजवेश्मसौष्ठवं मृडानि पश्य कीदृशम् गणेशितुर्महाकवेरसौ प्रमाणिकावली मनोऽम्बुजे महेश्वरी प्रपूजनेषु शब्यताम् इति श्री भगवन् महर्षि रमणान्ते वासिनो वासिष्ठस्य नरसिंहसूनोः गणपतेः कृता उमा सहस्रे त्रिंशस्तवकः.
We will have Srimati Madhavi Mungamuru read a letter in Telugu from the book Sri Ramanashrama Lekhalu, written by Srimati Suri Nagamma from Sri Ramanashram to her brother then living at Vijayawada.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. ఏప్రిల్ 6, 1948. సాష్టాంగ నమస్కారం. ఈ మధ్యాహ్నం 3ంటికి 4-5 ఏళ్ల పిల్లవాడొకడు తల్లితో వచ్చాడు. తల్లి భగవానుకు నమస్కరించి కూర్చున్నది. ఆ పిల్లవాడు పదే పదే మొక్కడం సాగించాడు. భగవాన్ నవ్వుతూ అనుచరులతో, అదిగో చూడు, పదే పదే మొక్కడం సాగించాడు. నమస్కారం చేస్తే మనం ఇష్టం వచ్చినట్లు ఆడచ్చని అభిప్రాయం. ముందు మొక్కితే వెనక చేష్టలు ఆరంభించవచ్చు. చిన్నవాడు వాడికేం తెలుసు, అంతా చేస్తుంటే తాను ఆరంభించాడు. మొక్కినందుకు వెంటనే ఫలం దొరకాలోయ్. వాడికి కావాల్సిందే అరటిపండు, ఇస్తే మానేస్తాడు. ఉంటే ఇవ్వు అని ఇప్పిస్తే వెంటనే ఆ బిడ్డడు కూర్చున్నాడు. కొంచెం ఆగిన వెనుక ఒకరు వచ్చి భగవానుకు సాష్టాంగపడి ఏ వేళకు లేవలేదు. సమీపస్తులు లేపి కూర్చోమన్నారు. అతడెట్లాగో లేచి మళ్ళీ మళ్ళీ నమస్కరిస్తూ వారింపబడుతూ చివరకు కూర్చున్నాడు. భగవాన్ తమ పక్కనున్న వారితో నమస్కారం అంటే పదే పదే నొక్కడమేనని వారి అభిప్రాయం. ఏం చేస్తాం, అసలు నమస్కారం అంటే మనస్సు అణగడమే అన్నారు. సాష్టాంగ నమస్కారం అంటే అర్థం ఏమిటి భగవాన్ అన్నాడా భక్తుడు. అదా, సా అష్ట అంగ నమస్కారం అంటే చేతులు 2, కాళ్ళు 2, భుజాలు 2, వక్షస్థలం, లలాటం, ఈ 8 అంగాలు భూమి మీద ఆనించి నమస్కరించడం. ఆ సాష్టాంగ నమస్కృతి యొక్క భావం ఏమిటంటే, ఈ మన్ను మన్నుతో చేరుతుంది, నేను నేనుగా ఉంటాను అని. ఈ తాత్పర్యం విచారించి తెలుసుకోవాలి. అది తెలుసుకోకుండా ఏం చేసినా లాభం లేదు. ఉట్టుట్టి నమస్కారంతోనే అంతా వశం కావాలంటారు. కోరిందల్లా స్వామి ఇచ్చివేయాలి. మూటాముల్లా కట్టిచ్చేందుకు. ఎవరైనా నమస్కారం చేశారంటేనే నాకు భయం. వాళ్లకు మనం అణిగి ఉండాలి. వాళ్ళు చెప్పినట్లు మనం వినాలి. వారి కోరికలన్నీ తీర్చాలి. వారు మనస్సు తెలుసుకొని వర్తించాలి. నమస్కారం చేస్తే చాలు, మన మీద అధికారం వచ్చేస్తుంది. మన పాటలే ఇట్లాగుంటే ఈశ్వరుని పాటో, పాపం వారు ఎందరికి అణిగి ఉండాలో, ఎందరి మాట వినాలో, ఎందరికి వరమియ్యాలో చూడండి. స్వామిత్వానికే ఇంత ఉంటే వారి మాట చెప్పాలా? ఎవరైనా నమస్కారం చేయకుండా ఉంటే నాకు పరమ సంతోషం. ఎందుకంటే మనం వాళ్ళకు కట్టుబడి ఉండక్కర్లేదు కదా. జ్ఞాని తానెప్పుడూ నమస్కారం, ఆశీర్వాదం చేయనక్కర్లేదు. ఎందుకంటే వారి మనస్సెప్పుడు అణిగి ఉండడం వల్ల సదా అందరికీ నమస్కారం చేస్తూనే ఉంటారన్నమాట. మనం నమస్కరిస్తే వారు ఎదురు నమస్కరించలేదే, పోనీ ఆశీర్వాదమైనా చేయలేదే, ఇదేమి స్వామిరా అని కొందరు అనుకుంటారే కానీ, ఎదుటివారు ఇంకా వంగకముందే వీరు జ్ఞాని, నమస్కరిస్తూ అణిగిపోతారు. ఆశీర్వాదమన్నా అంతే, సదా మనస్సు అణిగి ఉండడమే ఆశీర్వాదం. జ్ఞాని మనస్సెప్పుడు అణిగే ఉంటుంది. ఇక చేసేదెవరు, చేయబడేదేమి అని సెలవిచ్చారు భగవాన్. ఓం నమో రమణ.
Now, Srimati Lakshmi Kanuri will sing a song on Bhagavan.
పాపనాశని గంగని పాలవన్నెలా బాలచంద్రుని దాల్చిన ధవళాచల వాస ఈశ్వర పరమేశ్వర పాప గంగయే పారుతున్నది పతితమైన నా మనసునా పాపమానా పుట్టుక దాని పావనం ముగ చేయరా పాపమానా పుట్టుక దాని పావనం ముగ చేయరా వందలాదిగా దేవతలభివందనములు చేయుచూ కూడరానుతి పాడరా తమ నీడగా ఉన్న గురువుని కందెడి కాయమందున కట్టు పని సైపడి ఉంటినే కావరా నన్ను బ్రోవరా దిక్కు నీవెరా తెలిదేవరా సత్యమే వేద మధ్యమయ్యను నిత్యము వెల్గు శంకరా అర్ధదేహమే అమ్మకే ఇచ్చి అమ్మనే మించే దేవరా కల్లరా ఒక కుళ్ళురా సంకెళ్ళలో ఉన్న దేహము చల్లగా దయ జల్లుగా నన్ను మెల్లగా నిన్ను చేర్చుమా బిచ్చమేని ఇచ్చగా కాట నిచ్చెలు తిరిగేవురా పచ్చి ఇంగిలినిచ్చి నోడిని మెచ్చిన పిచ్చి దేవరా వచ్చిన కర్మ భిక్షగా నాకిచ్చినది దేహము చచ్చిన నిన్నొదలను నన్ను మెచ్చి వరమోక్షము నిన్ను వెదుకుచు ఉన్న రమణుని కన్ను మిన్నుగా చేస్తివే తన్ను వెదుకుచు ఉన్నవారల కన్ని బాధలు తీర్తువే నిన్ను పాటల సన్నుతించడి నన్ను నీవేం చేతువో నిన్ను పాటల సన్నుతించడి నన్ను నీవేం చేతువో కన్నులాంటి దేవరా పద సన్నిధే చోటియరా కన్నులాంటి దేవరా పద సన్నిధే చోటియరా రమణ సద్గురు రమణ సద్గురు రమణ సద్గురు రాయనే 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 రమణ సద్గురు రమణ సద్గురు రమణ సద్గురు రాయనే.
To conclude, Srimati Neeraja and Sri Venkat Gavala will share with us a few talks from the book, Talks with Bhagavan.
Talk 266. Devotee is not discarding of the sheets mentioned in the Shastras. Maharshi, after the rise of the I thought, there is the false identification of the I with the body, the senses, the mind, etc. I is wrongly associated with them, and the true I is lost sight of. In order to shift the pure I from the contaminated I, this discarding is mentioned. But it does not mean exactly discarding of the non self, but it means the finding of the real self.
Talk number 264. Devotee. Why does Sri Krishna say, after several rebirths, the seeker gains knowledge and thus knows me? There must be evolution from stage to stage. Maharshi. How does Bhagavad Gita begin? Neither I was, not nor you, nor these chiefs, etc. Neither it is born, nor does it die, etc. So, there is no birth, no death, no present as you look at it. Reality was, is, and will be. It is changeless. Later, Arjuna asked Sri Krishna how he could have lived before Aditya. The instruction is for the one who sees diversity. In reality, there is no bondage, nor mukti, for himself or for others, from the Janani's standpoint. Talk number 268. It is true from Bhagavan's standpoint, but for us, my work demands the best part of my time and energy. Often I am too tired to devote myself to Atma Chintana. Maharshi. The feeling I work is the hindrance. Enquire who works. Remember, who am I? The work will not bind you. It will go on automatically. Make no effort either to work or to renounce work. Your effort is the bondage. What is bound to happen will happen. If you are destined to cease working, work cannot be had, even if you hunt for it. If you are destined to work, you cannot leave it. You will be forced to engage in it. So leave it to the higher power. You cannot renounce or hold as you choose. Talk number 269. How is all immanent God said to reside in the heart lotus? Maharshi. The heartfelt lotus is not a place. Some name is mentioned as the place of God because we think we are in the body. Being immanent everywhere, there is no particular place for God. Because we think we are in the body, we also believe that we are born. The Supreme Being is that from which the body is born, in which it lives, and into which it resolves. We, however, think that we reside within the body. Hence, such instruction is given. The instruction means, look within. Talk number 272. Devotee. Why did the self manifest as this miserable world? Maharshi. In order that you might seek it. Your eyes cannot see themselves. Place a mirror before them and they see themselves. Similarly, with the creation, see yourself first and then see the whole world as the self. The trouble now is due to your seeing the world externally and also thinking that there is pain there. But both the world and the pain are within you. If you look within, there will be no pain.
Now, we request the devotees of Michigan to continue these online celebrations with their offerings. Jai Ramana.
Bhagavan continued, Avudai Ammal has composed a great many songs. They are very popular in those parts, Madurai and other nearby districts. Some of them have been published. Still, so many remain unpublished. They have been handed down orally from generation to generation, mostly through women, who learn them by heart, hearing them from others and singing them along with those who already know them. Who was Avudai Akka? The name Avudai is the Tamil form of Gomati Amman, the presiding goddesses of the temple Shankaran Kovil, some 40 kilometers from Shengotai. This massive temple is dedicated to Shiva, his consort Gomati, and Shankar Narayanan. Akka was born into an orthodox Brahmin family of the Shengotai Agraharam, and her parents raised her with love and care. In keeping with tradition, she was married off at a very young age to a neighbor's son, so young as to not to know who her groom was, her formalized relation to him, or what marriage itself implied. Soon there was weeping in the house, and when she asked about the cause of the gloom and tears, she was told that the neighbor's child had died. Her immediate reaction was, Why cry so much for a boy who has died in another house? Akka became a child widow, and when Akka came of age, she was initiated into widowhood, such as mandatory white sari and relegation to a dark interior room, unending chores, and lifelong stigmatization as an inauspicious woman. She was inconsolable at the thought that such claustrophobic subjugation was to be her destiny. The famous scholar Thiruvisai Nallur Sridhara Venkatesha Ayyawal, who belonged to the tradition of Nama Sankirtan, where devotees chant the name of God set to music as an expression of bhakti, selfless devotion, was invited by the then king of Travancore to conduct the worship of Shiva on Shivaratri day. The master set out with a group of disciples walking from Kumbakonam. On the way, he passed through Shengotai and was welcomed by the Brahmins of the Agraharam. As he passed Akka's house, where the threshold was neither swept clean nor decorated with the customary kolam because of the inauspicious presence of the child widow, his legs became transfixed. He stood there singing the name of God. Akka flew out of the house like an arrow leaving the bow of a deft archer, fell weeping at his feet, and begged him to save her from her fate as a widow. Ayyaval compassionately told her not to worry but to come to the riverside mandapam in the evening to receive initiation. The onlookers were outraged at Akka's audacity and pushed her back into the house. They confronted Sridhar Ayyaval and rebuked him for encouraging the child widow, saying that she was not eligible to receive any initiation from anyone, much less from a saint. Ayyaval is supposed to have retorted, "If she is not eligible, then no one in this village is eligible for anything. Desire to know the truth is the only criterion for knowledge, and not the nature of embodiment, male, female, widowed, or married." Unhappy at his reply, the Brahmins of the Agraharam threatened Akka's parents with dire consequences if their daughter obeyed Ayyaval's instructions. Heedless of all this, Akka managed to escape the house in the evening, went to the mandapam, and received the Upanishadic Mahavakya from her guru. Needless to say, she was ostracized from the Agraharam, but the master allowed her to accompany him to Travancore. The women of the palace objected to a young child widow being part of his all-male retinue. But Ayyaval insisted that Akka was a jnani. He demonstrated this publicly by making her perform the Shivaratri worship. The king provided ceremonial golden bilva leaves for the puja that Akka performed with great concentration. The next morning, she collected the golden leaves along with the faded flowers and cast them all into the flowing waters of the nearby river. The fact that Akka made no distinction between ordinary flowers and priceless golden leaves was proclaimed by Ayyaval to be an instance of her absolute dispassion. Akka lived near her master by the holy river Kaveri for many years. Experiencing the supreme Advaitic truth, she began singing songs about this experience of sublimity. Her state of deep samadhi is legendary. Once while meditating on the Kaveri bank, there was a flash flood. Many of Ayyaval's disciples ran for their lives. Akka, however, stayed totally oblivious to her surroundings. The surging river piled mud around her in a circular heap, forming an island as she continued her meditation uninterrupted. Akka was called an Unmata, one who wanders like a madwoman, spiritually intoxicated. She composed her songs while in this state. Her lament, Anubhoga Ratnamalai, composed when she heard of the passing away of her master Ayyaval, stuns the readers with the heart-wrenching intensity of its pathos. A few women devotees attended to her when she was in the state of divine and followed her, learned her songs, and passed this treasure on to other women. Slowly, her songs became known in every local Brahmin household. There may have been a time when the women of all Brahmin households in Tirunelveli district sang her songs. The story about Akka's departure from the world claims that she told her 3 intimate disciples to accompany her to Kutralam, and when they climbed the cliff by the Shenbaga Aruvi, the waterfalls, She gestured to them not to follow her further. She walked on, never to return. Her disciples waited for a long time and then searched for her, but there was no trace of Akka or her remains. All that was left was the priceless legacy of her songs, which were taught to younger women and thus kept in circulation. One such song is Kili Kanni. Swami Nityananda Giri of Jnanananda Tapovanam, Tamil Nadu, has published most of Akka's songs under the title Chengotai Sri Avudayal Akkal Padal Tiruthu in 2002.
Kili Kanni song by Avudayakkal. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. எத்தனையோ கோடி ஜன்மம் எடுத்தேன் கணக்கில்லாமல், எத்தனையோ கோடி ஜன்மம் எடுத்தேன் கணக்கில்லாமல், போதமிழந்து விட்டேன் கிளியே புத்திமயக்கத்தினால், கிளியே புத்திமயக்கத்தினால். போதம் தெளிவேனோடி போக்குவரத்தை விட்டு, தேறி தெளிவேனோடி கிளியே சித்துதயத்தை கண்டு, கிளியே சித்துதயத்தை கண்டு. செப்பிடி வித்தை போலே இந்த சூத்திரமான தேகத்தை, எப்படி நான் சுமப்பேனடி கிளியே இனி என்னாலாகாதடி, கிளியே இனி என்னாலாகாதடி. வேதாந்த சாரமென்னும் விருட்சத்தை கண்டவுடன் தேடியிரு பேனடி கிளியே இந்த நிழலை கண்டு, கிளியே இந்த நிழலை கண்டு. ஆனந்தமான பழம் அனவதியாய் கிடக்க, சச்சிதானந்தமென்றும் கிளியே காண அறிதேயடி, கிளியே காண அறிதேயடி. தேடக்கிடாயதடி தெகட்டாத வஸ்துவடி, தேடக்கிடாயதடி தெகட்டாத வஸ்துவடி, அறிவுள்ளோர்கானந்த மடி கிளியே அதிக மதுரமடி, கிளியே அதிக மதுரமடி. காணக்கிடாயத பேர் கசத்தில் விழுவாரடி, பிறப்பதும் இறப்பதுமாய் கிளியே பிரமை பிடித்தலை வாரடி, கிளியே பிரமை பிடித்தலை வாரடி. பரபிரம்ம வஸ்துவன்றோ பரமகுரு கிருபையால் பற்றி பிடி போமடி கிளியே இந்த பவமும் துலையுமடி, கிளியே இந்த பவமும் துலையுமடி. எட்டாத கொப்படியோ என்னால் முடியோ மோடி, தட்டி பறிக்க வென்றால் கிளியே சாதுக்கள் வேணுமடி கிளியே சாதுக்கள் வேணுமடி ஆதி அந்த மற்ற ஆசாரியர் கிருபையினாலே எட்டி பறிப்போமடி கிளியே எல்லோரும் பூஜிப்போமடி கிளியே எல்லாரும் பூஜிப்போமடி பற்றி பறிப்போமடி கிளியே பிரம்மரசத்தை பற்றி பறிப்போமடி கிளியே பிரம்மரசத்தை எல்லாரும் பூஜி போமடி கிளியே எல்லாரும் பூஜி போமடி கிளியே எல்லாரும் பூஜி போமடி கிளியே எல்லாரும் பூஜி போமடி.
Gummi Patu from Ramanastuti Panchakam, the 5 hymns on Sri Ramana Maharshi. The author of Sri Ramanastuti Panchakam is Satyamangalam Sri Venkatrama Iyer, who came to Bhagavan when he was in Virupaksha cave, 1910-1911. These are among the earliest hymns in the praise of Bhagavan. Apart from that, the hymns themselves have an intrinsic freshness in them, being the outpouring of a soul at the first blossoming of its heart. Even as Saint Kannappar worshipped Shiva only for a week and won his grace, so too the author of these songs, a ripe soul, stayed with the Maharshi just a week, but with such intense love that he earned the grace of Sri Maharshi and danced round him in joy. The most striking thing about this great devotee is that having drunk deep the grace of Bhagavan, he never felt the need to come back to his presence. Strangely, when some of the old devotees went to Satyamangalam to meet Venkatrama Iyer, nobody in the village knew anything about him. Later on, while devotees were discussing this, Devaraja Mudaliyar remarked, while at Virupaksha cave, Bhagavan had written 5 hymns in praise of Arunachala. To this Muruganar replied, Father Arunachala wanted to express his gratitude, so he came in a human form as Venkatrama Iyer and sang 5 hymns on Bhagavan. Bhagavan's recollection of Gummi Patu in Day by Day with Bhagavan, A. Devaraja Mudaliyar, January 1st, 1947. An old lady, a Brahmin widow, was talking to Bhagavan in the hall, recollecting various incidents connected with her family and Bhagavan during Bhagavan's stay in Virupaksha cave and Skandashramam. Thereupon, Devaraja Mudaliyar asked TSR who the lady was. TSR said she was the widow of one Venkatrama Iyer of Madurai, who stayed with Bhagavan for a long time and was greatly attached to Bhagavan. Thereupon Bhagavan asked Mudaliyar, haven't you met him? His photo must be in our groups in the life. No, said Devaraja Mudaliyar. Then Bhagavan asked TSR to get a copy of the first edition of Self-Realization by BVN. He took out a group photo and showed us the above Mr. V. Iyer in that group. The lady began singing some Tamil songs. Among them were Ramanastuti Panchakam songs. In this connection, TSR asked Bhagavan how many times the author of those songs, Satyamangalam Venkatrama Iyer, had visited Bhagavan and where he was now. Bhagavan replied, "He came only once when we were at the Virupaksha cave. The first 4 songs he wrote while he was here, one each day of his stay. And the 5th, the Sadguru song, he sent after going to his place, Satyamangalam. He never again came here, and we know nothing more about him. The day he wrote the Gummi song, Mr. M.V. Ramaswamy Iyer, probably Ramanatha Dikshidhar and others, all crazy chaps, Paitiyanga, joined together at night and sang the song and did Gummi."
ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி, பெண்கால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. தங்கும் சிவலோகம் தன்னை விட்டு தயவாக திருச்சுழி தன்னில் வந்து, அங்கும் இருக்க மனம் சகியாமலே அருணகிரி தன்னை நாடி வந்தான். ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி, பெண்கால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. விரும்பி வந்திடும் அன்பர்களை விருபாக்ஷ குகையினிற் தானிருந்து, கரும்பு போ ருசி காட்டி கழித்திட காட்சி தந்தான் அருட்பார்வையுடன். ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி, பெண்கால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. சோனகிரி தன்னில் சோதி வடிவதாய் தோன்றிடும் ஈசன் அருளாலே, ஆணவமாகிய மாயை அறுத்தெறிந்தான்ம சுகத்திற்கழித்திடுவான். ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி, பெண்கால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. எங்கும் நிறைந்த பராபரமாயொளி தங்குமிடமொதொன்றில்லாமலே, கங்குல் பகலர நின்ற விடமதை கண்டு கழித்த நன்றானாகி. ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி, பெண்கால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பஞ்சபூதங்களிற் தானிருந்தான் அவன், பஞ்ச கோசங்களை தான் அறுத்தான், பஞ்சதன் மாத்திரை தான் குடித்தான் அவன், பஞ்சவிந்தியத்தை தான் ஜெயித்தான். ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி, பெண்கால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. 3 சரீரமும் தான் மறந்தான் அவன், 3 வஸ்தங்களும் தான் ஒழித்தான், 3 குணங்களும் தாண்டி விட்டான் அவன், 3 பதம் கடந்தேறிவிட்டான். ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி, பெண்கால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பின்னும் வினையதுங்கானாண்டி, பிறையோங்கு தனிற் சிவமானாண்டி, இன்னும் ஜீவ உயிரானாண்டி, இனி தாகப்பர உயிரானாண்டி. ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி, பெண்கால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. ஜீவத்துயிரையும் பரத்துயிரையும் சேர்ந்திருக்க பிடித்தொன்றாக்கி, பாவத்தினின்று தன்னை மறந்தே நின்றே பரமாகி பழுத்து தனித்து விட்டான். ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி, பெண்கால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. வீணினில் வாயை வளர்ப்பதனால் என்ன வெங்கடரமண வேதியனே, காணினிற் காட்சி என்றோதியறைந்தானே, கண்விழியால் என்றன் கண்ணத்திலே. ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி, பெண்கால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. ரமணனென் சர்க்குரு ரமணனென் போதகன் ரமணனென் நாயகன் ஆகிவிட்டான். நமவென்றவன் பத நாடி விழுந்து நாம் நாட்டியமாடுவோம் ஞான பெண்கால். ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி, பெண்கால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பரநல்லது பாராதிகள் பாரார் தம்மை பார்ப்பான், உரநல்லது துணையேன்றிய உலகில் யாவையும் நேன்றான். அரணம் என அடியார் கருள் அண்ணாமலை ரமணன், ஷரணல்லது மற்றும் ஒரு ஷரணில்லை, நமக்கே ரமணன் ஷரணல்லது மற்றும் ஒரு ஷரணில்லை, நமக்கே.
ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ ரமணாய.
Orvullu by Kanudaya Valala. Selected verses. Translated by Robert Butler. Read by Jenny Butler. Ramana Maharshi and Orvullu. References to Orvullu are scattered throughout the works, which record devotees' conversations with Sri Ramana and their reminiscences of him. Srimati T.R. Kanakamo, in her recollections, Nineveh Nirain Davai, tells an interesting story which illustrates the regard in which Orvullu, as a work of Advaita, was held by both Bhagavan and Sri Muruganar. She tells how one day Murugana was explaining the meaning of certain verses from Orvullu to her in the presence of a visiting Swami from Kovilur Math. First, he would explain the verse from the point of view of its Siddhanta-based commentary, and then according to the teaching of Bhagavan. At some point, the Swami interposed, asking whether the latter interpretation was from the point of view of Vedanta or Siddhanta. The question seemed to take Murugana by surprise, and he replied, I do not know Siddhantam, nor do I know Vedantam. All I know is Ramanantam. It is clear also that Bhagavan actively encouraged Murugana to write his own commentary on Orvullu from the Advaita Vedanta standpoint. This work was never started. However, the fact that this request was made and tentatively accepted by Muruganar is clear from 2 prefatory verses to the unwritten Urai, which are recorded in the 8th volume of Sri Ramana Jnana Bodham, the portmanteau collection of Muruganar's unpublished verses. We quote these 2 verses below. Sri Ramana Jnana Bodham, Volume 8, verses 1832 to 1833, for the reader's interest, and as a blessing upon this current endeavor. Orvullu reveals the ultimate reality, which remains ever attained. In order that this work may achieve the richness of being adorned by a Vedantic commentary, I will, with grace abounding, ascertain the true intention of its author, Ganudaya Valala, and I will bring out a commentary, penetrating his work with the light of pure consciousness, the state of remaining awake in the heart. My Lord, who ruled me in such a way that I should no longer, through delusion, fall into error, commanded me to write a Vedantic commentary on the illustrious work, Orvullu. He himself will let me know its correct meaning, remaining in my heart, so that his command is executed. At times, in reading Orvullu, one has the sense that the 6 centuries separating Sri Ramana and Ganudaya Valala have telescoped down, revealing the 2 of them as one in their timeless, transcendent state. It seems that Valala is talking about Sri Ramana himself in his final years, when in verse 228, describing the Jnana Guru, he says, "Dwelling detached from a body weakened through its effortless rejection of worldly desires, the last residue of spent karma lingering about him like the scent of faded flowers. His gaze, wherever dwells the joyous bliss of freedom from the senses, his divine countenance. These images shall never leave my heart." The raised hand of him who pours forth his blissful compassion through the destruction of my personal self is the baton of truth, flourished to call a halt to the dance of the Vedas and Agamas. It is the crown upon the head of the mountain of the 6 chakras. It is the sun, rising to dispel the darkness which obscures my consciousness. What course of study might the mature disciple adopt to achieve the loss of his personal self, if the sad Guru does not cast his glance of grace upon him? He is like an elephant in musk, who becomes quite still, without the slightest tremor, when in his dream the enduring great lion, that is the sad Guru, appears before him on his path. That Shivam, the self, is not known unto itself, nor does it know anything that is other than itself. If it possessed thought, then there would be for it the absence of thought, forgetfulness. Therefore, it does not possess thought. There is for it no birth or death. the 5 divine operations unfold in its mere presence. The blissful voice of the Vedas and Agamas gives only the merest hint of its nature. Tanai Ariadu, that Shivam does not know itself. That whose very nature is pure knowingness, consciousness, cannot, by definition, know itself. It can only be itself. As Sri Ramana points out in verse 33 of Ulladu Napadu, the very question as to whether the supreme reality, the substratum of the individual consciousness, can know itself is an occasion for ridicule. To say, I do not know myself, or I have known myself, is an occasion for ridicule. Why so? Can there be two selves, with one making the other its object, when it is the experience of everyone that they are one? Veru unde tan ariadu. It does not know anything as existing separately from itself. By the same token, because Shivam contains and transcends all that is or ever could be, there cannot be anything separate from itself, which it knows or which knows it. Again, Sri Ramana makes a similar point in verse 12 of Ulladu Napadu. Since it shines without anything other which it knows, or which makes it known, the self is true knowledge. In those who, wearied by ritual activities, come to him asking for instruction, the illustrious one fosters the bliss of the self, so that they dwell in silence. He is a true guru. As for the rest, know that, insofar as they cause the slightest movement in the minds of their disciples, they will be like Brahma, the creator of worlds and the lord of death. When the mind arises, the world arises with it, and when the mind subsides, the world is no more. Therefore, the false teacher will be like Brahma, the creator of the worlds, insofar as his instruction causes movement in the minds of his disciples, and he will be like death, in that he condemns them to the repeated death and subsequent rebirth of the illusory mind-body complex, as the mind continually arises and subsides by turns at the prompting of the false guru's instructions. Sri Ramana refers to this verse in Day by Day with Bhagavan, 27.3.46, afternoon, in which the following was said, and afterwards the Tamil verse quoted in full. There are so many Vidyas mentioned in the Upanishads. One of them is Madhu Vidya. Elaborate details and rules are given for each of these Vidyas. But what is the use of all these Vidyas? Still, we must note that there are some whose minds are so built that they can take interest only in such Vidyas. But the truth is, all karma of whatever kind will lead to fresh bondage. That is why it is said in Orvullu that the guru who prescribes fresh karma or action of any sort, that is rituals or sacrifices, to one who, after trying various karmas, comes to him for peace, is both Brahma and Yama to the disciple. That is, he only creates fresh births and deaths. If, for those who know their true self, there are no instruments of knowledge, no embodied self, and no fruits of these to be experienced, can we say, no Shivam, like the gold which shines ever brighter on being refined? We will eliminate your personal consciousness, so that, as it is worn away, you remain as Shivam only. By remaining still, that is, by refusing to be drawn into the world of the mind and senses, that ego self will gradually be weakened and the light of Shivam will grow. This is the very process signified by the very title of the work, Orvullu, one of whose meanings we have previously given as subsiding into the self or Shivam, through the elimination of obstacles, that is, the personal consciousness, the ego. This theme of purification, of elimination of the false, is taken up by Bhagavan in Upadesa Undiyar, verse 25. To know oneself, of all attributes free, is knowing God. Fly, Undi, fly. Since God as oneself shines luminously, fly, Undi, fly. The knowledge of the Shiva Jnani does not know itself. It is like the eye of someone who is stripping away the husk of an immature plantain. Although he may continue to speak of I and you, there remains nothing that is different from himself. The word I is just a word to him, just as to the tongue the word tongue is just a word. This Arya Arivu, knowledge which does not know, this absolute, true knowledge, does not know itself objectively, nor does it know anything else external to it, just as the eye, whose nature is to see, cannot see itself. This Arya Arivu is described by Sri Ramana in verse 12 of Ulladu Napadu. That in which knowledge and ignorance are entirely non-existent is true knowledge. That which knows itself or the world is not true knowledge. Since it shines without anything other which it knows, or which makes it known, the self is true knowledge. It is not a void. Know thus. Since it is said in the Vedas and Agamas that all that one knows is not oneself, is it not evident that simply remaining still is to dwell as that is, the self, Brahman or Shivam? Although its mouth may open and close, does a severed head know anything? Ascertain the truth for yourself. Suma irupu, adu atonrado. Is it not evident that remaining still is to remain as that? Alternatively, splitting as suma irupadu I tonrado, the meaning is it not evident that we should remain still as a self? Here we see the use of the phrase summa irupado, remaining still, quiet, at peace, which has a very powerful meaning in Tamil. It refers to the state of remaining as one with the self, the most powerful and dynamic state of all, as Bhagavan himself tells us in Akshara verse 37. O Arunachala, if I sleep in silence as a lazy one, enjoying bliss, what recourse for me might there be other than this? Speak. Compare also. The eyes of the jnani are likened to the eyes of a dead goat. They are always open, never closed. They glitter, but they see nothing, though it seems to others that they see everything. Ramana Maharshi quoted by Sri Nagama in letters from Sri Ramana Ashramam, 26th of October, 1947. When consciousness is without movement, that is the all-embracing fullness of reality. Inasmuch as there is movement in consciousness, that reality appears false. This is like the opening and closing of the eye. As an illustration of this, observe the manner in which there is wind when the air moves, and when it is still, there is not. Mind is nothing other than the arising of movement in consciousness. The first sentence drives home the meaning through its symmetrical structure. Upon the stilling of consciousness, the fullness of reality supervenes. Inasmuch as there is movement, that reality becomes false. The importance of stilling such movement within consciousness is underlined in Sri Ramana's translation of Vivekachudamani, verse 10. When the mind moves even a little, that is samsara. When the mind abides firmly and motionlessly in the state of the self, that is mukti. Upon the elimination of sound and the rest of the tattvas, when self and other cease to be, the question of the merits of Siddhanta and Vedanta will be meaningless. My son, the state of liberation is indescribable. It is beyond bliss itself. To define it in dualistic terms is merely the play of the mind. Sri Ramana explores the same idea in verse 34 of Upadesa Undiyar. Without knowing within the heart, wherein the mind merges, the reality that exists externally as the nature of everyone, and remaining established there, to engage in disputes, arguing. It exists. It does not exist. It has form. It is formless. It is one. It is two. It is neither. Is ignorance born of illusion? Maya. Those who dwell as knowledge upon the abolition of ignorance, who, upon the abolition of both knowledge and ignorance, do not know even that knowledge, and hence are not separate from the self, have attained absorption in true knowledge, jnana samadhi, through the loss of their personal self, and in that very instant are liberated whilst in the body, jivan muktas. The first two lines are reminiscent of the first two lines of verse 12 of Ulladu Napadu by Sri Ramana. That in which knowledge and ignorance do not exist is true knowledge. That which knows the world is not true knowledge. Through his touch, thought, and glance, the Guru will drive out all the three malams, Anavam, Maya, and Kanmam. Then, bestowing his wisdom through his word, he will remove the illusion of personal consciousness, which leads to involvement and karya and the other three paths, whereupon that personal consciousness will be no more. Parichitam, Chintitam, Patum, through his touch, thought, and glance. TCS states that the Guru, in touching the disciple with his hands and feet, is like a bird which uses its feathers to hatch out its eggs. In dwelling upon the disciple as his own divine form, he is like the turtle which protects its eggs with its thoughts, and, in looking upon the disciple with his glance of grace, he is like the fish which watches over its eggs with its eyes. It further states that all 6 forms of initiation are meant in this verse, yoga being considered to be included in thought, and Holy Scripture in word. Compare here verse 63 of Sri Ramana's Aksharamanamala and Muruganatha's Vritta Urai, detailed commentary, page 116. Arunachala, ruling over me, bestow your grace, making me ripe by looking upon me, thinking of me, and touching my body. In those of the highest degree of maturity, the indwelling Anavam and the outer Kanmam and Maya have become separated from their true self, just as the fruit of the tamarind becomes separate from its shell when ripe, and the seeds of future Kanmam have been thus annihilated. Just as an eyeless needle cannot be threaded. For such as these, this freedom from desire is the bliss of the self. Achai Kedu Anadam Am. The annihilation of desire is the bliss of the self. Sri Ramana, in Conscious Immortality, page 179, says, "It is not the soul which yearns for realization, as the latter is always there. Do you deny yourself? No. Then the self exists. It is only ego which seeks it. Even the highest of desires, that for realization, is only an indication that that realization has not yet been attained. What is meant by bliss here is not the sense of ecstasy experienced in the higher stages of spiritual practice, but the deep calm of coming to dwell in the self upon the eradication of that which masks it, which in Siddhanta parlance is the 3 malams." Sri Ramana goes on to say on page 189 of the same work, "The final obstacle to meditation is ecstasy. You feel great bliss and happiness and stay in that ecstasy. Do not yield to it, but pass on to the 6th stage, which is great calm. The calm is higher than ecstasy, and it merges into samadhi." For those whose personal consciousness has been annihilated, what association with anything whatsoever remains? For them, the whole universe has been destroyed. Where might they go and hide? Like the tale of a man who once went in search of a tiger, was mauled by it and devoured, the self will hold them in its unblinking gaze and bring them to complete stillness. Uli Kangarum Enil. Since this is for them the destruction of the universe. Upon the loss of ego, the personal self, the universe is seen by the jnani to be unreal, existing only as an appearance within the self. Thus, it is effectively destroyed. Compare day by day with Bhagavan, 22:11:45, afternoon. All the crores of worlds being built upon the weak or no foundation of ego, they all topple down when the atomic bomb of jnana comes down upon them. However, since he is no longer part of that illusion and dwells beyond time and space, being and non-being, as the self, there will be no personal self to fear that it too will be annihilated, and to attempt to preserve itself by seeking a hiding place.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. The Georgia Satsang Group is delighted to be able to participate in this global Aradhana Satsang. We will start with an offering from Amogha.
வணக்கம், என் பெயர் அமோகா. நான் திருப்பூரிலிருந்து ஒரு பாட்டு பாட போறேன். பாதி மதி நதி போதுமணி சடை நாதன் அருளிய குமரே ஏசா பாகு கனி மொழி மாது குறமகள் பாதம் வருடிய மணவா ஆளா காது முழுவிழி காக முழாறு மாயன் அருத்திரு மருகோ ஓனே காலன் நனை அணு ஆமலுணதிரு காலில் வழிபட அருள்வா ஆயே ஆதி அயனோடு தேவர் சுரருட காலும் மைகையுறு சிறுமி ஈலா ஆடு மயிலினில் ஏறிய அமரர்கள் சூர வரம் வரம் மிலையோ ஓனே சூதமிக வள சோலை மருவும் சுவாமி மலை தானில் ஒரேவோ ஓனே சூத நுடலுற வாரி சுவரிட வேலை விட வளர் பெருமா ஆளே. நன்றி.
முத்தை தருபத்தி திருநகையத்தி கிருச்சத்தி சரவண முத்து குருவித்து குருபரை என ஓதும் முத்தை தருபத்தி திருநகையத்தி கிருச்சத்தி சரவண முத்தி குருவித்து குருபரை என ஓதும் முட்கட்பரமர்க்குச் சுருதியின் முற்பட்டது கற்பித்திருவரும் முற்பட்டு முவர்க்கத்தமரரும் அடிப்பேன முட்கட்பரமர்க்குச் சுருதியின் முற்பட்டது கற்பித்திருவரும் முப்பத்து முவர்க்கத்தமரரும் அடிப்பேன பத்து தலை தத்த கணிதொடு ஒற்றை கிரிமத்தை பொழுதொரு பட்ட பகல் வட்ட திகிரியில் இரவாத பத்து தலை தத்தை கணதொட ஒற்றை கிரிமத்தை பொழுதொரு பட்ட பகல் வட்ட திகிரியில் இரவாக பத்திற்கிரதத்தை கடவிய பச்சை புயல் மெச்ச தகு பொறு பட்சத்தொடு ரட்சித்தருவதும் ஒரு நாளே பத்திற்கிரதத்தை கடவிய பச்சை புயல் மெச்ச தகு பொறு பட்சத்தொடு ரட்சித்தருவதும் ஒரு நாளே தித்தித்தய ஒத்த பரிபுட நித்த பதம் வைத்து பைரவி திக்கொட்கணடிக்க கழ்கொடு கழுதாட தித்தித்தய ஒத்த பரிபுர நித்த பதம் வைத்து பைரவி திக்கொட்கடடிக்க கழ்கொடு கழுதாட திக்கு பரியட்ட பைரவ தொக்கு தொகு தொக்கு தொகு தொகு சித்திர பவுதிக்க திரிகடக என ஓத திக்கு பரியட்ட பைரவ தொக்கு தொகு தொக்கு தொகு தொகு சித்திர பவுரிக்க திரிகடக என போத கொத்து பறைகொட்ட களமிசை குக்கு குகு குக்கு குகு குத்தி புதை புக்கு பிடியன முதுகூகை கொத்து பறைகொட்ட களமிசை குக்கு குகு குக்கு குகு குத்தி புதை புக்கு பிடியன முதுகூகை கொட்புற்ற நற்புற்றவுணரை வெட்டி பலியிட்டு குளகிரி கொத்துப்பட ஒத்து புறவள பெருமாளே கொட்புற்ற நற்பற்றவுணரை வெட்டி பலியிட்ட குளகிரி கொத்துப்பட ஒத்து புறவள பெருமாளே.
ॐ नमो भगवते
ஸ்ரீரமணாய. உனது திருவருளே இந்த உலக காட்சியெல்லாம் மனது வடிவினாய் நீயே மாயையும் ஆகுவையே. உனது திருவருளே இந்த உலக காட்சியெல்லாம் மனது வடிவினாய் நீயே மாயையும் ஆகுவையே. தனதுள் அறிவொளியாய் இதயம் தங்கும் போதினிலே, தனதுள் அறிவொளியாய் இதயம் தங்கும் போதினிலே, எனது நானிலதால் தோன்ற எதுவும் இல்லை அயலே. எனது நானிலதால் தோன்ற எதுவும் இல்லை அயலே. ரமணா உனது திருவருளே இந்த உலக காட்சியெல்லாம் மனது வடிவினாய் நீயே மாயையும் ஆகுவையே. நீயே மாயையும் ஆகுவையே. அறிவு வடிவின நீ ஆனாலும் அருணாச்சலத்தினிலே குரவில் குருவடிவாய் கண்முன் உடலோடு உளவினையே. அறிவு வடிவின நீ ஆனாலும் அருணாச்சலத்தினிலே உறவில் குருவடிவாய் கண்முன் உடலோடு உளவினையே. மறைவில் அறிவொளியாய் வாழும் வழியை அருளினையே. மறைவில் அறிவொளியாய் வாழும் வழியை அருளினையே. இறைவன் நினதருளால் இணை உன் இயல்பில் இணைத்தருளே. இறைவன் நினதருளால் இணை உன் இயல்பில் இணைத்தருளே. ரமணா உனது திருவருளே இந்த உலக காட்சியெல்லாம் மனது வடிவினாய் நீயே மாயையும் ஆகுவையே. எனது நானிலதால் தோன்ற எதுவும் இல்லை அயலே. இறைவன் நினதருளால் இணை உன் இயல்பில் இணைத்தருளே. ரமணா இணை உன் இயல்பில் இணைத்தருளே. உன் இயல்பில் இணைத்தருளே.
அச்சல போற்றி அந்தன போற்றி. அச்சல போற்றி அந்தன போற்றி. குச்சலமை ஞான குறிசல் போற்றி. குச்சலமை ஞான குறிசல் போற்றி. பெருந்துயர் செய்யும் பிறவி பிணிக்கோ. பெருந்துயர் செய்யும் பிறவி பிணிக்கோர் மருந்தே போற்றி மணியே போற்றி. மருந்தே போற்றி மணியே போற்றி. ஆதி போற்றி அழக போற்றி. ஆதி போற்றி அழக போற்றி. ஜோதி போற்றி சுந்தர போற்றி. ஜோதி போற்றி சுந்தர போற்றி. மஞ்சா போற்றி மணாளா போற்றி. மஞ்சா போற்றி மணாளா போற்றி. உஞ்சே நாயேனுடையாய் போற்றி. உஞ்சே நாயேனுடையாய் போற்றி. தெள்ளத் தெளிந்த சின்மய போற்றி, தெள்ளத் தெளிந்த சின்மய போற்றி, உள்ளம் கவர்ந்த கள்வா போற்றி, உள்ளங்கவர்ந்த கள்வா போற்றி, ஒரு பெயர் கடந்த ஒருவா போற்றி, ஒரு பெயர் கடந்த ஒருவா போற்றி, கருப்பெயர் நொழிய கடைக்கணி போற்றி, கருப்பெயர் நொழிய கடைக்கணி போற்றி, உள்ளே போற்றி வெளியே போற்றி, உள்ளே போற்றி வெளியே போற்றி, உள்வெளி கடந்த ஒளியே போற்றி, உள்வெளி கடந்த ஒளியே போற்றி, மெய்யே போற்றி பொய்யே போற்றி, மெய்யே போற்றி பொய்யே போற்றி, பொய்மை கடந்த பொருளே போற்றி, பொய்மை கடந்த பொருளே போற்றி, அமுதே போற்றி நஞ்சே போற்றி, அமுதே போற்றி நஞ்சே போற்றி, அமுதமானந்த மருந்தினை போற்றி, அமுதமானந்த மருந்தினை போற்றி, போற்றி நின் பொன்னடி போற்றி, போற்றி நின் பொன்னடி போற்றி, போற்றி வெங்கடனின் பொன்னருள் 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 போற்றி.
குறையனைத்தும் களைகின்ற தெய்வம் நீயே, குறையனைத்தும் களைகின்ற தெய்வம் நீயே, கருணைக்கு எல்லையில்லா இறையோ நீயே ரமணா, குறையனைத்தும் களைகின்ற தெய்வம் நீயே, கருணைக்கு எல்லையில்லா இறையோ நீயே ரமணா, குறையனைத்தும் களைகின்ற தெய்வம் நீயே ரமணா. பக்தர்களை காக்கின்ற குருவும் நீயே, பக்தர்களை காக்கின்ற குருவும் நீயே, பரிபூர்ண அன்புடைய புனித நீயே ரமணா, பக்தர்களை காக்கின்ற குருவும் நீயே, பரிபூர்ண அன்புடைய புனித நீயே ரமணா, குறையனைத்தும் களைகின்ற தெய்வம் நீயே, கருணைக்கு எல்லையில்லா இறையோ நீயே ரமணா, குறையனைத்தும் களைகின்ற தெய்வம் நீயே ரமணா. ஏங்கி நிற்கும் மக்களுக்கு ஏதல் நீயே, ஏங்கி நிற்கும் மக்களுக்கு ஏதல் நீயே, எளியோர்க்கும் வலியோர்க்கும் எல்லாம் நீயே ஈஸ்வரன் நீயே ரமணா, குறையனைத்தும் களைகின்ற தெய்வம் நீயே, கருணைக்கு எல்லையில்லா இறையோ நீயே ரமணா, குறையனைத்தும் களைகின்ற தெய்வம் நீயே ரமணா. ரமணா ரமணா.
Namo Ramana, everybody. Today, I'm going to share a Tamil composition that is inspired by Sri Sadashiva Brahmendra's Sanskrit work, Chinta Nasti Kila. Sri Sadashiva Brahmendra lived during the same period as Sri Sridhar Ayyaval and Avudiyakal. Now, as Sri Bhagavan devotees, you have probably heard that Bhagavan grew up listening to Akal songs sung by his mother, Aragammal. This song, Chinta Nasti Kila, teaches us the secret to living a life free of anxiety and worry. Interestingly, I grew up hearing my mother sing it, maybe in a slightly different tune, but likely to be in the same raga. She learned it from our grandfather, who was a yogi and a great devotee of Sri Ayyappa. He composed many songs for his Ishtadevata. Now, here comes the funny part. Neither my mother nor we as kids realized that this was Sri Sadashiva Brahmendra's composition until last year when my brother Murugan discovered it while reading a spiritual text. We were just thinking it was a composition by our grandpa. So it was a very interesting insight that we gained through my beloved brother. We all love this song, and because of its beauty and spiritual meaning, I was inspired to compose a Tamil version. It's not a translation by any means. It's not a strict translation. It's got a little bit of Bhagavan's influence, and who is my Ishtadevata, that is our beloved Bhagavan Ramana. The meaning of the composition is simple. O mind, be free of thoughts, especially anxiety. Cultivate calm, compassion, and devotion, particularly when you are in the company of the wise. Transcend time, past, present, and future, and overcome the sensual desires. Firmly grasp the holy feet of Guru Ramana and let the flame of pure awareness, Chit Jnana, light up in our hearts. Thus, we sing, O mind, be free of thoughts. Here is the song. சிந்தையில்லாமல் இரு மனமே, சிந்தையில்லாமல் இரு, சிந்தையில்லாமல் இரு மனமே, சிந்தையில்லாமல் இல்லாமல் இரு. பக்தி கருணை மௌனத்தோடு, பக்தி கருணை மௌனத்தோடு, ஞானிகள் வாக்கினை நெஞ்சினில் கொண்டு, ஞானிகள் வாக்கினை நெஞ்சினில் கொண்டு, சிந்தையில்லாமல் இரு. மனமே சிந்தையில்லாமல் இரு. முக்காலங்களை தாண்டி சென்று, முக்காலங்களை தாண்டி சென்று, காமமும் புலன்களும் அடக்கி வென்று, காமமும் புலன்களும் அடக்கி வென்று, சிந்தையில்லாமல் இரு. மனமே சிந்தையில்லாமல் இரு. ரமண மகாகுரு பாதங்கள் பற்றி, ரமண மகாகுரு பாதங்கள் பற்றி, ஆன்ம ஜோதியை உள்ளத்தில் ஏற்றி, ஆன்ம ஜோதியை உள்ளத்தில் ஏற்றி, சிந்தையில்லாமல் இரு. மனமே சிந்தையில்லாமல் இரு. சிந்தையில்லாமல் இரு. மனமே சிந்தையில்லாமல் இரு. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீரமணாய.
Meditation requires an object, something to meditate on, whereas in enquiry, there is only the subject. You are not looking for anything new, anything outside yourself, but simply concentrating on being, on yourself, on the pure I am of you. It is not thinking, but suspending thoughts while retaining consciousness. Normally, when you stop thinking, you go to sleep. And when one first begins enquiry, the mind often does try to do so. An attack of overwhelming sleepiness comes to you, but as soon as you stop the enquiry and turn to some other occupation of the mind, it passes, thereby showing that it was not real tiredness, but just an instinctive resistance to thought-free consciousness. One simply has to fight it. Thoughts themselves are a far more persistent obstruction. They rush into the mind in an unending stream. You drive them out, and others slip in from behind. You think you are free from these, and before you notice, you are indulging others. The only way is persistence, constant alertness, not to get carried away by thoughts, to see them aloofly like clouds passing over a clear sky and ask, what is this thought? Who did it come to? To me, but who am I? And so you bring your mind back to enquiry. The mind is likened to a monkey rushing from tree to tree, ever restless, never content to be still. It has to be checked from its restlessness and held firmly to enquiry. But it is not the wandering nature of the mind and the unending succession of thoughts that is the obstruction. It is also the ego drive behind many of the thoughts. This gives them power and makes them far harder to dispel. You may convince yourself doctrinally that there is no ego and have occasional brief glimpses of the being consciousness which is unruffled happiness when the ego is in fact absent. but you are drawn to this girl or want to impress this friend or dominate this group, you resent this criticism or feel slighted by this person, you feel insecure in your job, cling to your possessions, hanker after money or power, and all of these are affirmations of the ego which you believe not to exist. So long as they exist, it does. If there is no ego, who can feel anger or desire, resentment or frustration? This means that inquiry is not merely a cold investigation but a battle. Every path is in every religion. The ego or apparent ego has to be destroyed. That is the one essential common to all of them. The only difference is how to do it. There are paths which set you attacking the various vices individually, lust, arrogance, and so on, and cultivating the opposing virtues. But self-inquiry is more direct. Such methods are like lopping the branches off a tree. So long as the roots and trunk remain, fresh ones will grow. Self-inquiry aims at uprooting the tree itself. If the ego is deprived of one outlet, say if it is forced to celibacy, others will develop, say gluttony or vanity. But if the ego itself is dissolved, the vices in which it found expression will collapse like deflated balloons. But it is a constant warfare until the ego really is dissolved. This is what self-inquiry is aiming at. It does not teach each one any more theory or doctrine. It is quite possible to know all the doctrine that is necessary before you start. Simply that being is and you are that. What it does after a certain amount of practice is to bring increasingly frequent and lengthy experience of pure timeless being, which is also pure awareness and unruffled happiness. That is not mental, and yet the mind is aware of it. It is not physical, and yet it is felt physically as a vibration or a waveless calm. Once awakened, it begins to appear spontaneously even when you are not meditating, or to subsist as an undercurrent to whatever you are doing, to the routine of life while you are talking, even while thinking. This is important with regard to method. It explains why Bhagavan preferred his devotees to follow the quest in life of the world. Sitting daily in meditation is useful in most cases, indispensable, but it is not enough. So far as possible, fixed times should be set aside for it, since the mind accustoms itself to them, just as it does with physical functions like eating and sleeping, and responds more readily. For those who are bound by professional and domestic obligations, just after waking in the morning or before going to sleep at night are excellent times. But apart from that, Bhagavan would tell people to practice enquiry always, to ask themselves who is doing this, to engage in activity without the I am the doer illusion. Keeping up with this attitude of mind throughout the day's activities is equivalent to remaining alert, to welcoming the sense of being whenever it comes. Constant alertness and remembering is necessary when not meditating, no less than concentration when remembering. At first, there will be frequent forgetting. That also has to be combated. The current of awareness has to be cultivated and fostered. It is very seldom that there is achievement without effort. This is the part that Bhagavan laid down. It is independent both of forms and doctrines. It requires no ritual. It can be followed invisibly by the housewife or shopkeeper, no less than the monk or yogi. The grace of Bhagavan is available to all who turn to him, but it is those who strive on this path that utilize it the most fully and the most wisely. It is an unfailing support and an inexhaustible treasure for them.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. The Georgia Satsang thanks the organizers of the Global Aradhana celebration to present our humble offerings at the lotus feet of Sri Bhagavan. Now on to the next Satsang.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Welcome to the offering by the North Carolina Ramana Satsang Group for Bhagavan's 75th Aradhana celebrations. Presenting the bhajan Arunachalaya Namo is Shama Mahesh.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Arunachalaya Namo Namo Skandaya Om Namo Namo Skandaya Om Namo Namo Swarnahastakaya Namo Namo Mahaujase Om Namo Namo Samartrase Om Namo Namo Samadrise Om Namo Namo Skandaya Om Namo Namo Udiptanaya Naya Namo Namo Maharshriye Om Namo Namo Somyaya Om Namo Namo Somyaya Om Namo Namo Skandaya Om Namo Namo Skandaya Om Namo Namo Jagadodaraya Namo Namo Uttama Purashaya Namo Namo Jivan Muktaya Namo Namo Jivana Muktaya Namo Namo Skandaya Om Namo Namo Skandaya Om Namo 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 Namo.
Next, Kavya and Meera Kalyanam will read an extract from the children's book The Boy Sage.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. All the animals of the forest loved the young sage. The birds, the monkeys, dogs, deer, and the squirrels trusted him. The cow Lakshmi came as a baby and lived with him till her death. Jackie the dog, Vali the deer, and a crow all lived under his care.
Sometimes monkeys came to him to settle their disputes, and other times to show him their babies. Dogs and deer followed him around. Squirrels ate nuts from his hands and hid under his pillows. Even snakes came near, but never to hurt him. At least once a snake climbed over his body while he sat motionless and unconcerned. The snake silently moved away without harming or being harmed.
A cheetah used to come and drink water from a nearby tank. Almost everyone was afraid of the big cat, but not the young sage. He walked up to the cheetah and asked him to go away because other people were afraid. The cheetah obeyed, just as a child obeys a loving father. He never again came during the daytime to harm or scare anyone.
The sage loved children. Many of them from the town climbed up the hill to play with him. He participated in their game of dolls and took it as seriously as he would when adult devotees came with celebrations or concerns of real life. If a girl brought him a doll with a broken arm, he would fix it with the same kindness as he would when an adult came to him with a broken heart.
When he was 27 years old, a great poet and pundit, Ganpati Muni, gave him the name Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi, Great Sage Ramana. His devotees now call him Bhagavan or Maharshi.
Many sincere seekers flocked to him, and he answered their questions, showing the way to eternal peace and happiness. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Shekhar Kalyanam will now read about Srimati Shankaramal from the book Women Devotees of Bhagavan.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Shankaramal, a devotee absorbed in the inner silence. Shankaramal hailed from Shivaganga, a district in Tamil Nadu. She was a pious and intelligent lady. She lost her husband when she was young and brought up her 3 sons single-handedly. Shankaramal's brother helped her financially and ensured that the family's needs were taken care of. He was also instrumental in her spiritual development. He introduced her to spiritual texts like the Kaivalya Navanitam and Yoga Vashishta. She contemplated on the verses, grasping the Advaitic truths, which also instilled in her the longing to experience the truth for herself. She was also convinced that although there were numerous gods and goddesses, the universal truth was one and it could be attained. The text prompted her to seek the guidance of a guru to arrive at the truth. She had no idea how she would ever find a guru, but she prayed that she should be blessed with the guru's grace. Shankaramal visited many temples and holy places and continued the study of the texts, deepening her contemplation. In Madurai, she heard about Bhagavan from the disciples of Sri Kulandai Swamigal and Avadhuta Purusha of the 17th century. Guided by an inner prompting, she reached Tiruvannamalai and came to Ramanashramam. When Shankaramal stood before Bhagavan, he looked at her with a gracious smile which seemed to ask, "Did it take you this long to come to me?" Looking at him, she knew he was the ultimate truth extolled in the scriptures and she had reached her destination. When Bhagavan smiled at her, she felt certain that he was the guru she had longed for, and finally she was in his presence. All her doubts and conflicts vanished, and she experienced a peace within. In the year 1939, Shankaramal moved to Tiruvannamalai and was asked to take care of the kitchen work in the ashram. She attended to her duties diligently, making sure that everything was done as instructed. Once her work was done, she retired to a corner, sitting quietly by herself. One day, after breakfast, she found herself alone with Bhagavan. Taking the opportunity, she prostrated before him and recited the verse from Kaivalya Navanitam, which spontaneously came to her lips. In this verse, the Guru asks his disciple to state what he has understood. The disciple addresses the Guru with folded hands thus: "Lord, you are the reality, the truth, remaining as my very innermost self, ruling me during all my countless births. Glory be to you, who has put on this human form in order to redeem me through your Upadesa. I do not see how I can repay your grace for helping to liberate me. Glory, glory to your holy feet." When she recited this verse, Bhagavan looked at her with a glorious glance of joyful recognition and said, "What is there to doubt?" and recited the next verse. The next verse says that the Guru was ecstatic after listening to the explanation of the disciple. To stay fixed in the self without the 3 obstacles of ignorance, uncertainty, and wrong knowledge, obstructing your experience, is the highest return you can render me. The look of grace from Bhagavan established Shankaramal in a state of inner felicity, devoid of all thoughts. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Next, verses 79 to 82 of Kaivalya Navanitam will be chanted by Srimati Mangalam Kalyanam.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Kaivalya Navanitam. ஐயனே எனது உள்ளே நின்ற கந்த ஜன்மங்களாண்ட மெய்யனே உபதேசிக்க வெளிவந்த குருவே போற்றி. உய்யவே முக்தி நல்கும் உதவிக்கோர் உதவினாயேன் செய்யுமாறொன்றும் காணேன் திருவடி போற்றி போற்றி. சிட்டனிவ்வாறு கூற தேசிகர் மகிழ்ந்து நோக்கி கிட்டவாவென இருத்தி கிருபையோடருளச் செய்வார். துட்டமாம் தடைகள் 3 தொடராமல் சொரூபஞான நிட்டனாய் நீ இருக்க நீ செய்யும் உதவியாமே. நீ நான் என்றிரண்டிலாமல் நிறைந்த பூரணமாயெங்கும் நானாகத் தெளிந்த ஞான நழுவுமோ குருவே என்றான். தானாகும் பிரம்மரூபம் சத்குரு நூலாத் தொன்றும் ஆனாலும் தடைகளுண்டே அனுபவம் உரைத்திடாலே. தடையவியனில் அஞ்ஞான சந்தேக விபரீதங்கள் படர் செய்யும் இந்த மூன்றும் பல ஜென்மப் பழக்கத்தாலே உடன் உடன் வரும் வந்த காலுயர் ஞானம் கெடும் இவற்றை திடமுடன் கெடுப்பாய் கேட்டல் சிந்தித்தல் தெளிதலாலே.
Srimati Saroja Ramanan will now render the song Annamalai Thannile.
பழனிமலை தன்னிலே முருகனாயும் அண்ணாமலை தன்னிலே ரமணனாயும் அவதாரம் செய்த என் குருநாத பிறவாவரம் தன்னையே தந்திடுவாய் உன்னை மறவாவரம் தன்னையே தந்திடுவாய் பிறவாவரம் தன்னையே தந்திடுவாய் உன்னை மறவாவரம் தன்னையே தந்திடுவாய். ஆண்டி போலங்கும் இங்கும் வீற்றிருந்தும் அப்பா ஆண்டவன் என்று பக்தர் பாடிடவும் தொண்டர் கருள் புரியும் குருநாதா பிறவாவரம் தன்னையே தந்திடுவாய் உன்னை மறவாவரம் தன்னையே தந்திடுவாய். தண்டாயுத பாணியாம் ஸ்ரீரமணா தண்டனிட்டேன் பணிந்தேன் மாரமணா உன்னை தண்டனிட்டேன் பணிந்தேன் மாரமணா. அண்டமெல்லாம் புகழும் குருநாதா பிறவாவரம் தன்னையே தந்திடுவாய் உன்னை மறவாவரம் தன்னையே தந்திடுவாய். உன்னை அடைந்த பின்னர் அம்மையப்பா ஊனும் உறக்கமும் நீ அம்மையப்பா உய்யும் வழி உணர்த்தி அம்மையப்பா பிறவாவரம் தன்னையே தந்திடுவாய் உன்னை மறவாவரம் தன்னையே தந்திடுவாய். உன் புகழ் பாடியே வாழ வேணும் அப்பா உண்மை பொருளுடன் ஒன்றாக வேண்டும். ரமணா 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 என்று பித்தடைந்தேனப்பா ரமணா ரமணா என்று பித்தடைந்தேனப்பா பிறவாவரம் தன்னையே தந்திடுவாய் உன்னை மறவாவரம் தன்னையே தந்திடுவாய். பிறவாவரம் தன்னையே தந்திடுவாய் உன்னை மறவாவரம் தன்னையே தந்திடுவாய் உன்னை மறவாவரம் தன்னையே தந்திடுவாய்.
The following readings is from the book Living with the Master, Reminiscences by Kunjaswami, read by Damayanti Chandrasekhar.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. I will be reading a passage from Reminiscences of Kunjaswami. Navarna Swami's instructions on serving one's Guru. One Narayana Swami of Nagarkoil town had been a regular devotee visitor of Bhagavan's at Virupaksha cave since 1914. He used to refer to him deferentially as Navarna Swami. To refer to a person by his name is considered rude in Tamil culture, unless the person is a close friend or someone much younger than or inferior to us in social position. He was a famous person in the Kovilur Mutt near Karaikudi. Coming every year and staying in the Isanya Mutt, he would visit Virupaksha cave for darshan of Bhagavan. He was a true ascetic, possessing clarity of learning and purity of mind. He was a master at imparting the teachings of Vedanta with great involvement in his own way. One day he sat before Bhagavan after offering obeisance. Bhagavan handed him a sheet of paper containing Arunachala Ashtakam, the composition of which he had just completed. With Navarna Swami had come a few other heads of mutts and some devotees, all of them well versed in Vedanta. Navarna Swami slowly read out the poem for the benefit of his companions, while ingesting its significance. When he came to Bhagavan's cinema screen analogy in the poem, he sought clarifications on it from Bhagavan, since this analogy is not found in the scriptures. Comprehending the profound significance of the poem, the Swami marveled at the exalted state of Bhagavan. Until then, he had considered Bhagavan only as a great tapaswin, a saint who had performed severe penance. On reading the poem, he realized that Bhagavan was not only that, but also one who was well versed in Vedanta and a person well grounded both in intellectual and experiential wisdom. A sthita prajna, one who is established in pure consciousness. His companions too understood the greatness of Bhagavan. It was their laudatory proclamations regarding Bhagavan that spread his fame around and drew many scholarly sadhus from various mutts to have darshan of Bhagavan. While I was serving Bhagavan in Skandashram, Navarna Swami, during one of his visits, called me aside and told me how to go about serving a guru, quoting from a verse in Vivekachudamani, which I paraphrase. Service to a guru has 4 aspects, namely aptam, angam, dhanam, and satbhavam. Of these, aptam means serving one's guru as per the regulations stipulated in the Shastras. Angam consists of the disciple learning of his guru's physical comforts and discomforts and addressing those needs. Dhanam refers to taking care of the plants and trees, cattle and other animals in the Guru's ashram with a millionfold greater diligence than how a householder cares for his personal property. Sadbhavam is looking on everything as Guru Swarupa, that is, seeing all things as forms of the Guru. Having expounded at length these modes of serving a Guru, the Swami assured me that such service would lead a disciple to the attainment of Brahman, and that no other penance or effort was needed. He emphasized that Brahman and Guru Swarupa were not different. Following his instructions, I have ever been serving my Guru Bhagavan, and till this day have ever meditated on him as my Guru Swarupa, true form of the Guru. Such has been my good fortune.
Sri Bhagavan's composition Anma Vidai is sung by Ranjini Ramanan.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Ayye ati sulabam Anma Vidai ayye ati sulabam நொய்யார் தமக்கு மூலம் கையாமலகனி பொய்யாயொழிய மிகு மெய்யாயுள்ளதான்மா ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம் மெய்யாய் நிரந்தரந்தானையாதிருந்திடவும் பொய்யாமுடம்புலகம் மெய்யாய் மூலை தேழும்பொய் மையார் நினைவணுவும் உய்யாதொடு கிடவே மெய்யாரிதய வெளி வெய்யோன் சுயமான்மா விளங்குமே இருளடங்குமே இடரோடுங்குமே இன்பம் பொங்குமே ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஊனாருடலிதுவே நானாம் ஏனும் நினைவே நானா நினைவுகள் சேரோர் நாரெனுமதனால் நானாரிடமேதென்றுள் போனால் நினைவுகள் போய் நான் என குகையுட்தானாய் திகழும் ஆன்ம ஞானமே இதுவே மோனமே ஏகவானமே இன்பஸ்தானமே ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம் தன்னை அறிதலின்றி பின்னை எதறிகிலன் தன்னை அறிந்திடேற்பின் என்னை உளதறிய பின்ன உயிர்களில பின்ன விளக்கெனும தன்னை தனில் உணர மின்னோ தனுள்ளான்ம பிரகாசமே அருள் விலாசமே அகவிநாசமே இன்ப விகாசமே ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம் கன்மாதி கட்ட விழ ஜென்மாதி நஷ்டமெழ எம்மார்கமதனினும் இம்மார்கமிக்கெளிது சொன்மானதனுவின் கன்மாதி சிறிதின்றி சும்மா அமர்ந்திருக்க அம்மா அகத்தில் ஆன்ம ஜோதியே நிதானுபூதியே இராது பீதியே இன்ப அம்போதியே ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம் விண்ணாதிய விளக்கும் கண்ணாதிய பொறிக்கும் கண்ணாமன கணுக்கும் கண்ணாய் மணவிழுக்கும் விண்ணாயொரு பொருள் வேறெண்ணாதிருந்தபடி உள்நாடுளத்தோளிரும் அண்ணாமலையனான்மா காணுமே அருளும் வேணுமே அன்பு பூணுமே இன்பு தோணுமே ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே अतिसुलभम् ॐ नमो भगवते श्रीरमणाय.
In conclusion, Vidya Venkat will chant a few verses of Bhagavan's Aksharamanamale. Each verse will be followed by its English meaning read by Lata Shivakumar.
அருணாச்சலவரர் கேற்ற அக்ஷரமணமாலை சாற்ற கருணாகர கணபதியே கரமருளி காப்பாயே. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. தொட்டருள் கைமை கட்டிடாயெனில் யான் நட்டமாவே நருள் அருணாச்சலா.
Unless you touch me with your hand of grace and embrace me, I am lost, O Arunachala.
தோடமில் நீ அகத்தோடொன்றி என்றும் சந்தோடம் ஒன்றிடவருள் அருணாச்சலா.
O Arunachala, you who are free of faults, be one with me at my heart, so that we may be forever united in eternal joy.
நகை கிடம் இலை நின் நாடிய என்னை அருள் நகையிட்டு பார் நீ அருணாச்சலா.
Smile on me with grace and not with scorn, for I have come to you for shelter, O Arunachala.
நானிலை நாடிட நானாய் ஒன்றினி தாணுவாய் நின்றனை அருணாச்சலா.
When I approached you to become one with you, O Arunachala, you were not ashamed, but stood by me, unmoving like a pillar.
நின்னெறி எரித்தேனை நீராக்கிடுமுன் நின்னருள் மழை பொழி அருணாச்சலா.
Before your fire of jnana burns me to ashes, send down your rain of grace, O Arunachala.
நீ நான் அறப்புலி நிதம் களிமயமாய் நின்றிடு நிலையருள் அருணாச்சலா.
Embracing me till there is no I, abide with me as one eternal bliss, O Arunachala.
நுண்ணுரு உனையான் விண்ணுரு நன்னிட எண்ணலையிருமென்றருணாச்சலா.
When will these waves of thought cease, so that I may reach you, you who are subtler than the subtle ether, O Arunachala?
நூலறிவறியா பேதையன் எந்தன் மாலறிவரு தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
I'm a simple fellow with no knowledge of the scriptures. Destroy my illusion, O Arunachala.
நெக்கு நெக்குருகியான் புக்கிட உனை புகழ் நக்கன நின்றனை அருணாச்சலா.
When I melted away and merged in thee, my refuge, I found thee standing unveiled, the ultimate formless essence, O Arunachala.
நேசமில் எனக்குன் ஆசையை காட்டி நீ மோசம் செய்யாதருள் அருணாச்சலா.
In my loveless heart, you planted the love of you, O Arunachala. Please do not betray me now.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சலம் வாழி அன்பர்களும் வாழி அக்ஷரமணமாலை வாழி.
This brings us to the end of the presentation by the North Carolina Satsang Group. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Shall we start from Austin?
Yes, Sriram, please go ahead.
Okay. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. So on this auspicious day from Austin, we will start with the...
You were unmuted. Huh? You were unmuted. We were unmuted.
Sorry, say that again. Somebody else is also talking. You're good now?
Yes. Yeah, all good, Sriram. Please go ahead.
Okay. So on behalf of Austin Satsang Group, we will start with the kids offering. They will start with Vinayagar Agaval. This is a composition of Avvayar. And then they will continue with Shiva Nakshatra Mala Stotram. So we'll start with Vinayagar Agaval. Om Vakundam
பூக்கொண்டு துப்பார் திருமேனி தும்பிக்கையான் பாதம் தப்பாமல் சார்வார் தமக்கு ஐந்து கரத்தனை ஆனை முகத்தனை இந்தின் இளம்பிறை போலும் எயிற்றனை நந்தி மகந்தனை ஞானக் கொழுந்தினை புந்தியில் வைத்து அடி போற்றுகின்றேனே பாலும் தெளியேனும் ஆகும் பருப்பும் இவை நானும் கலந்து உனக்கு நான் தருவேன் கோலம் செய்துங்க கரிமுகத்து தூமணியே நீ எனக்கு சங்க தமிழ் மூன்றுண்டா காட்டு வழி போனாலும் கள்ளர் பயமானாலும் கேட்டு வழி காலனார் கிட்டிலும் நாட்டமுடன் நம்பிக்கையாக நமக்கு விநாயகரே தும்பிக்கையுண்டு துணை நல்மழை பொழிந்து நல்லறம் விரிந்தோங்க நம் நாடு செழித்து நம் குலம் தழைத்தோங்க நம்பிக்கை வைத்து விநாயகன் தாழ்வணங்க தும்பிக்கையுண்டு துணை திகட சக்கர செம்முகம் ஐந்துளான் சகட சக்கர தாமரை நாயகன் அகட சக்கர வெண்மணி ஆபுரை விகட சக்கரன் நெய்ப்பதம் போற்றுவான் சீத களப செந்தாமரை பூம் பாதச்சிலம்பு பலவிசை பாட பொன்னரை ஞானும் ஓந்தும் வண்ணமதுங்கில் வளர்ந்தழிப்ப பேழை வழிலும் பெரும்பாரக்கோடும் வேழமுகமும் விளங்கு சிந்தூரமும் அஞ்சுகரமும் அங்குஷ பாசமும் நெஞ்சில் குடிகொண்ட நீலமேனியும் நான்றவாயும் நாலிரு புயமும் ஒன்று கண்ணும் மலச்சுவடும் இரண்டு செவியும் இலங்கு பொன்மொழியும் திரண்ட முப்புரிநூல் திகழொளி மார்பும் சொற்பதம் கடந்த துரியமே ஞான அற்புத நின்ற கற்பக களிரே முப்பழநுகரு மூஷிக வாகன இப்பொழுதென்னை ஆட்கொள்ள வேண்டி தாயா எனக்கு தானெழுந்தருளி மாயா பிறவி மயக்க மறுத்து திருந்திய முதல் ஐந்தெழுத்தும் தெளிவாய் பொருந்தவே வந்தன் உளந்தனில் புகுந்து குருவடிவாகி குவலயம் தன்னில் திருவடி வைத்து திறந்து பொருளென வாழாவகைதான் மகிழ்ந்தன கருணே கேடாயுதத்தால் கொடுவினை களைந்து உவட்டா உபதேசம் புகட்டியின் செவியில் தெவிட்டாத ஞானம் தெளிவையும் காட்டி ஐம்புலன் தன்னை அடைக்கும் உபாயம் இன்புறு கருணையின் இனிதனக் கருளி கருவிகள் ஒடுங்கும் கருத்தினை அறிவித்து இருவினை தன்னை அறுத்திருள் கடிந்து தலமொரு நான்கும் தந்தனக் கருளி மலமொரு மூன்றில் மயக்க மறுத்து 9 வாயில் ஒரு மந்திரத்தால் ஐம்புலக்கதவை அடைப்பதும் காட்டி ஆராதாரத்து அங்குஷ நிலையும் பேரா நிறுத்தி பேச்சுரை அறுத்தே இடைப்பிங்களையும் எழுத்தறிவித்து கடையிற் சுழுமுனை கபாலமும் காட்டி 3 மண்டலத்தின் முடிய தூணின் 4 பாம்பின் நாவில் உணர்த்தி குண்டலி அதனில் கூடிய வசவை விண்டெழு மந்திரம் வெளிப்பட உரைத்து மூலாதாரத்தின் பூண்டெழு கடலை காலால் எழுப்பும் கருத்தறிவித்தே அமுத நிலையும் ஆதித்தன் இயக்கமும் குமுத சகாயன் குணத்தையும் கூறி இடை சக்கரத்தின் 8 நிலையும் உடற் சக்கரத்தின் உறுப்பையும் காட்டி ஷண்முக தூலமும் சதுர்முக சூக்ஷ்மமும் எண்முகமாக இனிதனக் கருளி புரியட்ட காயம் புலப்பட எனக்கு தெரியட்ட நிலையும் தரிசனப்படுத்தி கருத்தினில் கபால வாயில் காட்டி இருத்தி முத்தி இனிதனக் கருளி என்னை அறிவித்து எனக்கருள் செய்து முன்னை வினையின் முதலை களைந்து வாக்கு மனமும் இல்லா மனோலயம் தேக்கியே என் தன் சிந்தை தெளிவித்து இருள் வெளி 2க்கு ஒன்றிடம் என்ன அருள் தரும் ஆனந்தத்து அழுத்தியன் செவியில் எல்லை இல்லா ஆனந்தம் அளித்து அல்லல் களைந்து அருள் வழி காட்டி சப்தத்தின் உள்ளே சதாசிவம் காட்டி செத்தத்தின் உள்ளே சிவலிங்கம் காட்டி அணுவிற்கணுவாய் அப்பாலுக்கு அப்பாலாய் கண்முற்றி நின்ற கரும்புள்ளே காட்டி வேடம் நீரும் விளங்க நிறுத்தி கூடுமை கொண்ட குழாத்துடன் கூட்டி அஞ்ச கரத்தின் அரும்பொருள் தன்னை நெஞ்ச கருத்தின் இலையறிவித்து தத்துவ நிலையை தந்தனை ஆண்ட வித்தக விநாயக விரைகள் சரணே.
So we will do next in the list is Shiva Panchakshara Nakshatramala Stotram. This was composed by Adi Shankara Bhagavad Acharyan. The beauty of this is it has 27 verses, each one representing one of the stars, 27 stars. So thereby we will end up saying 108 times the Panchaksharams. Every one will end with Namah Shivaya, so we will end up with 108 times. We can start.
श्रीमदात्मने गुणैक सिन्धवे नमः शिवाय धामलेश धूतकोक बन्धवे नमः शिवाय नामशेषितानमद्भवान्धवे नमः शिवाय कामरेतर प्रदान बन्धवे नमः शिवाय कालभीत विप्रबाल पालते नमः शिवाय शूलभिन्न दुष्टदक्ष पालते नमः शिवाय मूलकारणाय कालकालते नमः शिवाय पालयाधुनालयालते नमः शिवाय इष्टवस्तु मुख्यदान हेतवे नमः शिवाय दुष्टदैत्य वंशधूमकेतवे नमः शिवाय सृष्टिरक्षणाय धर्मसेतवे नमः शिवाय अष्टमूर्तये विषेन्द्रकेतवे नमः शिवाय आपदद्रिभेदटङ्कहस्तते नमः शिवाय पापहारि दिव्यसिन्धुमस्तते नमः शिवाय पापदारिणे रसन्नमस्तते नमः शिवाय शापदोषखण्डनप्रशस्तते नमः शिवाय व्योमकेश दिव्यभव्यरूपते नमः शिवाय हेममेदिनीधरेन्द्रचापते नमः शिवाय नाममात्रदग्ध सर्वपापते नमः शिवाय कामनेकतानहृद्दुरापते नमः शिवाय ब्रह्ममस्तकावली निबद्धते नमः शिवाय जिह्मगेन्द्रकुण्डलप्रसिद्धते नमः शिवाय ब्रह्मणे प्रणीतवेदपद्धते नमः शिवाय जिह्मकालदेहदत्तपद्धते नमः शिवाय कामनाशनाय शुद्धकर्मणे नमः शिवाय सामगानजायमान शर्मणे नमः शिवाय हेमकान्तिचाकचक्यवर्मणे नमः शिवाय सामजासुराङ्गलब्धचर्मणे नमः शिवाय जन्ममृत्युघोरदुःखहारिणे नमः शिवाय चिन्मयैकरूपदेहधारिणे नमः शिवाय मन्मनोरथावपूर्तिकारिणे नमः शिवाय सन्मनोगताय कामवैरिणे नमः शिवाय यक्षराजबन्धवे दयालवे नमः शिवाय दक्षपाणिशोभिकाञ्चनालवे नमः शिवाय पक्षिराजवाहवृक्षयालवे नमः शिवाय अक्षिपालवेदपूतलालवे नमः शिवाय दक्षहस्तनिष्ठजातवेदसे नमः शिवाय अक्षरात्मने नमद्विदौजसे नमः शिवाय दीक्षितप्रकाशितात्मतेजसे नमः शिवाय उक्षराजवाहते सताङ्गते नमः शिवाय राजदाचलेन्द्रसानुवासिने नमः शिवाय राजमालनित्यमन्दहासिने नमः शिवाय राजकोलकावतंसभासिने नमः शिवाय राजराजमित्रताप्रकाशिने नमः शिवाय दीनमानबालिकामधेनवे नमः शिवाय सूनबानदाहकृष्णानवे नमः शिवाय स्वानुरागभक्तरत्नसानवे नमः शिवाय दानवान्धकारचण्डभानवे नमः शिवाय सर्वमङ्गलाकुचाग्रशायिने नमः शिवाय सर्वदेवतागणातिशायिने नमः शिवाय पूर्वदेवनाशसंविधायिने नमः शिवाय सर्वमन्मनोजभङ्गदायिने नमः शिवाय श्लोकभक्तितोऽपि भक्तपोषिणे नमः शिवाय माकरन्दसारवंशिभासिने नमः शिवाय एकबिल्वदानतोऽपि तोषिणे नमः शिवाय नैकजन्मपापजालशोषिणे नमः शिवाय सर्वजीवरक्षणैकशीलिने नमः शिवाय पार्वतीप्रियाय भक्तपालिने नमः शिवाय दुर्विदग्धदैत्यसैन्यधारिणे नमः शिवाय शर्वरीशधारिणे कपालिने नमः शिवाय पाहि मामुपामनोऽन्यदेहते नमः शिवाय देहि मे वरं सिताद्रिगेहते नमः शिवाय मोहितर्षिकामिनी समूहते नमः शिवाय स्वेहितप्रसन्नकामदोहते नमः शिवाय मङ्गलप्रदाय गोतुरङ्गते नमः शिवाय गङ्गया तरङ्गितोत्तमाङ्गते नमः शिवाय सङ्गरप्रवृत्तवैरभङ्गते नमः शिवाय अङ्गजारये करेतुरङ्गते नमः शिवाय तक्षणप्रदारयेतवे नमः शिवाय आहिताग्निबाललोकशेतवे नमः शिवाय देहकान्तिधूतरौप्यधातवे नमः शिवाय गेहदुःखपुञ्जधूमकेतवे नमः शिवाय रक्षदीनसत्कृपाकटाक्षते नमः शिवाय दक्षसप्ततन्तुनाशदक्षते नमः शिवाय ऋक्षराजभानुभावकाक्षते नमः शिवाय रक्ष मां प्रपन्नमात्र रक्षते नमः शिवाय यङ्कुपानये शिवङ्करायते नमः शिवाय सङ्कटाब्धितीर्णकिङ्करायते नमः शिवाय कङ्कभीषिताभयप्रदायते नमः शिवाय पङ्कजाननाय शङ्करायते नमः शिवाय कर्मवासनाशनीलकण्ठते नमः शिवाय शर्मदाय वर्यभस्मकण्ठते नमः शिवाय निर्ममर्षिसेवितोपकण्ठते नमः शिवाय कुर्महेन तीर्णमग्निकुण्ठते नमः शिवाय विश्वपाधिपायनम्र विष्णवे नमः शिवाय शिष्टविप्रसिद्धुहास विष्णवे नमः शिवाय इष्टवस्तु नित्यतुष्ट जिष्णवे नमः शिवाय कष्टनाशनाय लोकजिष्णवे नमः शिवाय अप्रमेय दिव्य सुप्रभावते नमः शिवाय सत्प्रपन्न रक्षण स्वभावते नमः शिवाय स्वप्रकाश निस्तुलानुभावते नमः शिवाय विप्रडिम्भदर्शिताग्र भावते नमः शिवाय सेवकाय मे मृडप्रसीदते नमः शिवाय भावलभ्यतावकप्रसादते नमः शिवाय पावकाक्ष देवपूज्यपादते नमः शिवाय त्यावकाङ्घ्रिभक्तदत्तमोदते नमः शिवाय मुक्ति दिव्य भोगदायिने नमः शिवाय शक्तिकल्पित प्रपंच भागिने नमः शिवाय भक्त संकटापहार योगिने नमः शिवाय युक्त सन्मनः सरोज योगिने नमः शिवाय अन्तकान्तकाय वावहारिणे नमः शिवाय शान्तमाय दन्ति चर्मधारिणे नमः शिवाय सन्तताश्रियव्यथायिदाहिने नमः शिवाय जन्तुजात नित्यसौख्यकारिणे नमः शिवाय शूलिने नमो नमः कपालिने नमः शिवाय पालिने विरिञ्चि मुण्डमालिने नमः शिवाय लीलिने विशेषरुण्डमालिने नमः शिवाय शीलिने नमः प्रपुण्यशालिने नमः शिवाय शिव पञ्चाक्षरमुद्रा चतुष्पदोल्लास्य पद्यमणिखण्डितां नक्षत्रमालिकामिह दददुपकण्ठं नरो भवेत् सोमः
Namaः Parvati Padaye. So we will continue this with Uma Maheshwara Stotram, which is also a composition of Acharya Bhagavad.
नमः शिवाभ्यां नवयौवनाभ्यां परस्पराश्लिष्टवपुर्धराभ्यां नगेन्द्रकन्या नमो नमः शङ्कर पार्वतीभ्यां नमः शिवाभ्यां सरसोत्सवाभ्यां नमस्कृताभीष्टवरप्रदाभ्यां नारायणेनार्चितपादुकाभ्यां नमो नमः शङ्कर पार्वतीभ्यां नमः शिवाभ्यां वृषवाहनाभ्यां विरिञ्चि विष्णुवेन्द्रसुपूजिताभ्यां विभूतिपाटीरविलेपनाभ्यां नमो नमः शङ्कर पार्वतीभ्यां नमः शिवाभ्यां जगदीश्वराभ्यां जगत्पतिभ्यां जय विग्रहाभ्यां जम्भारिमुख्यैरभिवन्दिताभ्यां नमो नमः शङ्कर पार्वतीभ्यां नमः शिवाभ्यां परमौषधाभ्यां पञ्चाक्षरी पञ्चरञ्जिताभ्याम् प्रपञ्चसृष्टिस्थितिसंहृताभ्याम् नमो नमः शङ्कर पार्वतीभ्याम् नमः शिवाभ्याम् अतिसुन्दराभ्याम् अत्यन्तमासक्तहृदम्बुजाभ्याम् अशेषलोकैकचितङ्कराभ्याम् नमो नमः शङ्कर पार्वतीभ्याम् नमः शिवाभ्याम् कलिनाशनाभ्याम् कङ्कालकल्याणवपुर्धनाभ्याम् कैलासशैलस्थितदेवताभ्याम् नमो नमः शङ्कर पार्वतीभ्याम् नमः शिवाभ्याम् अशुभावहाभ्याम् अशेषलोकैकविशेषिताभ्याम् अकुण्ठिताभ्याम् स्मृतिसंवृताभ्याम् नमो नमः शङ्कर पार्वतीभ्याम् नमः शिवाभ्याम् रथवाहनाभ्याम् कवीन्दुवैश्वानरलोचनाभ्याम् रागाशशाङ्काभमुखाम्बुजाभ्याम् नमो नमः शङ्कर पार्वतीभ्याम् नमः शिवाभ्याम् जटिरन्तराभ्याम् जरामृतिभ्याम् च विवर्जिताभ्याम् जनार्दनाब्जोद्भवपूजिताभ्याम् नमो नमः शङ्कर पार्वतीभ्याम् नमः शिवाभ्याम् विषमेक्षणाभ्याम् बिल्वच्छदामल्लिकतामभ्याम् शोभावती शान्तवतीश्वराभ्याम् नमो नमः शङ्कर पार्वतीभ्याम् नमः शिवाभ्याम् पशुपालकाभ्याम् जगत्त्रयी रक्षणपद्धतिभ्याम् समस्तदेवासुरपूजिताभ्याम् नमो नमः शङ्कर पार्वतीभ्याम् स्तोत्रम् त्रिसन्ध्यम् शिवपार्वतीभ्याम् भक्त्या पठे द्वादश कन्नरो यः स सर्वसौभाग्यफलानि पुङ्क्ते शतायुरान्ते लोकवेति
So we will, next one is going to be Sitarama Stotram. See, on the occasion of Ramanavami, we will do Sitarama Stotram that was composed by Lord Anjaneya himself, and then followed by Sri Rama Bhujangam, composed by Adshankar Bhagavad-Acharya. So we will start with Sitarama Stotram.
अयोध्यापुरनेतारम् मिथिलापुरनायिकाम् राघवानामलङ्कारम् वैदेहानामलङ्क्रियाम् रघूणाम् कुलदीपम् च निमीनाम् कुलदीपिकाम् सूर्यवंशसमुद्भूतम् सोमवंशसमुद्भवाम् पुत्रम् दशरथस्याद्यम् पुत्रीम् जनकभूपतेः वसिष्ठानुमताचारम् शतानन्दमतानुगाम् कौसल्या गर्भसम्भूतम् देवि गर्भोदिताम् स्वयम् पुण्डरीकविशालाक्षम् स्फुरदिन्दीवरेक्षणाम् चन्द्रकान्ताननाम्भोजम् चन्द्रबिम्बोपमाननाम् मर्दमातङ्गगमनम् मर्दहंसवधूगताम् चन्दनार्द्रभुजामध्यम् कुङ्कुमार्द्रकुचस्थलीम् चापालङ्कृतहस्ताब्जम् पद्मालङ्कृतपाणिकाम् शरणागतगोप्तारम् प्रणिपातप्रसादिकाम् कालमेघनिभम् रामम् काटस्वरसमप्रभाम् दिव्यसिंहासनासीनम् दिव्यस्रग्वस्त्रभूषणाम् अनुक्षणम् कटाक्षाभ्याम् अन्योन्येक्षणकाङ्क्षिणौ अन्योन्यसदृशाकारौ त्रैलोक्यगृहदम्पती इमौ युवाम् प्रणम्याहम् भजाम्यद्य कृतार्थताम् अनेन स्तौति यस्तुत्यम् रामम् सीताम् च भक्तितः तस्य तौ तनुताम् पुण्याः सम्पदः सकलार्थदाः एवम् श्रीरामचन्द्रस्य जानक्याश्च विशेषतः कृतं हनुमता पुण्यं स्तोत्रं सद्यो विमुक्तिदम् यः पठेत् प्रातरुत्थाय सर्वान् कामान् अवाप्नुयात्
जानकी कान्तिस्मरणं जय जय राम राम श्रीराम
विशुद्धं परं सच्चिदानन्दरूपं गुणाधारमाधारहीनं वरेण्यं महान्तं विभान्तं गुहान्तं गुणान्तं सुधान्तं स्वयं धाम रामं प्रपद्ये शिवं नित्यमेकं विभुं तारकाख्यं सुखाकारमाकारशून्यं सुमान्यं महेशं कलेशं सुरेशं परेशं नरेशं निरीशं महीशं प्रपद्ये यदा वर्णयत्कर्णमूलेऽन्तकाले शिवो राम रामेति रामेति काश्याम् तदेकं परं तारकं ब्रह्मरूपम् भजेऽहं 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 महारत्नपीठे शुभे कल्पमूले सुखासीनमादित्यकोटिप्रकाशम् सदा जानकी लक्ष्मणोपेतमेकम् सदा रामचन्द्रं भजेऽहं भजेऽहम् वनद्रत्नमञ्जीरपादारविन्दम् लसन्मेखलाचारुपीताम्बराढ्यम् महारत्नहारोल्लसत्तों शुभाङ्गम् अनच्छञ्चलीमञ्जरीलोलमालम् लसच्छन्द्रिकास्मेरशोणाधराभम् समुद्यत्पतङ्गेन्दुकोटिप्रकाशम् ब्रह्मरुद्धारिकोटिरत्न स्फुरत्कान्तिनीराजनारादिताङ्घ्रिम् पुरः प्राञ्जलीनाञ्जनेयादिभक्तान् स्वचिन्मुद्रया भद्रया बोधयन्तम् भजेऽहं भजेऽहं सदा रामचन्द्रम् त्वदन्यं न मन्ये न मन्ये न मन्ये यदा मत्समीपं कृतान्तः समेत्य प्रचण्डप्रतापैर्भटैर्भीषयेन्माम् तदा विष्करोषि त्वदीयं स्वरूपम् तदा प्रणाशं सकोदण्डबाणम् निजे मानसे मन्दिरे सन्निधेहि प्रसीद प्रसीद प्रभो रामचन्द्र सौमित्रिणा कैकेयीनन्दनेन स्वशक्त्यानुभक्त्या च संसेव्यमान स्वभक्ताग्रगण्यै प्रसीद नमस्ते नमोऽस्ति च राम प्रसीद प्रसाद प्रकाशं प्रभो माम् त्वमेवासि दैवं परं मे यदेकं सुचैतन्यमेतत्त्वदन्यं न मन्ये यतो भूतमेयं यद्वायुतेजो जलोव्याधिकार्यं चरं चाचरं च नमः सच्चिदानन्दरूपाय तस्मै नमो देवदेवाय रामाय तुभ्यं नमो जानकी जीवितेशाय तुभ्यं नमः पुण्डरीकाय दाक्षाय तुभ्यं नमो भक्तियुक्तानुरक्ताय तुभ्यं नमः पुण्यपुञ्जैकलभ्याय तुभ्यं नमो वेदवेद्याय चार्याय पुंसे नमः सुन्दरायेन्दिरावल्लभाय नमो विश्वकर्त्रे नमो विश्वहर्त्रे नमो विश्वभोक्त्रे नमो विश्वमात्रे नमो विश्वनेत्रे नमो विश्वजेत्रे नमो विश्वपित्रे नमो विश्वमात्रे नमस्ते नमस्ते समस्त प्रपंच प्रभोग प्रयोग प्रमाण प्रवीण मदीयं मनस्त्वद्वन्द्व सेवा विधातुम् प्रवृत्तम् सुचैतन्यसिद्ध्यै शिलापिक्परम् घृक्षमाचम् हिरेणु प्रसादाहि चैतन्यमाधत्त राम नरस्वत्परद्वन्द्वसेवा विधानात् सुचैतन्यमेतेति किञ्चित्रमद्य पवित्रम् चरित्रम् विचित्रम् त्वदीयम् नराये स्मरन्त्यन्वहम् रामचन्द्र भवन्तम् भवान्तम् भरन्तम् भजन्तो लभन्ते कृतान्तम् न पश्यन्त गोन्ते स पुण्यः स गण्यः शरण्यो ममायम् नरो वेदयो देवचूडामणिम् त्वाम् तदाकारमेकम् चिदानन्दरूपम् मनोवागगम्यम् परम् धाम राम प्रचण्ड प्रताप प्रभावाभिभूत लघूतादिवीर प्रभो रामचन्द्र फलम् मे कथम् वर्ण्यते दीव बाल्ये यतो खण्डी चण्डी च कोदण्डदण्डः तत्सग्रीवमुग्रम् सपुत्रम् समित्रम् सरिद्दुर्गमध्यः स रक्षो गणेशम् भवन्तम् विना राम वीरो नरो वा असुरो वा मरो वा जयेत्कस्त्रिलोक्याम् सदा राम रामेति रामामृतम् ते सदा राममानन्दनिष्टन्दकन्दम् पिबन्तम् नमन्तम् सुदन्तम् हसन्तम् हनूमन्तमन्तर्भजेतम् नितान्तम् सदा राम रामेति रामामृतम् ते सदा राममानन्दनिष्यन्दकन्दम् पिबन्नन्वहम् नन्वहम् नैव मृत्यो बिभेमि प्रसादादसादातवैव असीता समेतैरकोदण्डभूषैः असौमित्रिवन्द्यैरचण्डप्रतापैः अलङ्केशकालैरसुग्रीवमित्रैः अरामाभिधेयैरलं देवतैर्नः अवीरासनस्थैरचिन्मुद्रिकाढ्यैः अभक्ताञ्जनेयादितत्त्वप्रकाशैः अमन्दारमूलैरमन्दारमालैः अरामाभिधेयैरलं देवतैर्नः असिन्धुप्रकोपैरवन्द्यप्रतापैः अबन्धुप्रयाणैरमन्तस्मिन्मध्यैः अदण्डप्रवासैरखण्डप्रबोधैः अरामाभिधेयैरलं देवतैर्नः हरे राम सीतापते रावणाय हरारे मुरारे सुरारे परेति नमन्तम् नयन्तम् सदा कालमेव समालोकया शेषबन्धो नमस्ते सुमित्रा सुपुत्राभिवन्द्य नमस्ते सदा कैकेयी नन्दनेभ्य नमस्ते सदा वानराधीश वन्द्य नमस्ते नमस्ते सदा रामचन्द्र प्रसीद प्रसीद प्रचण्ड प्रताप प्रसीद प्रसीद प्रचण्डाधिकार प्रसीद प्रसीद प्रपन्नानुकम्पिन्य प्रसीद प्रसीद प्रभो रामचन्द्र भुजङ्ग प्रयाणम् परम् वेदसारम् सुधा रामचन्द्रस्य भक्त्या च नित्यम् पठन् सन्ततम् चिन्तयन् स्वान्तरङ्गे स एव स्वयं रामचन्द्रः स धन्यः।
Raja Ramachandra Murti ki jai. So the kids will conclude with causality. Start slowly.
தேயுரு தோழி பங்கன் இடருண்ட கண் மிகநல்ல வீணை மாசரு திங்கள் கங்கை உந்த அதனா ஞாயிறு திங்கள் செவ்வாய் புதன்யாழ்வெள்ளி சனி பாம்பிரண்டும் உடனே ஆஷரு கொம்பொடாமை பொன்பொடி உடமே புகுந்த அதனால் ஒன்பதோல் ஒன்றதே அன்போடு வயோடும் வெள்ளை விடவில்லை புகுந்த திருமகள் திசை தெய்வமான பலவும் அருணதினம் மதினுடன் மங்கையோடு படையோடு எங்கள் பரமன் நதியோடு கொன்றை மாலை குடிமேல் உடமை புகுந்த கொதியுது காரணங்கி நமனோடு கூட பரவும் அதிகுணம் நஞ்சனி கண்டை மடவாதனோடு துஞ்சிருள் கொன்றை முடிவே புகுந்த நெஞ்சின மின்னும் மிகையான பூதமவையும் அஞ்சிடும் படவாழ்தனோடு கொன்றை சோடி வந்தேன் புகுந்த கோளடியோடு நாகமோடு கரடி ஆலதி ஜகவிந்த முலைன மங்கை ஒரு பாகமாக அடைவார் ஒப்பிளமதியும் அப்பும் முடிமேலிருந்து உலமே புகுந்த பாதம் திகையான தினையான வந்து நலியா அப்படி நல்ல நல்ல அடியானவர்க்கு மிகவே வெளிப்பட விழித்தை தந்து விளைவேலிருந்து மழவாழ்தனோடும் உடனாய் வான்மதி வன்னி கொன்றை மலர் சூடி வந்திரன் உடமே புகுந்த ஏழ்கடல் அன்றனோடும் இடரான வந்து நலியா கடல் மிகவே பல பல வேடமாகும் பரநாரிவாகன் பசுவேலியங்கள் பரமன் தலமகள் முடிமே கொண்ட காலமான பலரும் அதை கடந்தே மிகவே கொத்தலோடு இசையற்கணல்கள் வேட விகிதம் மத்தமும் நதியுநாகம் முடிவேலிந்திரியன் உடமே புகுந்த அதனால் புத்தரோட இணைக்குமண்ணல் திருநீரு செம்மை திறமே அத்தகு நல் அடியானவர்க்கு மிகவே பொழில் கொள்ளாதே தென்ன துண்ணி வட செம்பொன் எங்கும் நிகழ் நான் முகம் ஆகியாய வரையான முனிவன் தனியார வண்ணம் உரை ஆன சொல் அடியாகில் அரசாழ்வராணை நமதே.
So the last composition, Kolar Padigam, was from Tirumurai, composed by Triyana Center. So in probably less than half a minute, that once the kids settle down, and then we will start Uma Sahasram from the other side. Hope the audio is clear. So for the past few satsang, we were chanting Uma Sahasram, composed by Kavyakanda Ganapati Muni. So we last satsang, we finished at Stabakam 28. So we are going to start from Stabakam 29, and then we will go all the way up to 315, whatever it takes us. Umayai Namaha. Hara Hara Mahadeva.
Ayushya
Bhuvananam Chakshushya Tripurare Kurvantu Pramadannah Parvatyas Vimileshah Natyadghani Nirartham Netavyani Dinani अम्बायाश्चरितानि श्रोतव्यान्यनघानि उद्योगं कुरु जिह्वे संहर्तुं दुरितानि पुण्याय त्रिसुताय कीर्त्यन्तां चरितानि श्रीशक्तिर्विनिवार्य चिन्ता कापि न कार्य नित्यं चेतसि धार्य दीनानां गतिरार्य ज्ञातुं या गदितुं या श्रोतुं या श्वसितुं या द्रष्टुं यान्तरशक्तिस्तिष्ठात्र स्मृतिरेषा बिभ्राजीनशताभं बिभ्राणं शिरसीन्दुं स्मर्तव्यं जगदम्बा रूपं बाधुतपापम् येषां स्यात् परितप्तं प्रायश्चित्तमघेन रुद्राणीपदसेवा प्रायश्चित्तमनीषाम् तद्दीप्तं पदयुग्मं सेवे यत्र भवन्ति अङ्गुल्यो दशभानोर्धानूनां शतकानि नो चेत् कुप्यसि किञ्चेत् याचे वाचमतीते सेवां मातरवीकुर्विष्टं मे कुर्मावा सर्वाणि चरणार्चापीठं पीवरकानां वध्यस्थानमिदं स्यादुग्राणां दुरितानां स्कन्दाम्बापदपीठस्पृष्टं चेद्बलमाप्तम् एकैकं सुममं हस्वैकैकं कुलिशं स्यात् अम्भोजोपममङ्घ्रिं शम्भोः पट्टमहिष्याः अम्भः संहतिमुग्रां संहर्तुं प्रणमामः एकालीपदवेषं नालीकं प्रणमन्ति नैषां किञ्चिदशक्यं नालीकं मम वाक्यम् वासस्तेऽत्र समाप्तः पङ्केतो व्रजदूरम् कालीं शङ्करनारीं कालेऽस्मिन् प्रणमामः आचारे तदवस्था भूभागानटदस्ते कामानां त्वनुपारस्कामारेर्नमनारीम् धन्यास्ते तुहिनाद्रेः कन्यान् ये प्रणमन्ति अन्यानुन्नतशीर्षान् मन्ये वन्यलुलायान् पादाम्भोजमुमायाः प्राज्ञाः सम्प्रणमन्तः गृह्णन्ति श्रियमस्मिन् राजन्तीं निजशक्त्या मन्दाराद्रिसुताम्भी दातारौ सदृशौ स्तः उत्कण्ठैः फलमार्ज्य धन्यस्मान् तदखण्डैः कालस्यापि विजेतुः कर्माण्याश्चरणस्य एषोऽहं कपिलो कक्ष्मापालोऽस्मि भुजिष्ठः रक्ते दुर्शय राजं रुद्राणी पदपद्मे चेतः पुष्यति शोभां सारः सारवतोऽग्रे संशोध्यागमजालं सारांशं प्रवदामः स्कन्दाम्बापदभक्तिर्भुक्त्यै चाथ विमुक्त्यै वात्सल्यं गतिहीनेष्वायुष्यं सकृतस्य भूयोभिः सह सख्यं श्रीहेतुष्विह मुख्यम् श्लाघ्यं पुष्यति कामं प्रेमा स्वप्रमदायाम् सर्वाणि पदभक्तिर्नित्याय प्रमदाय एकैवं बहुभेदा भिन्नत्वाद्विषयाणाम् प्रत्याख्याद्रुतिरन्तः सासूते फलभेदान् हर्षं कञ्चन मातुर्मत्तो भक्तिभरेण तन्वन्नेष विधत्तां हेरम्बो मदलेखाः।
श्रीमाये नमः। हर नमः पार्वतीपतये।
हर हर महादेव। त्रिंशस्तबकः मानसपूजा। कृतेन स निसर्गतो धृतेन नित्यमानने सितेन शीतशैलजास्मितेन शन्तनोतु मे प्रदक्षिणं विनश्वरानये विसृज्य गोचरान् सामर्चयेश्वरीं मनो विविच्य विश्वशायिनीम् विशुद्धदर्पणेन वा विधारिते हृदाम्बते अयि प्रवक्ष सन्निधिं निजेव पुष्यगात्मजे पुरस्य मध्यमाश्रितं सितं यदस्ति पङ्कजम् अजाडमूल्यमस्तु ते सुरार्चिते तदासनम् अखण्डधात्रयाग्रवन्नवेन्दुशेखर प्रिये मदीय भक्ति जीवनं दधातु तेऽम्बपाद्यताम् विवासनौघमानस प्रसादतोऽयमम्ब मे समस्तराज्ञिहस्तयोरनर्घमध्यमस्तु ते महेन्द्रयोनि चिन्तनाद्भवन्धवस्य वल्लभे महारसोरस्वया विदीयतां विशुद्धये सहस्रपत्र पङ्कजद्रवः सुधाजलेन सा सहस्रपत्रलोचना पिनाकिनोऽभिषिच्यते ममार्जितं यदिन्द्रियैः सुखं सुगास्ति पञ्चभिः तदम्ब तुभ्यमर्पितं सुधाख्य पञ्चकायता वसिष्ठगोत्रजन्मनाद्विजेन निर्मितं शिवे इदं शरीरमेव मे तवास्तु दिव्यमंशुकम् विचित्र सूक्ष्म तन्तु ब्रह्ममेयमात्मनायिका सुख प्रबोध विग्रहे मकोपरीतमस्तु ते महद्विचिन्वतो मम स्वदीय तत्त्ववित्तिजम् इदं तु चित्तसौरभं शिवे तवास्तु चन्दनम् महेश नारिनिश्वसंस्तथायमुच्छ्वसंस्तदा दिशं समक्षको नमास्तु जीवमारुतः विपाककालपावक प्रदीप्त पुण्यगुग्गुलुः सुवासनाख्य धूपभृद्भवत्वयं ममाम्बते गुहावतार मौनिनामयीश्वरि प्रदीपिता इयं प्रबोधदीपिका प्रमोददायिकास्तु ते इमामयि प्रिया प्रिया महारसामहं कृतिम् निवेदयं त्वया निरामये सरस्वती सुधायते मनो दधाति भूगताम् त्रयं समेत्य तेव्यते विनीलतो यदान्तरे विराजमान विग्रह निजा विभूतिरस्तु ते कटिल्लता प्रकाशिका स्वरोऽयमन्तरम्बिके द्विरे फलत्स्वरंस्तदा ममाभिमन्त्र्यधीसुमं ददाति देवि तेऽङ्घ्रये तवार्चनं निरन्तरं यतो विधातुमस्म्यहम् न विश्वनाथ पत्निते विसर्जनं विधीयते वियोग इन्दुधारिणा न चेह विश्वनायिके मदम्बसोत्तराजकेतटिल्लकाशिकान्तरे इदं शरीरमेककं विभाव्य नव्यमन्दिरम् विहारवत्रसेश्वर भवानि कर्तुमर्हसि जडेष्विबालसेष्विवप्रयोजनं न निद्रया विहर्तुमेव याच्यसे कृतीश सत्मिराग्निमे अयं च वाग्दिमस्तुतः श्रुतो मनुष्यविग्रहम् तनूजवेश्मसौष्ठवं मृडानि पश्य कीदृशम् गणेशितुर्महाकवेरसौ प्रमाणिकावली मनोऽम्बुजे महेश्वरी प्रभुजनेषु शब्दताम्।
श्रीमाय नमः। हर नमः पार्वतीपतये।
हर हर महादेव। 31 नाम वैभवम् ಇಲ್ಲ ಕಟಾಕ್ಷದ ಆರ್ಮಿ ಕಟಾಕ್ಷದ
स्मितश्री कपटा सुपर्वस्रोतस्विनी पर्वतजास्य जाता पङ्कं मम क्षालयतादशेषं संसारमग्ने हृदये विलग्नम् हराट्टहासेन समं मिलित्वा पित्रेव पुत्रो गुरुणेव शिष्यः विभ्राजमानो मम शङ्करोतु हासाङ्कुरकेसरिवाहनाय
नमः शिवायै धनतद्विपादो युष्माकमद्यां कृशनां दधत्यै
आधारचक्रे
चितुरम्बिकायै ब्रह्माण्डचक्रस्य विधायिकायै वदन्ति गावोऽपि विशिष्टकालेष्वम्बेति यो नात्ययते स किन्न
लक्ष्यं पुनः प्राणवदस्तु सर्वं
सर्वस्य चान्तर्हि परास्ति शक्तिः आत्मन्युतान्यत्र विधाय लक्ष्यं तां शक्तिमाद्यामखिलेषु सुप्ताम् यावत् प्रबोधं मुदुराह्वयस्व प्रबुध्यते सा यदि किन्न वाद्यम्
यो नाम शान्तिं परमां वहन्तो
नामानि शीताचलपुत्रिकायाः सङ्कीर्तयन्तो
विजने वसन्ति जयन्ततादपि ते जयन्ति
नामानि सङ्कीर्तयतां जनानां कारुण्यवत्या करिवस्त्रमातुः पुनर्जनन्या जठरे निवासाभवतीति मिथ्या पापैः समन्ताः समभिद्रुतोऽपि विश्वस्य ते विक्रममस्मि धीरः न चेन्द्रसंज्ञो भवति प्रवीति नामानि शीतां शुभृतो हतोऽहम् देहीति सम्पल्लवदर्पितानां द्वारेषु घोषं पुरुषे परेषाम् भवानि भद्रे भुवनाम्ब दुर्गे पाहीति नायाति किमम्ब जिह्वे भाग्यानि वक्तुं यदि ते रसज्ञे रसोज्जलानि व्यसनं गरीयः किं वा नमोन्तानि सुधां किरन्ति नामानि नो सन्ति कुमारमातुः यद्गीयते शैलसुधाभिधानं तदेव बोध्यं सुकृतं प्रधानम् अज्ञानि लोकस्य कृते भनन्ति यज्ञादि पुण्यानि पराणि विज्ञाः साम्ना प्रयुक्तेन जगद्वशे स्यात् नाम्ना सदोक्तेन जगद्विनेत्री वेदो भयं संयगितं कृतीयो भये भयं तस्य कृतोऽपि न स्यात्
सङ्कीर्तना दृश्यति सर्वयोषा तुष्टात्वभीष्टं न ददाति नैषा इमं त्वविज्ञाय जगत्युपायं प्रयन्त्यपायं बहुधा मनुष्या भाषे भुजङ्गाभरणप्रियाय नामानि कामानि तरान् विहाय अपि प्रपन्नादिगघोरकृत्यं करोतु किं मां धरणीरपत्यम् यज्ञेन दानैः कठिनव्रतैर्वा सिद्धिं य इच्छेत् गृहीतुमिच्छेत् मातुश्शयानोऽङ्कतले शशाङ्कं महीश्वरीं कीर्तयस्तस्तु सिद्धिः
रहस्ययन्त्राणि विविच्य दूरं व्याजं विमुच्य प्रवदामि सारम् नामैव कामारि पुरन्ध्रिकाया सिद्धेर्निदानं न मखो न दानम् पीयूषमीषन्मधुरं भनन्ति ये राम रामाधरपानलोलाः कामारि रामाह्वयगानलोलाः कवीश्वराः काञ्चिकमालपन्थी
सुधाकरत्वोऽप्यधरो वधूनां कविः सुधातो यधरोऽभिधेयः
अयं सुधावीचिवितानमाली नाम प्रणादो नगकन्यकायाः सुरालये भातितरां सुधैका सुधा परावाचि महाकवीनाम् बिम्बाधरे कञ्जदृशां सुधान्या सुधेतरा नामनिलोकमातुः माधुर्यमाभाग्यभरे वधूनां चकोरबन्धो शकले प्रसादः धृतोत्पले वारिणि पावनत्वं कञ्चनाम्नि त्रिपुराम्बिकायाः या माधुरी प्रेम भरेण दष्टे जागर्ति कान्ता वरदन्तचेले सा दृश्यते भक्तिभरेण गीते धराधराधीशसुताभिधाने यत्ते जगल्लम्पटकेऽपि वर्णास्तन्मे मृतन्नाम नगात्मजायाः लालमयो यो ममतं ब्रवीषि सुधामयं स्त्रीदशनच्छदं त्वम् उच्चारयोच्चाटितपातकानि नामानि जिह्वे भुवनस्य मातुः तदामो मधुसूतरम्भाते रुचये यदि स्युः
आक्षेपमिक्षोरधिकं
विधत्ते पीयूषदोषानभितोऽभिधत्ते कान्ताधरारब्धदुरन्तवादः कपर्दिकान्तावरनामनादः विश्वासहीनैः सुतरामबोध्यं नामानुभावं नगकन्यकायाः जयन्तु सिद्धैरपि गीयमानं गायन्त्यजेता उपजातयोनः
श्री उमाय नमः। हर नमः पार्वतीपतये।
हर हर महादेव। यथो ममात्मा भवसित्वमेव तथो न वाच्यं मम किञ्चिदस्ति यथादवेष्टं कुरु मां तदेव त्वाम् आत्मनाथं रमणं भजामि। ओम नमो भगवते श्रीरमणाय। Back to San Francisco Satsang. Thank you.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. அண்ணாமலை தனிலே அமர்ந்திருக்கும் அரசே, அண்ணாமலை தனிலே அமர்ந்திருக்கும் அரசே, ஆனந்த ஆனவாரே அடியேனுக்கு அருள் செய்வாய், ஆனந்த ஆனவாரே அடியேனுக்கு அருள் செய்வாய், அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா, அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா, அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா, அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா. எங்கும் நிறைந்திருந்தே ஏகமாயானவரே, எங்கும் நிறைந்திருந்தே ஏகமாயானவரே, ஏகம் நிறைந்த என்னை இன்பமடைய செய்வாய், ஏகம் நிறைந்த என்னை இன்பமடைய செய்வாய், அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா, அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா, அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா, அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா. சொல்லி விளக்க உனை சொற்கள் உண்டோ உலகில், சொல்லி விளக்க உனை சொற்கள் உண்டோ உலகில், ஜோதியுள் ஜோதியாக ஜொலிக்கும் சுயச்சுடரே, ஜோதியுள் ஜோதியாக ஜொலிக்கும் சுயச்சுடரே, அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா, அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா, அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா, அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா, 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 ரமண தேவா. தலைவா பகவான் ரமணாய நமோ நமவே, பத்தியே பகவான் ரமணாய நமோ நமவே, அஹமே பகவான் ரமணாய நமோ நமவே, பரமேஸ்வரனே ரமணாய நமோ நமவே, நவநாதகனே ரமணாய நமோ நமவே, சிவசக்திமயம் ரமணாய நமோ நமவே, தலைவா பகவான் ரமணாய நமோ நமவே, பத்தியே பகவான் ரமணாய நமோ நமவே. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ ரமணாய.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Bhagavan blessed us with 40 verses on reality called Ulladhu Narpadu. And this was translated in Sanskrit, and that text is called Saddarshanam. I was blessed to attend classes on Saddarshanam by Swamini Swatma Vidyananda ji. Inspired by the teachings, poems blossomed. I will be rendering 3 poems from that collection to bring the Mahavakya, Tat Tvam Asi. Tat is the reality, and that will be the first poem. Tvam, who am I, will be the second poem. And the third poem will bring the Asi part together to bring the truth, you are that. Mangala Charanam 1.
உள்ளதல உள்ள உணர் உள்ளதோ உள்ள பொருள் உள்ளலர உள்ளத்தே உள்ளதால் உள்ளமெனும் உள்ள பொருள் உள்ளலவன் உள்ளத்தே உள்ளபடி உள்ளதே உள்ளல் உணர்வாயே உள்ளே
Satpratyaya kim nu vihaya santam hridyesha chintarahito hridakyaha katam smaramastamameyamekam tasya smritis tatra dhrudhaiva nishta. The reality. It is not a verb to comprehend. It is not an adjective to depend. It is a noun to be understood. It is the existence under your hood. It is found everywhere. It is constant without a glare. It is in the spiritual heart, mind, intellect, ego, memory mart. When the inner fears and tears sleep, with the japa and meditation deep, it is known in the antahkarana, that is calm and free from drama. Cognitions can be twofold, riding side by side rolled. Object cognition as though exist. It is the true cognition under the mist. Name and form are worshipped. Formless, nameless is understood. It is nameless and formless to display. Abiding on the reality is the way to pray. Lose the orientation to body-mind complex. Keep the likes and dislikes in check. Contemplate the reality without strain. Ask the question, who am I, again and again. Verse 3.
உலகுமை பொய்த் தோற்றம் உலகறிவாம் அன்றென்று உலகு சுகமன்றென்று உரைத்தென் உலகு விட்டு தன்னையோர்ந்தொன்றிரண்டு தானற்று நானற்ற அந்நிலை எல்லார்க்குமோ பாவுனே துன்னும்
Satyam mrisha vachididam jadam va dukkam sukam veti mudha vivadaha adrishtaloka nihitam pratiti nishta vikalpa paramakileshta. Who am I? iPhone, iPad, iPod or iReligion? I get domesticated like a pigeon. I get mixed up with the possessions. I get attached to the various relations. I have this and I have that. I become this and I want that. I build a house in quicksand. I then worry that it doesn't stand. I build a house in quicksand. I then worry that it doesn't stand. I have a Jiva-centric philosophy. I have a Jagat-centric philosophy. I have an Ishvara-centric philosophy. I drop all these to know the true I. I get caught in the coffee shop conversations. I get lost in the philosophical discussions. I is not found in white or grey matter. I, the sentient, is the cause of the splatter. I is the cause for all emotions. I is not affected by any commotions. I is the glowing tip of the incense. I is the cause for the world to commence. I accommodate all the differences. I allow all fears and tears. I do not participate in the wrestling ring. I witness the reality of everything. I abide in the truth of the I. I contemplate in the nature of I. I exist without any limitations. I witness without any differentiation. It is the choices that create the mystery. It is the FOMO, fear of missing out, that becomes the history. If you know that, there is nothing to choose. If you are everything, there is nothing to lose. It is not a theology. It is not a philosophy. It is not a branch of knowledge. It is the knowledge that transcends branches. It is understood without any doubts. It is the infinite, limitless whereabouts. It is the oneness seen everywhere. It is the absolute freedom for everyone. Verse 39.
பத்தனான் எனுமட்டே பந்தமுத்தி சிந்தனைகள் பத்தனார் என்று தன்னை பார்க்கும் கால் சித்தமாய் நித்தமுத்தன் நிற்க நிற்காதேல் பந்த சிந்தை முத்தி சிந்தை முன் நிற்குமோ மனத்துக்கு ஒத்தாங்கு
बद्धत्वभावे सति मोक्षचिन्ता बन्धस्तु कस्येति विचारणेन सिद्धे स्वयं स्वात्मनि नित्यमुक्ते क्व बन्धचिन्ता क्व च मोक्षचिन्ता. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Not yet. Where are we going? Nowhere to go. What to do now? Nothing to do. Let us live the life and look at the self. Let us be in the moment, free and silent. Look within and ask, who am I? What do you see? I see body. Does the body feel bound? No. Look within and ask, who am I? What do you see? I see sense organs. Can the senses function independently? No, not at all. Sense organs depend on the mind. Look within and ask, who am I? What do you see? Mind. Is the mind sentient? No, mind is inert. Can the mind shine by itself? No, it shines like the moon with the borrowed sunlight. Look within and ask, who am I? What do you see? Ahankara. Is the ahankara satya or mithya? It is a mixture of both. What is it made of? It is a combination of two, subjective and objective components. Where is this bondage located? It is in the subjective component. Where is the ignorance located? It is in the nature of the asker. Where is this doership located? It is in the subjective part of ahankara. Where is the done-inship located? It is in the dependent nature of ahankara. Do you understand what has happened? Yes. When reality is not known, the unreal becomes real. The real becomes unreal. Are we there yet? Yes. When you have the darshan of Sat, you know you are free. You are that Atma which is ever free. Where is the worry of bondage? Where is the worry of freedom? Everything is as though Atma is ever free. Tat Tvam Asi. You are that. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Om Tat Sadakyam Purusham Guhesham. Om Tat Sadakyam Purusham Guhesham. Natarti Nashaya Shariravantam. Natarti Nashaya Shariravantam. Modaswarupam Madhuraswabhavam. Modaswarupam Madhuraswabhavam. Tvamatmanatam Ramanam Bhajami. Tvamatmanatam Ramanam Bhajami. Bhajanti ye tvam parabhakti yukta galanti tesham nikilascha doshaha. Bhajanti ye tvam parabhakti yukta galanti tesham nikilascha doshaha. Vahase Sakalapi siddhihi vahase jamodihi. Sakalapi siddhihi Tvamatmanatam Ramanam Bhajami. Tvamatmanatam Ramanam Bhajami. Tejasvino dinajana Bhaktya. Tejasvino dinajanascha bhaktya. Shri Sannidhim te sharanu vrajanti. Rameta rupe tava konaduvye. Shri Sannidhim te sharanam vrajanti. Rameta rupe tava konaduvye. Tvamatmanatam Ramanam Bhajami. Tvamatmanatam Ramanam Bhajami. Madantarange Nivasatvanargha Natatavakya Sakala Gahantri. Madantarange Nivasatvanargha Natatavakya Sakala Gahantri. Yato hridi tvam natatosti vachyam. Yato hridi tvam natatosti vachyam. Tvamatmanatam Ramanam Bhajami. Tvamatmanatam Ramanam Bhajami. Tvamatmanatam Ramanam Bhajami. Tvamatmanatam Ramanam Bhajami. Tvamatmanatam Ramanam Bhajami.
பௌதிக விஞ்ஞானப்படு நிஷியும் மெல்ல மெல்ல எவ்வியலோ ஒன்றே எல்லாவற்றும் ஐந்துளது பௌதிக விஞ்ஞானப்படு நிஷியும் மெல்ல மெல்ல எவ்வியலோ ஒன்றே எல்லாவற்றும் ஐந்துளதென்று ஓவதான உதய வெளி கண்டது அஹோ ஓவதான உதய வெளி கண்டது அஹோ அவ்வியலான்ம அறிவே என மறைமுள் செம்பனை கூவி தெரிவித்தும் கேளாய் போல் அவ்வியலான்ம அறிவே என்ன மறைமுள் செம்பனை கூவி தெரிவித்தும் கேளாய் போல் கௌவிய லௌகீக கலைமயகம் தீண்டிலையே தீண்டிலையே திவ்யமே ஞான தினகரனே ஸ்ரீரமணன் ஸ்ரீரமணன் இவ்வியல் நீகான எழுந்திராயம் பாவாய் எழுந்திராயம் பாவாய் எழுந்திராய் எத்தனைதான் கல்வியெல்லாம் இங்கே நீ கற்றாலும் எத்தனையோ செல்வம் நீ ஏதிடினும் எத்தனைதான் கல்வியெல்லாம் இங்கே நீ கற்றாலும் எத்தனையோ செல்வம் நீ ஏதிடினும் கேள்வனுடன் புத்திரரும் ஏவல் புரிவோரும் சூழ புத்திரரும் ஏவல் புரிவோரும் சூழ மிக சித்திரமாய் தோன்றுமெழு தேகத்திருந்தாலும் சித்திரமாய் தோன்றுமெழு தேகத்திருந்தாலும் வித்தையன்றி உலகம் மேன்மை புகழ்ந்தாலும் வித்தகியன்றி உலகம் மேன்மை புகழ்ந்தாலும் அத்தனையும் சொப்பனமே வித்தகியன்றி உலகம் மேன்மை புகழ்ந்தாலும் அத்தனையும் சொப்பனமே யாமாரைய மனுரும் சுத்த பரமான்ம ஸ்வரூப சுத்த பரமான்ம ஸ்வரூப விழிபருளும் அத்தன் ரமணன் அடிக்கு அன்பாவாயம் பாவாய் அத்தன் ரமணன் அடிக்கு அன்பாவாயம் பாவாய் அன்பாவாய் எம் பாவாய் அன்பாவாய் எம் பாவாய்
3 years, Manu Subedar, a Marathi scholar, resisted the invitation of his friend, Mr. Sankarlal Banker, to go to Ramanashramam. Manu pleaded with him that he was not ready. He explained his reason as follows. If I went into a very large shop, I would feel ashamed to come out with my hands empty. At last, Manu decided that he would pay a visit and prepared himself for about 2 months prior to that visit by reading 2 outstanding books, the Ashtavakra Gita and the Avadhuta Gita. After finishing his work in Cochin, he set out for Tiruvannamalai. As most first-time devotees do, he decided that he would ask a few questions to clear his doubts, and started framing a few of them. But as he formulated each question, he found that he knew the answer. So when Manu finally had the darshan of the Maharshi, he really had no questions to ask. On his visit, Manu Subedar presented to the Maharshi a commentary on the Gita by the great Saint Jnaneshwar, a great Marathi classic, which he had rendered into English after 8 years of effort. Bhagavan was much pleased with the commentary. In addition, Manu also presented a copy of the Ashtavakra Gita and the Avadhuta Gita. He drew Bhagavan's attention to the very first verse in the Avadhuta Gita, which is as follows. It is only through the grace of God that, in men with knowledge, a desire is born, a desire to experience cosmic unity, Advaita, a desire which protects them from the great dangers of samsara. Manu Subedar further pointed out that most of the matter in these books was for the advanced seekers. For new seekers who are attempting to learn, there is not much direct guidance. With infinite compassion in his eyes, Bhagavan looked at Manu Subedar and instructed one of his followers to bring out a book. This was the Mahabhakta Vijayam of Nabaji that describes many revered Marathi saints like Jnaneshwar, Nivratti Sadhu, and others. Bhagavan opened the book and began to read. Manu Subedar noted with awe that the book opened exactly at the page where Bhagavan intended to read. The page had a dialogue between a young Jnaneshwar Maharaj, a self-realized soul, and his father, Vitoba, who was still afraid, still seeking, and still groping. The father had gone to the forest to practice asceticism. Bhagavan relished reading the discourse, and everyone present thoroughly enjoyed the reading. Through that dialogue, Manu Subedar came to understand that he was given exactly what he needed. Here is a humble attempt to capture that dialogue, which is very useful for spiritual seekers. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Baba, Baba, open your eyes.
Oh, Gnaneshwar, my putra, what an auspicious day to get your darshan here. What brings you here?
Baba, please leave this dangerous jungle and come back to our city with me. Moreover, our king also asked me to bring you back.
Oh, the king? Since I sent his soldiers back empty, he sent you now? Oh, Gnaneshwar, you know, I gave my word to all, deliberately left everything in the city, and came here to the forest. Should not the righteous ever stick to their word?
But we, your own children, are calling you back. Not only the king.
Does one taste again what has been vomited once, even if it is some delicious modak? How can I go back there, mix with the country folk, and love them or adore the king? The forest shall ever be my abode, and the world yours. So, go back and live happily in the world.
But Baba, why do you live in this forest?
My son, what profit or pleasure will I obtain if I go back to the world? Instead of aiding, it will only hinder my salvation. But this forest, which is free from people, is alone fit for Brahmanishta, attention to self.
You say you're practicing Brahmanishta, which transcends all distinctions, but you differentiate that this is a forest and that is a city. In Brahmanishta, can there be any idea of duality?
So long as the notion mind persists, the ego sense and perception of duality will not disappear. It is Nirvikalpa Nishta that drives away duality and reveals the self. I have to be free from all desires and all society to practice that Nishta. What better place is there than this forest to practice and realize the self?
Baba, knowing oneself and being that self alone is Brahmanishta and not living in forests.
Even though one may know the self in the presence of one's guru, is it not necessary to stay in solitude, to remain fixed in that self?
True Gnanis with a firm mind know that Ajnana and the ego will not be destroyed by living alone in the forest. If that is so, why should you oppose home life and live in this forest, Baba?
If those who have become one with the self remain in the family life, it will hamper their practice of samadhi. They will lose their experience of realization of the self. Therefore, my son, those who have attained the bliss of sahaja state will not entertain, even in a dream, the desire to engage in family life.
A state of being in Sahajanishta means being free from both desires and aversions. Can hating the town and loving the forest be called Sahajanishta?
How can one carry on with the affairs of the world who has no desires either to do or not to do?
If one has given up all desires to engage in any activity but engages in the practice of samadhi, isn't that practice also an activity? If so, why not take up the activity of the family also, Baba?
Even if samadhi is an activity, it will remove all thoughts and anxieties. On the other hand, family life will create all kinds of thoughts and anxieties.
When one is Sat Chit Ananda himself, why should one engage in Brahmanishta sadhana aiming samadhi?
Don't the wise rishis say that Brahmanishta is realizing the sleep state while being awake? Otherwise, can anyone experience the irresistible bliss flowing from samadhi?
Vedas say that ultimate bliss is found in being a spectator to the gaze of senses during the waking state, to the activities of the mind during dream, and to the state of blank during sleep. It is like the shadow of a flying hawk. The shadow touches everything but is not attached to anything. While this is the Vedic truth, why do you say that? The sleep-like state during waking will alone give bliss.
Waking and dream conditions will plunge one into the affairs of the world and render one as a prey to the wild beasts of sense organs. Hence, only that samadhi where all affairs of the world cease and where there is a total void as during sleep is the proper samadhi.
The best and proper samadhi is not to be in a mere void state. True samadhi is like the state of King Janaka. Janaka remained engaged in the affairs of the world, but at the same time slain with his sword of studying Jnana any beastly world affairs.
King Janaka had studied Jnana, that he was Brahman. But he was not in the fourth state. Compared to Janaka, Sukha Rishi got rid of all attachments and he was able to conquer the monkey mind by staying in the forest, right?
Janaka actually secured annihilation of mind and was able to do what he pleased with his mind, and not Sukha. Sukha gave up all external attachments and carried his life in forests.
Only by being the seer, one can get rid of what is seen. How can one get rid of what is seen? By being in the middle of scene. To cure a poisoned man, if poison is given, won't the man die?
But we do give one poison as an antidote against another poison, don't we, Baba? He alone is the wise nanny who establishes firm jnana against the dangers of the senses, and not the one who is always in nishta, filled with fear that any time the wild beasts of sense objects would attack him. The one in nishta will not realize the supreme bliss of Brahman, but realize only his fear.
Tell me, son, what would the sense objects not do to the one in family life? When they are capable of giving grief to even ascetics in Samadhi Nishta, can a dried leaf that has fallen into a turbulent flood keep still in one place?
The sense organs will bring down anyone who has not attained firm jnana. If a big rock falls into a flood, it remains there unmoved. One must instead be the big rock amidst gushing numerous sense activities. Such a person of firm jnana only can experience the bliss of Brahman.
However steady one may be fixed in jnana, he is sure to be engulfed in the darkness of Maya unless he is always absorbed in meditation of Brahman, giving up all society.
What you say is true if there is such a thing as Maya apart from Brahman. Then one would have to get rid of it by always being in Nishta. In effect, you are saying that one's shadow will fight with one. The only result of fighting with an unreal shadow will be exhaustion. If you don't stay quiet in silence, realizing the unreality of Maya, but go on eliminating, saying, not this, only trouble remains.
How is one to attain Sahaja Jnana, a spontaneous knowledge, without eliminating the unreal?
The more we eliminate the unreal things as not this, more sense objects will go on appearing, like winged white ants that swarm out of an anthill. The more you try to remain a witness, the more will the delusion of I am the body assert itself, like the curly tail of the dog resuming its bent shape, however much we try to keep it straight. To realize the majestic bliss of Brahman, self-inquiry is the direct path, using which one realizes themselves as Brahman, and ego and Maya are entirely illusory, like the appearance of silver in the mother of pearl.
Is it possible to conquer the grief-causing sense objects? Is it possible to become one with the all-pervading, blissful self by not doing any other sadhana but merely realizing through self-inquiry?
When a live cow cannot kill a tiger, how can a dead cow do so? Similarly, what can the sense objects do to the self, which is eternal, which extends everywhere and is of the nature of bliss? As even a fat cow will be afraid to face a tiger, sense objects will not dare to come before Ignani, who by steady Gnana has attained perfection. But even if they do, they will be extinguished as the cow by the tiger.
What if the Gnani, by mixing with the ignorant crowd, should get entangled in sense objects, yield to mind and become entirely sorrowful? What if the Gnani becomes like a chaste woman who becomes unchaste by mixing with such people?
The steadfast, chaste woman will maintain her chastity in spite of the company of any number of unchaste people. The unsteady one will slip even without any evil company. Similarly, the firm Gnani will never lose his perfect realization, though surrounded by any number of ignorant ones. The unsteady one will lose his Gnana even when in solitude.
You are the awakened one. O Gnaneshwar, while I want to agree with you, I cannot imagine how one can become a Sahaja Gnani if one engaged in domestic affairs.
Though the Gnani mixes with ignorant and appears to play a part with them, he will ever remain as the experiencer of the supreme bliss. If a Brahmin acts the part of a scavenger and behaves like one on the stage, still he would ever remain only as a Brahmin without becoming a scavenger.
However firm the Gnana of a man may be, unless he contemplates at least few moments every day that he is Brahman, it is very difficult for him to become a Brahmagnani. Isn't that true?
Is it necessary for the Brahmin who is acting the part of a scavenger to frequently think that he is a Brahmin? Will he become a scavenger if he does not think so? After the annihilation of the ego, should one still retain the knot of the ego and go on meditating, I am Brahman? One who has renounced the ego sense of I and mine will always be respected by all. That Gnani will always be enjoying the supreme bliss of self, even if he does not practice any meditation.
Even if one is equal to the Lord Almighty, if one does not daily practice the meditation I am Brahman, he will undoubtedly become an ignorant and his ego will never vanish. Isn't this the case?
Baba, when you hold the light in your hands and ask darkness to remain, will it remain? Similarly, if one has attained the knowledge that one is the Supreme itself, will ignorance remain, even if it is asked to remain? After realizing that self, will Maya come even if it is invited? One who has recognized beyond all doubt, in the presence of his Guru, that Brahman alone is real and Maya is unreal. then for him, what difference will there be it desire or aversion, bondage or freedom, renunciation or family life, and forest or country? Baba, when you are that, what can family life or going back to the country do?
My eyes are open, Gnaneshwar. When a Gnani like you is there with me, wherever I am, what can Maya do? What can family life or country do? I will come with you, Putra.
Swami, Jesus and other great souls have come down to earth to save sinners. Have I any hope? Bhagavan was visibly shaken by this earnest cry coming from the depths of the devotee's heart and answered with reassurance. There is hope. Yes, there is hope. The devotee who was suffering from chronic dysphagia was also trained in the Carnatic music to sing and perform on the veena, observed a kriti on Bhagavan blossoming out from his heart, which he presented to Bhagavan. After listening, Bhagavan patiently instructed the rules of prosody to this devotee. This devotee is none other than the Sharanagati Kriti composer Sri Manavasi Ramaswamy Iyer, who has composed many gems of songs on Bhagavan's grace. The devotees in the San Francisco Bay Area are fortunate to have the presence of Manavasi Iyer's granddaughter, Srimati Rajamami Avainika, living here. Thanks to Rajamami's teaching, interested devotees are able to learn and present a few Manavasi Mama's beautiful melodies here. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
அரசே அண்ணா மலையரசே அண்ணாமலை அரசே அரசே அண்ணா மலையரசே அண்ணாமலை அரசே அரசே அண்ணா மலையரசே அண்ணாமலையரசே அரியயன் காணாத அடிமூடி உடையோனே அரியயன் காணாத அடிமூடி உடையோனே அருள் சூரந்தருவி பாய் அச்சலனாய் நின்றிலங்கும் அரியயன் காணாத அடிமூடி உடையோனே அருள் சூரந்தருவி பாய் அச்சலனாய் நின்றிலங்கும் அரசே அண்ணா மலையரசே அண்ணாமலை அரசே செஞ்சடை மூடி காட்சி தந்த தஞ்சமென் டடைந்தோரே தயமிக்க அருள் நோக்கி கொஞ்சம் அடிய கண்கள் குளிர காட்சி தந்த அரசே அண்ணா மலையரசே அண்ணாமலை அரசே அழகு சுந்தர மருள் அழகுடை மகனாக அழகு சுந்தர மருள் அழகுடை மகனாக வழுவில்ல ஞானத்தை வாரி வாரி இறைத்து வழுவில்ல ஞானத்தை வாரி வாரி இறைத்து நழுவாத தானொன்று நானென்று மாத்தட்ட விழையும் ஸ்ரீராமனுக்கு வேதியனாய் காட்சி தந்த நழுவாத தானொன்று நானென்று மாத்தட்ட விழையும் ஸ்ரீராமனுக்கு வேதியனாய் காட்சி தந்த அரசே அண்ணா மலையரசே அண்ணா மலையரசே அரசே அண்ணா மலையரசே. சிவனடி சேர வேண்டும் சிவனடி சேர வேண்டும் சிவனடி சேர வேண்டும் அருணை சிவனடி சேர வேண்டும் அருணை சிவனடி சேர வேண்டும் ஜீவத்வமர வேண்டும் சிவனடி சேர வேண்டும் ஜீவத்வமர வேண்டும் சிவனடி சேர வேண்டும் சிவனி தலத்தில் தேசுருவாயினான் சிவனி தலத்தில் தேசுருவாயினான் சிவைக்கு தனதிட பாகமும் அருளினான் சிவனி தலத்தில் தேசுருவாயினான் சிவைக்கு தனதிட பாகமும் அருளினான் புவன சிவதல துள ஒரு கலையுரை பூரணத்தில் கொரு பொக்கி பொக்கிஷமான புவன சிவதல துள ஒரு கலையுரை பூரணத்தில் ஒரு பொக்கிஷமான சிவனடி சேர வேண்டும் ஜீவத்வமர வேண்டும் சிவனடி சேர வேண்டும். கௌதமர் துர்வாசர் குஹ நம சிவாய. கௌதமர் துர்வாசர் குஹ நம சிவாய. கணக்கிலத போதன கரை சேர்ந்த தலமீதே. கௌதமர் துர்வாசர் குஹ நம சிவாய. கணக்கிலத போதன கரை சேர்ந்த தலமீதே. கர்வம் கொள் மகிஷனை கர்வம் கொள் மகிஷனை கண்ட துண்டமாக்கிய. கர்வம் கொள் மகிஷனை கண்ட துண்டமாக்கிய. துர்கையின் மகத்துவம் துலங்கிடும் தலமீதே. கர்வம் கொள் மகிஷனை கண்ட துண்டமாக்கிய. துர்கையின் மகத்துவம் துலங்கிடும் தலமீதே. ஒரு தரம் உள்ளத்தில் கருதவே உய்க்கும் கிரிதனை வலம் வர கேட்டதெல்லாம் தரும் திருச்சுழி ரமணனின் திருவருள் நோக்காகும் திவ்ய சுபபலம் ஸ்ரீராமன் பெற ஒரு தரம் உள்ளத்தில் கருதவே உய்க்கும் கிரிதனை வலம் வர கேட்டதெல்லாம் தரும் திருச்சுழி ரமணனின் திருவருள் நோக்காகும் திவ்ய சுபபல ஸ்ரீராமன் பெற அருள். சிவனடி சேர வேண்டும் ஜீவத்வமர வேண்டும் சிவனடி சேர வேண்டும்.
नमो रमणाय नमो रमणाय नमो रमणाय नमो रमणाय.
Om Namo Bhagavate Arunachala Ramanaya. This is Rajani Tirupati from Los Angeles Satsang, presenting Bhagavan Sri Ramana's Ekatma Panchakam. Om Namah Pranavaarthaya Shuddhagnanayikamurtaye Nirmalaya Prashantaya Dakshina Murtaye Namaha. Ekatma Panchakam was Bhagavan's last composition. Introduction to Ekatma Panchakam. One day in February 1947, there was some discussion in Bhagavan's hall about the Tamil meter Vemba, during the course of which Bhagavan remarked that though Kavyakanta Ganapat Muni, the great Sanskrit poet and scholar, who was renowned for his Ashukavitvam, ability to compose extempore verses on any given subject, had tried to compose some verses in Vemba meter. He had found that he was unable to compose even a single verse in that meter, either in Sanskrit or in his mother tongue Telugu. Hearing this, Surinagamma, the recorder of letters from Sri Ramanashram, requested Sri Bhagavan to compose some Telugu verses in Vemba meter. But at first he declined, saying, "Am I a Pandit well versed in Telugu? If I write anything in Telugu, your people will say that there are mistakes which must be corrected." Though Surinagamma continued to entreat him, he did not compose any verses that day, but on the next day, he graciously composed 3 Telugu verses in Vemba meter and at the same time translated them into Tamil. Seeing this, Surinagamma again entreated him to compose some more verses on the same lines. And though at first he again declined, after some days he composed 2 more verses in the same meter, both in Telugu and Tamil. These 5 verses are a lucid exposition of the nature of self, the one reality, and hence were named Ekatma Panchakam, the 5 verses on the oneness of self. The compound word Ekatma means one self, the oneness of self, or self the one, and hence it denotes not only that self is only one and not many, but also that self is the only one, that is only one existing reality. It is particularly in this latter sense that the expression the oneness of self should be understood, for the import of this work is that, as verse 5 clearly states, self is the only ever existing and shining reality. As it turned out, this was to be the last original composition of Sri Bhagavan. Ekatma Panchakam in Telugu. What you see is in Bhagavan's own handwriting. I'll read the Telugu verse first and then read the English translation from Michael James later. Tannu marichi tanu tanai talachi enniyo janmamuletti tudi tannu telisi tanauta palu desha sanchara kalanmel kanutakanu. One previously forgetting self, mistaking a body as self, taking innumerable births, and finally knowing self and being self, is just like waking up from a dream of wandering about the world. Know thus. తానుండి తానుగా తన్ను తానేనెవడ నేనుండు స్థానమేది అనువానికి నేనెవడ నెక్కడ నేనున్నా అన్న మధుపానుని ఈడు పలుకు. Declare that he who asks himself, "Who am I? And what is the place where I am coming from?" though he always exists as self, is equal to a drunkard who asks, "Who am I and in which place am I?" తనలో తనువుండ తాను జడమౌ తను వందున్నట్టు తలుచు మనుజుడు చిత్రములోనున్నది చిత్రమున కాధార వస్త్రమును ఎంచువాడు. When in fact the body is within self, which is existence, consciousness, bliss, Satchitananda, he who thinks that self is within that insentient body is like one who thinks that the cloth of the screen, which is a substratum of the picture, exists within that picture. పొన్నుకు వేరుగా భూషణముండునే తన్ను విడిచి తనువేది తన్ను తనువాడనువాడు అగ్నుడు తాను అనువాడు తను కనిన జ్ఞాని ధరించు. Can an ornament exist other than gold, which is the substance, vastu? Without self, the sole existing reality, where is the body? He who thinks the body to be himself is an agnani. He who takes himself to be self is a gnani. He who knows self, know thus. ఎప్పుడు ఉన్నది ఏకాత్మ వస్తువే, ఇప్పుడు ఆ వస్తువు ఆది గురువు చెప్పక చెప్పి తెలియక చేసిన రెవరు చెప్పి చెప్పుదురు చెప్పు. The only thing, vastu, that exists externally by its own light is that oneself. When in those ancient days the Adi Guru, the primal Guru Sri Dakshina Murti, revealed that vastu through speechless speech, Say, who can reveal it through speech? ఏకాత్మ తత్వము ఇట్టిదని తేల్చి భక్తులు దేహాత్మ భావము తీర్చను. ఏకాత్మ జ్ఞాన స్వరూప రమణ గురునాథుడు తానానతిచ్చు పంచకమందు. This benedictory verse was composed by Sri Muruganar in Tamil and was later translated into Telugu by Bhagavan himself. Thus, in these days, Guru Ramana, who shines as the form of one self-knowledge, Ekatma Gnana Swarupa, has made clear in this verse sung by him what the truth of that oneness of self is, destroying thereby the I am the body feeling, Dehatma Bhava of his devotees. In this connection, Sri Bhagavan once told the following story to Sri Muruganar. When the four aged Sanakadi Rishis first saw the 16-year-old Dakshina Murti sitting under the banyan tree, they were at once attracted by him, understanding him to be the real Sadguru. They approached him, did 3 pradakshinas, circumambulations around him, prostrated before him, sat at his feet, and began to ask very shrewd and pertinent questions about the nature of reality and the means of attaining it. Because of the great compassion and fatherly love, Vatsalya, which he felt for his aged disciples, the young Sri Dakshinamurti was overjoyed to see their earnestness, wisdom, and maturity, and hence gave them apt replies to each of their questions. But as he answered each consecutive question, further doubts arose in their minds, and they asked further apt questions. Thus they continued to question Sri Dakshinamurti for 1 whole year, and he continued to clear their doubts through his compassionate answers. Finally, however, Dakshinamurti understood that if he gave more answers to their questions, more doubts would rise in their minds, and hence there would never be an end to their ignorance, Agnana. Therefore, suppressing even the feeling of compassion and fatherly love, which was welling up within him, he merged himself into the supreme silence. Because of their great maturity, which had been ripened to perfection, and through their year-long association with the Sadguru, as soon as Sri Dakshinamurti thus merged himself, they too were automatically merged into silence, the state of self. Wonderstruck on hearing Sri Bhagavan narrating the story in this manner, Sri Muruganar remarked that in no book it is mentioned that Sri Dakshinamurti ever spoke anything, but this is what actually happened, replied Sri Bhagavan. From the authoritative way in which Sri Bhagavan thus replied, and from the clear and descriptive way in which he had told the story, Sri Muruganar understood that Sri Bhagavan was none other than Sri Dakshinamurti himself.
Namo Ramanayo, Namo Ramanayo, Namo Ramanayo, Namo Ramanayo.
Namo Ramanaya. My name is Kanaka Iyer, and today I will be reading a few excerpts of Sri Annamalai Swami's teachings recorded during his interactions with devotees. Sri Annamalai Swami was from a small village in Tamil Nadu. He showed early signs of spiritual maturity, was steered towards his guru Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi, and through devoted service to Bhagavan and doing sadhana as advised by Bhagavan, he attained self-realization. A small group of devotees would visit Annamalai Swami and ask him questions regarding his spiritual practice and about Bhagavan's teachings, and the answers given by Sri Annamalai Swami revealed the devotion he had towards Bhagavan and how he followed Bhagavan's advice at every step. Here are some of the questions and answers given by Annamalai Swami. I'm so accustomed to feeling I am this little self. I need help, asks a devotee. And Annamalai Swami responds, the little self will only give way to the real self if you meditate constantly. You cannot wish it away with a few stray thoughts. If you can understand that this little self never at any time had any existence outside your imagination Just like the snake never existed, it was always the rope. You will not be concerned about ways to eliminate it. Your desire for help in eliminating it is part of your problem. Don't make the mistake of imagining that there is some goal to be reached or attained. If you think like this, you will start to look for methods and people to help you. This just perpetuates the problem you're trying to end. Instead, cultivate the strong awareness that I am the self. You don't need any methods to get rid of the wrong ideas about yourself. All you have to do is stop believing them. The best way to do this is to replace them with ideas which more accurately reflect the real state of affairs. If you think and meditate, I am the self, it will do you a lot more good than thinking, I am the little self. How can I get rid of this little self? If you desire to gain a proper understanding of your real nature is intense enough, help will automatically come. If you want to generate an awareness of your real nature, you will be immeasurably helped by having contact with a jnani. The power and grace which a jnani radiates quieten the mind and automatically eliminate the wrong ideas you have about yourself. You can make progress by having satsang of a realized guru and by constant spiritual practice. The guru cannot do everything for you. You must practice constantly in order to give up the limiting habits of many lifetimes. Other question asked by a devotee. If everything is the self, even Maya, then why can't I see the self? To which Annamalai Swami replies, because you're looking in the wrong direction. You have the idea that the self is something that you see or experience. This is not so. The self is the awareness or the consciousness in which the seeing and experiencing takes place. Even if you don't see the self is still there. Bhagavan sometimes remarked humorously, people just open a newspaper and glance through it, then they say, I have seen the paper. But really, they haven't seen the paper, they have only seen the letters and pictures that are on it. There can be no words or pictures without the paper, but people always forget the paper while they are reading the words. While people see the names and forms that appear on the screen of consciousness, they ignore the screen itself. If people were to be aware of the consciousness instead of the forms that appear in it, they would realize that all forms are just appearances which manifest within the one indivisible consciousness. That consciousness is the self that you are looking for. You can be that consciousness, but you can never see it because it is not something that is separate from you. Question by a devotee. How do I know if I am progressing in my meditation? Reply by Annamalai Swami. Those who meditate a lot often develop a subtle form of ego. They become pleased with the idea that they are making progress. They become pleased with the states of peace and bliss that they enjoy. They become pleased that they have learned to exercise some control over their wayward minds. Or they may derive some satisfaction that they have found a good guru or a good method of meditation. All these feelings are ego feelings. When the ego feelings are present, awareness of the self is absent. The thought, I am meditating, is an ego thought. If real meditation is taking place, this thought cannot arise. Don't worry about whether you're making progress or not. Just keep your attention on the self 24 hours a day. Meditation is not something that should be done in a particular position at a particular time. It is an awareness and an attitude that must persist throughout the day. To be effective, meditation must be continuous. If you want to water a field, you dig a channel to the field and send water continuously along it for a lengthy period of time. If you send water for only 10 seconds and then stop, The water sinks into the ground even before it reaches the field. You will not be able to reach the self and stay there without a prolonged, continuous effort. Each time you give up trying or get distracted, some of your previous effort goes to waste. You divide your life up into different activities. I'm eating, I'm meditating, I'm working, etc. If you have ideas like these, you are still identifying with the body. Get rid of all these ideas and replace them with a single thought, I am the self. Hold on to that idea and don't let go. Don't give these I am the body ideas any attention. Learn to recognize them the moment they arise or deny them. Stay firmly in the self and don't allow the mind to identify with anything that the body does. Question asked by the devotee. My mind is unstoppable. How do I bring it to the self? Reply by Sri Annamalai Swami. When it arises, the mind automatically goes out into the world. If you do self-inquiry, you can train it to flow towards the self. In deep sleep, the mind automatically goes to the self, but you are not aware of it. Through the steady practice of self-inquiry, the mind can be trained in such a way that it automatically flows towards the self in the waking and dream states. It is very difficult at first, but with practice it can be done. Repeated self-inquiry makes the mind go back into the self. Other methods may produce good experiences, but the good experiences will not make the mind go back to the self and stay there. Question asked by the devotee. Forgetfulness of the self is a big problem for me. Reply by Annamalai Swami. Forgetfulness of the self happens because of non-inquiry. So I say, remove the forgetfulness through inquiry. Forgetfulness or non-forgetfulness is not a part of your destiny. It is something you can choose from moment to moment. That is what Bhagavan said. He said that you have the freedom either to identify with the body and its activities, and in doing so forget the self, or you can identify with the self and have the understanding that the body is performing its predestined activities, animated and sustained by the power of the self. If you have an oil lamp and you forget to put oil in it, the light goes out. It was your forgetfulness and your lack of vigilance that caused the light to go out. Your thoughts were elsewhere. They were not on tending the lamp. In every moment, you have one real choice, and it is only the real choice, to be aware of the self or to identify with the body and the mind. If you choose the latter, of course, don't blame God or God's will or predestination. God did not make you forget the self. You yourself are making the choice every second of your life. Final words by Annamalai Swami. You stumble around in the darkness of your mind, not knowing that you have a torch in your hand. That light is the light of the self. Switch it on and leave it on, and you will never stumble again. Om Sri Bhagavate Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya. Day by Day with Bhagavan, March 19th, 1945, morning. A visitor from Sindh, very probably Kundanlal Ye Mahatani of Hyderabad, Sindh, now Pakistan, asked, "It is said the world and the objects that we see are all unreal, like the snake in the rope. It is also stated in other places that the seer and the seen are the same. If the seer and the seen are the same, then how can we say that the seen is unreal?" Bhagavan. All that is meant is that the seen, regarded as an independent entity,
independent of the self, is unreal. The seen is not different from the seer. What exists is the one self, not a seer and a seen. The seen, regarded as the self, is real. Visitor. It is said the world is like a dream, but there is this difference between dream and the waking state. In dream, I see my friends or relations and go through some experiences with them. When I wake up and ask those friends or relations whom I met in the dream about the dream, they know nothing about it. But in the waking state, what I see and hear is corroborated by so many others. Bhagavan, you should not mix up the dream and the waking states. Just as you seek corroboration about the waking state experiences from those whom you see in the waking state, you must ask for corroboration about the dream experiences from those whom you saw in the dream state. That is, when you were in the dream. Then in the dream, those friends or relations whom you saw in the dream would corroborate with you. The main point is, are you prepared when awake to affirm the reality of any of your dream experiences? Similarly, one who has awakened into jnana cannot affirm the reality of the waking experience. From his viewpoint, the waking state is a dream. Visitor. It is said only some are chosen for self-realization and those alone could get it. It is rather discouraging. Bhagavan, all that is meant is we cannot by our own buddhi, unaided by God's grace, achieve realization of self. I added, Bhagavan also says that even that grace does not come arbitrarily, but because one deserves it by one's own efforts, either in this or in previous lives. Visitor, human effort is declared to be useless. What incentive can any man then have to better himself? I asked, where is it said you should make no effort or that your effort is useless? The visitor thereupon showed the portion in Who Am I, where it is said, when there is one great force looking after all the world, why should we bother what we shall do? I pointed out that what is depreciated there is not human effort, but the feeling that I am the doer. Bhagavan approved of my explanation when I asked him if it was not so. Afternoon session. Bhagavan said he once had a dream that he went to Parani and that he then devoured the Parani god Lord Subramanya, and that he had at another time a dream that he visited Tiruchendur temple, where also the deity is Lord Subramanya. The details of this dream Bhagavan does not remember. I remembered that some people once wanted to know if a Jivan Mukta can have dreams. The doubt is natural because we believe jnanis have no sleep like ordinary men, so they may not have dreams. I therefore asked Bhagavan about this matter, and he said, if the jnani can have a waking state, what is the difficulty about his having a dream state? But of course, as his waking state is different from the ordinary man's waking state, so his dream state also will be different from the ordinary man's dream state. Whether in waking or in dream, he will not slip from his real state, which is sometimes called the fourth or Turiya state. March 24th, 1945. Afternoon. I was reading Vichara Sangraha, self-inquiry. I came across the statement that something in the heart, நான் என்று ஸ்புரித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. That is, something is shining or sounding as I in the heart. I have always had doubt what exactly the word Spurana means. So I asked Bhagavan, and he said it means விளங்குவது or விளக்குவது, that is, which shines or illuminates. I asked, is it not a sound we hear? Bhagavan said, yes, we may say it is a sound we feel or become aware of. He also referred to the dictionary and said, the word means throbbing, springing on the memory, flashing across the mind. Thus, both sound and light may be implied in the word spurana. Everything has come from light and sound. I asked Bhagavan, what is it that shines? Whether it is the ego or the self. He said it was neither the one nor the other, but something in between the two, that it is something which is a combination of the I, self, and the I thought, ego, and that the self is without even this Purana. Explaining how the self is mere light and how it is both the word or sound, and also that out of which word or sound originally came, Bhagavan said, man has three bodies, the gross one made of the 5 elements, the sukshma or subtle one made of manas and prana and the jiva. Similarly, even Ishvara has 3 bodies. All the manifested universe is his gross body, light and sound are his sukshma body, and the self his jiva. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Thank you, devotees. Seattle devotees are very grateful for this opportunity to contribute to Bhagavan's 75th Aradhana Day celebrations. Our offering consists of reading 12 names of Bhagavan with meaning, chanting Dakshina Murti Stotram, and devotional readings. Offerings are made by Sai Kumar, Vishu, Prabha, Rajesh, Sridevi, and Harish. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya.
Satyadruk, seer of truth. That which rises and disappears cannot be the truth. That which is eternal and unchanging is the truth. The ignorant one is caught up in forms and names. Those who are conscious of the reality underlying these names and forms are seers of truth. Om Satyadrishe Namaha. Satyaha, embodiment of truth. The seer of truth becomes truth itself. To abide in the self is to know the self, says Ramana in Upadesa Undiyar. One becomes that fullness of consciousness when his individuality is merged in the whole. Om Satyaya Namaha.
Prashantaha, full of peace. It is only the one who is aware that peace is his natural state who can be immersed in peace. The knower of truth knows no perturbance, says Ramana. The Bhagavad Gita verse, the one who abides in that is free from perturbance, also refers to this. One could feel it in the profound peace in the presence of Ramana. Om Prashantaya Namaha. Amita Vikramaha, boundless victor. The previous name praises the Shanti, peace of Ramana. This one refers to his Shakti, power. In the world, success and failure follow each other. Everything merges in the self from which all things rise and subside. The submerging of the mind in its source is the boundary of activity. Thereafter, seeing nothing as apart from oneself and seeing everything as oneself is the victory over everything. Ramana is termed Ajita, the undefeated one, because of this. Wherever he looks, there success is assured. To abide in the natural state is to reach the pinnacle of power. This is the highest state of peace too, says Ramana Gita. Peace is the inner state expressed as power when it manifests in action, says Ramana. Om Amita Vikramaya Namaha.
Sukumaraha, auspicious son. This sweet name denotes youthfulness, softness, grace, and freshness. The eternally young and beautiful person is the younger son of Shiva. The name also includes the primal pranava sound, Om. The sweetness springs from the quality of being ever fresh, each moment being new and full of life. Om Sukumaraya Namaha. Sadanandaha, always happy. The bliss which knows no change or reduction in one's nature. True happiness cannot be that which comes and goes. One could usefully refer to verse 28 of Upadesa Saram, which says conscious bliss comes when one abides as the self by inquiring, what is the true import of I? This bliss is spontaneous, indestructible, and limitless. Om Sadanandaya Namaha.
Mrudubashi, soft spoken. His speech destroys all grief. Being the repository of bliss, he transmits this to everyone who comes into contact with him. Ganapati Muni praises Ramana as soft in speech, cool in looks, and as lotus-faced. Ramana's speech springs from the depths of his potent silence and is pleasing to the ear. Om Mrudubhashini Namaha. Dayarnavaha, ocean of compassion. By nature, he is a limitless ocean of compassion. Glory to the feet of one who is the embodiment of grace, sings Shivaprakasham Pillai. In his 40 verses in praise of Ramana, Ganapati Muni says, your love is not mental, it is your very nature. Om Dayarnavaya Namaha.
Sri Sonachala Hridbhuta Skandasrama Niketanaha, resident of Skandasramam, the heart of Arunachala. If one views Arunachala from the eastern side, Skandasramam would be seen as the center of Arunachala. A devotee has described Virupaksha cave where Ramana lived for 16 years as the heart cave. Likewise, Skandasramam to which he shifted also deserves to be called the heart cave. From time immemorial, Arunachala has been termed the center of the earth. Ramana, the resident of the heart cave of all individuals, had made Skandasramam his residence. While Ramana was staying in Virupaksha cave, a devotee, Kandaswami, noting a level ground on the hill, made it fit for Ramana's occupation. A fine spring was found near that place. Devotees built a suitable building and the place was called Skandasramam. Bhagavan stayed there for 6 years and with his mother and his devotees. Om Sri Sonachala Udbhuta Skandasrama Niketanaya Namaha. Saddarsanopadeshta, teacher of Saddarsana. Devotees requested Ramana to instruct them on the nature of reality and the way to abide as that in an easily understandable manner. He composed Ulladanath Paru based on his experience. Ganapata Muni has translated it into Sanskrit as Saddarsanam, the vision of Sat or truth. One who has instructed through this work is Saddarshanopadeshta. The name extols him as the one who has cogently explained the truth which is beyond words. This work was composed after Ramana has shifted to Sri Ramanashramam. Initially, they were stray verses, but later strung together as to form a congent coverage of the subject reality. Om Saddashanopadreshtre Namaha.
Sadbhakta Vrinda Parivara Taha. Surrounded by seekers of truth, Ramana was the center of band of earnest seekers of truth. Sri Ramanashramam at the foot of Aruna Hill was like Kailash itself, as the incomparable Ramana was in the company of those who were devoted to him and were sincere to the core in the pursuit of truth. Praised by thousands of sages, he is like the vast ocean, say the Vedas. These words would be an appropriate description of him. Om Sadbhakta Vrinda Parivrataya Namaha. Ganesha Muni Bringena Sevitangri Saroruvaha. One whose lotus feet were sought by the honeybee Ganesha Muni. The attribute Muni to Ganapati Muni indicates his ardent tapas, ceaseless penance, his extraordinary intelligence, and the breathtaking beauty of his divine inspired poetry marked him out. By his 21st year, he had been bestowed by an assembly of renowned poets with the title Kavya Kanta and was generally regarded as the poet on par with Kalidasa. He is compared to a honeybee because of his poetic excellence and the power acquired by his repeated utterance of sacred mantras. Not only did he enjoy the limitless beauty of Ramana, but he invited all his disciples and the rest of the world to partake of it. Om Ganesha Muni Bringena Sevitangri Saroru Haya Namaha.
Maunavyakhya Prakatita Parabrahma Tattvam Yuvanam Varshishthante Vasadrishi Ganaihi Avrutam Brahmanishtai Acharendram Karakalita Chinmudramanandarupam Swatmaramam Muditavadanam Dakshina Murti Nire Vadavidavi Samipe Bhumi Bhage Nishannam Sakala Muni Jananam Jnanadataramara Tribhuvana Gurumisham Dakshina Murti Devam Janana Marana Dukkha Cheda Daksham Namami Chitram Vatatarur Mule Vriddha Shishya Gurur Yuva Gurustu Maunam Vyakhyanam Shishyastu Chinna Samshaya Nidaye Sarva Vidyanam Vishaje Bhavaroginam Gurave Sarva Lokanam Dakshina Murtaye Namaha. Om Namah Pranavarthaya Shuddha Jnanaika Murtaye Nirmalaya Prashantaya Dakshina Murtaye Namaha. Chidakanaya Maheshaya వటమూల నివాసినే సచ్చిదానంద రూపాయ దక్షిణామూర్తయే నమః. ఈశ్వరో గురురాత్మేతి మూర్తిభేద విభాగినే వ్యోమవద్వ్యాప్తదేహాయ దక్షిణామూర్తయే నమః. విశ్వం దర్పణ దృశ్యమాననగరీ తుల్యం నిజాంతర్గతం పశ్యన్నాత్మని మాయయా బహిర్విభూతం యథా నిద్రయా యస్సాక్షాత్ కురుతే ప్రబోధ సమయే స్వాత్మానమేవాద్వయం తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమః. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే. బీజస్యాంతరివాంకురో జగదిదం ప్రాణిర్వికల్పం పునః మాయాకల్పితదేశకాలకలనా వైచిత్ర్యచిత్రీకృతం మాయావీవ విజృంభయత్యపి మహా యోగీ వయస్వేచ్ఛయా తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమః. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే. యస్యైవ స్ఫురణం సదాత్మకం అసత్కల్పార్థకం భాసతే సాక్షాత్ తత్వమసీతి వేదవచసా యో బోధయత్యాశ్రితాన్ యత్సాక్షాత్కరణాద్ భవేన్ న పునరావృత్తిర్భవాంభోనిధౌ తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమః. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే. నానాఛిద్రఘటోదరస్థితమః దీపప్రభాభాస్వరం జ్ఞానం యస్య తు చక్షురాదికరణ ద్వారా బహిఃస్పందతే జానామీతి తమేవ భాంతం అనుబాధ్యేతత్ సమస్తం జగత్ తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమః. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే. దేహం ప్రాణమపీంద్రియాణ్యపి చలాం బుద్ధిం చ శూన్యం విదుః శ్రీబాలాంధజడోపమాస్త్వహమితి భ్రాంతామృసంవాదినః మాయాశక్తివిలాసకల్పితమః వ్యామోహసంహారిణే తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమః. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే. రాహుగ్రస్తదివాకరేణు సదృశః మాయాసమాచ్ఛాదనా సన్మాత్రకరణోపసంహరణతః యోగో సుషుప్తః పుమాన్ ప్రాగస్వాప్సమితి ప్రబోధ సమయే యః ప్రత్యవిజ్ఞాయతే తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమః. ఇదం శ్రీ दक्षिणामूर्तये बाल्यादिष्वपि जाग्रदादिषु तदा सर्वास्वस्थास्वपि व्यावृत्तास्वनुमर्तमानम् अहमित्यन्तस्फुरन्तं सदा स्वात्मानं प्रकटीकरोति भजताम् यो मुद्रया भद्रया तस्मै श्रीगुरुमूर्तये नमः इदम् श्रीदक्षिणामूर्तये विश्वं पश्यति कार्यकारणतया स्वस्वामिसम्बन्धतः शिष्याचार्यतया तदैव पितृपुत्राध्यात्मना भेदतः स्वप्ने जाग्रति वा एष पुरुषः माया परिभ्रामितः तस्मै श्रीगुरुमूर्तये नमः इदम् श्रीदक्षिणामूर्तये भूरम्भांस्य नलो नीलोम्बरमहर्नादो हिमांशुः पुमान् इत्याभाति चराचरात्मकमिदम् यस्यैव मूर्त्यष्टकम् नान्यत्किञ्चन विद्यते विमृशताम् यस्मात् परस्माद्विभोः तस्मै श्रीगुरुमूर्तये नमः इदम् श्रीदक्षिणामूर्तये सर्वात्मत्वमिति स्फुटीकृतमिदम् यस्मादमुष्मिन् स्तवे तेनास्य श्रवणात्तदर्थमरणात् ध्यानाच्च सङ्कीर्तनात् सर्वात्मत्वमहाविभूतिसहितं स्यात् ईश्वरत्वं स्वतः सिद्ध्येतत्पुनरष्टधा परिणतं च ऐश्वर्यमव्याहतम् इति श्रीमच्छङ्कराचार्यविरचितं दक्षिणामूर्तिस्तोत्रं सम्पूर्णम्.
Spiritual stories as told by Ramana Maharshi. Dakshina Murti. Sri Bhagavan once told the story that follows to Sri Muruganar. This brings out the profound significance of the supreme silence in which the first master, Sri Dakshina Murti, is established. Sri Bhagavan said, when the four elderly Sanakadi rishis first beheld the 16-year-old Sri Dakshina Murti sitting under the banyan tree, they were at once attracted by him and understood that he was the real Sadguru. They approached him, did 3 pradakshinas around him, prostrated before him, sat at his feet and began to ask shrewd and pertinent questions about the nature of reality and the means of attaining it. Because of the great compassion and fatherly love which he felt for his aged disciples, the young Sri Dakshinamurti was overjoyed to see their earnestness, wisdom and maturity, and gave apt replies to each of their questions. But as he answered each consecutive questions, further doubts arose in their minds and they asked further questions. Thus, they continued to question Sri Dakshinamurti for a whole year, and he continued to clear their doubts through his compassionate answers. Finally, however, Sri Dakshinamurti understood that if he continued answering their questions, more doubts would arise in their minds and their ignorance, ajnana, would never end. Therefore, suppressing even the feeling of compassion and fatherly love which was welling up within him, he immersed himself into the supreme silence. Because of their great maturity, which had ripened to perfection through their year-long association with the Sadguru, as soon as Sri Dakshinamurti assumed silence, they too automatically merged into supreme silence, the true state of the self. Wonderstruck on hearing Sri Bhagavan narrating the story in this manner, Sri Muruganar remarked that in no book was it mentioned that Sri Dakshinamurti ever spoke anything. But this is what actually happened, replied Sri Bhagavan curtly. From the authoritative way in which Sri Bhagavan replied, and from the clear and descriptive way in which he told the story, Sri Muruganar understood that Sri Bhagavan was none other than Sri Dakshinamurti himself.
Letters from Sri Ramanashtamam by Suri Nagamma. Figs. My sister-in-law sent some dry figs through someone coming here with instructions to give some for me and the rest to Bhagavan, as she knew Bhagavan liked figs very much. I cleaned them carefully, dried them and kept them in a Horlicks bottle. I could not give them to Bhagavan as the ashram authorities had prohibited the giving of any eatables to Bhagavan by devotees. This time I did not even attempt to seek their permission, though I was feeling sore over it. The fruit was, however, carefully preserved, and so there was no hurry either. I did not taste even a single bit, as I did not feel like eating them before offering them to Bhagavan. The homeopathic treatment was still being continued. One day, I went to the ashram a little earlier than 4 p.m. In those days, Bhagavan was giving darshan from 8 to 10 a.m. in the mornings and from 4 to 6 p.m. in the afternoons. By the time I went there, arrangements had been made for Bhagavan to sit on a table with a mattress spread thereon in the veranda attached to the Nirvana room. That day when Bhagavan came out and sat on the dais, there were about 500 devotees, men and women, children and old people. To the south of the veranda, at a lower elevation, ladies, including myself, were seated. Srinivasa Mauni came at 4:30 p.m. and showed to Bhagavan the letters that were being sent out. On reading one of the letters, Bhagavan turned towards me and looked steadfastly. I could not understand the reason why he did so. When he looked thus twice or thrice, S. Doraya Swami Iyer and others by his side began discussing amongst themselves in whispers what it could be about. Mauni got back the letters from Bhagavan and left. No sooner than he left, Bhagavan turned towards me and said, "Look, it seems the homeopathic doctor has given me permission for taking figs, grapes and other dry fruits. So these people are writing to your brother, D.S. Shastri in Madras, to send some." That is the letter that I have just read. I was surprised, and summoning enough courage, I said immediately, "Is that so? How strange. My sister-in-law sent some time back dry figs with instructions to give them to you, but I have not brought them here because I was afraid I would not be permitted to give them to you. I have therefore washed them, dried them, and preserved them carefully in a glass jar." Looking at me with compassion, Bhagavan said, "Is it so? They are in your house now?" I replied in the affirmative and was hesitating whether to go and fetch them then itself or not, when Bhagavan said, "Oh ho, I see. They are here itself in your house. Then why worry? Why have they returned to Madras?" On hearing that, I could not sit there any longer and, unmindful of consequences, got up saying, "I will bring them immediately." I went home and returned in about 10 minutes with the bottle filled with figs. Noticing my coming back, Bhagavan told Rangaswamy, one of his personal attendants, "There, Nagamma is bringing the fruit jar. Go and receive it." Accordingly, Rangaswamy came to the edge of the veranda and stretched his hands when I gave the jar to him from the below. Bhagavan got its lid removed immediately and took some fruit from it, asked for a penknife, and when Rangaswamy brought it, cut the fruit into small bits and began eating them. All those around him looked at him with surprise. Handing back the jar to Rangaswamy with the remaining fruits, Bhagavan asked him to preserve them carefully, as otherwise they would ride to all sorts of places for their supply. We will be able to say that we have them already with us. I can eat them whenever I feel like it, said Bhagavan. Looking at me, Rangaswamy asked me if I wanted the empty jar back, and I replied in the negative. My joy knew no bounds at the graciousness extended towards me. My eyes were filled with the tears of joy. Bhagavan looked at me as if to say, "Is your desire now fulfilled?" It is no exaggeration to say that his eyes were shining bright like emeralds. It was a great surprise to those who were present there that Bhagavan, who does not eat anything given to him by devotees without sharing the same with all the devotees around him at the time, did not do so on this occasion. As this is most unusual, my happiness was without bounds. I was reminded of Lord Sri Rama and his acceptance with great relish of fruits given to him by Sabari, which she had preserved for a very long time, awaiting the arrival of the Lord. I also felt that the song sung by Doraya Swami Iyer in 1946, standing behind me directly, "How fortunate is Sabari, how fortunate is this Sabari." That has come true in a sense. The same Doraya Swami Iyer was present now, witnessing the whole scene and looking at me with great kindness. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Thank you, devotees. Seattle devotees would now like to invite the next participants to continue the celebrations. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. This is Madhi from Tampa. Thank you for organizing the global Aradhana celebration. Tampa group would like to offer 3 readings. First, Uma Chandran will be reading from Fragrant Petals, followed by Vijay Ramanathan. She is reading from Gems of Bhagavan. Then Annie Troutman will be offering a reading from Power of the Presence. That will conclude our Tampa offering. Namo Ramana.
I'm Uma Chandran. I live in Tampa. I'm reading from Fragrant Petals, a representative anthology on Sri Ramana Maharshi. It is said that the Supreme Being is beyond thought and speech. It is our good fortune that the Supreme Being assumed a human form and came down as Bhagavan Sri Ramana and allowed us to love him and praise him. He opened the floodgates of grace to anyone who came to him, and he is still there, waiting for us patiently, and it is we who make him wait. The sorrows of the distressed who gave themselves unto him, the doubts of earnest seekers, the disbelief of the skeptics who came to test him, vanished in the mere presence of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi. His sacred abode conferred peace and showed man the true path. It does so still. This anthology is a small collection of articles written by those who basked in the sunshine of his boundless grace. This is Fragrant Petals, a representative anthology on Sri Ramana Maharshi. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya by Swami Rajeshwarananda. Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi was the personification of emancipation, the source of supreme peace, and the boundless ocean of freedom. He was indeed the riddle of all life on earth. His solemn presence lifted us beyond our body and mind to our true self. This truth of self-realization in his holy presence was as if coursing through our veins, pulsating in our bosom, tingling with every drop of blood, and becoming consonant with our very heartbeats. His words make us even today rest on the glory of ourself, the infinite, the eternal, and the deathless. His silent and sacred look imparted self-knowledge that became a part and parcel of our constitution and the very vitality of our life. Bhagavan Sri Ramana was the ideal of the human race. He was the wonder of the world with a perfume of spiritual peace. He was the secret of many masterminds. His life is a study in divine illumination based on dynamic silence. All worries and wounds of the world simply melted in his presence like ice before fire. His was a discovery of a lost technique in divine awareness, a gift to humanity. He touches life at all levels. No school of philosophy, cult, creed, yoga, and the like could claim him, as he did not fit easily into any ready-made classification. He lived free and remained free, and let everyone remain free likewise. A sage, a philosopher, a recluse, an incarnation of God, all these terms do not adequately describe him. All these fall flat since he transcends them. He was not the present-day product of some past tradition. No guru, spiritual guide, or sastras, scriptures, made him great or illumined him. He was unique in remaining true to himself and being himself. His traditional knowledge in sastras and bhashyas came to him after his self-realization. He was in himself the quest and the find. He set before us as the glory and goal of life, the realization of the full divine consciousness of ourself. The self is not something to be created or attained, but which is fully aware of itself, with an awareness that can neither begin nor end, as it is eternal. He proclaimed the Absolute as the Self, I am in each individual life, ever being itself. Such a realization endows everyone ultimately with pure consciousness, a state of impersonality, timelessness, spacelessness, causelessness, freedom, and peace. He was himself a testimony for such an august revelation that always stands at the very doorstep of one and all. Thus, the heart of our being is the heart of the universe. It is there that illusions and dreams, confusions and contradictions take to flight, and illumination floods in with the kindly light in one's life, be the individual black or brown, white or yellow. His was the cure-all that restores the human race to its lost heritage and happiness, bereft of social, political, and economic diseases of the present day, together with their 101 ghosts. The remedy for all such troubles that divide man from man, class from class, nation from nation, that spring like weeds into new growths, lies in awakening the spiritual consciousness of their nature, which unites them. No society or country can endure without a spiritual basis, a moral basis, a recognition of the value of fellowship, brotherhood, and neighborhood. Such a sublime atmosphere of the higher life ends all troubles, frictions, hatreds, and discords automatically. Bhagavan Sri Ramana stands for the unity of existence, the non-duality of the Godhead, and the harmony of religion. He expresses selfhood, including in transcending the brotherhood of man and fatherhood of God in the family of humanity. He shines as the sun of wisdom in the firmament of the self, radiating serenity, sublimity, and solemnity. His teachings are refreshingly plain and powerful. They throw open the floodgates of the soul and make the living waters of the higher consciousness rush forth. His gospel, free from any dogma or doctrine, is not hampered by fossilized traditions. It is as broad as the sky, as deep as the sea, and as universal as the rays of the sun. He awakens in every one of us the dormant divinity, the potential power, the primary principle, which is at the back of the flow and flicker of finite phenomena. Even a single word from Bhagavan's holy lips was enough to enable us to carry it all through our life, to stir the soul and awaken it to its intrinsic immortality and infinity, whereas splendid orations from persons without divine wisdom, shouted from platforms, fall flat on our ears and fail to bring about any effect at all. Bhagavan's sacred and solid silence spoke louder than words at times, and his solemn and sublime look was vividly significant at all times. He has also had several occasions of prolonged and continuous stay at Bhagavan's lotus feet for months together. He feels from the bottom of his heart highly fortunate to claim that he is mere dust of the holy feet of our beloved Bhagavan. It is the greatest privilege of the rider that he has been blessed with the rare opportunity of having been in contact with Bhagavan Sri Ramana for 46 years and more. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Gems from Bhagavan. 1. Happiness. All beings desire happiness always, happiness without a tinge of sorrow. At the same time, everybody loves himself best. The cause for love is only happiness, so that happiness must lie in one. Further, that happiness is daily experienced by everyone in sleep when there is no mind. To attain that natural happiness, one must know oneself. For that, self-enquiry, who am I, is the chief means. 2. The self and non-self. The self and the appearances therein, as the snake in the rope, can be well illustrated like this. There is a screen. On that screen first appears the figure of a king. He sits on a throne. Then, before him, on that same screen, a play begins with various figures and objects, and the king on the screen watches the play on the same screen. The seer and the seen are mere shadows on the screen, which is the only reality supporting all the pictures. In the world also, the seer and the seen together constitute the mind, and the mind is supported by or based on the self. Questions about the reality of the world and about the existence of pain or evil in the world will all cease when you inquire, who am I, and find out the seer. Without a seer, the world and the evils thereof alleged do not exist. The world is the form of the 5 categories of sense objects and nothing else. These 5 kinds of objects are sensed by the 5 senses. As all are perceived to the mind through these 5 senses, the world is nothing but the mind. Is there a world apart from the mind? If the mind, the source of all knowledge and activity, subsides, the vision of the world will cease, just as knowledge of the real rope does not dawn till the fancied notion of the serpent disappears. Vision, experience of the reality cannot be gained unless the superimposed vision of the universe is abandoned. That which really exists is only the self. The world, Jiva, individual self, and Ishvara, God, are mental creations like the appearance of the pearl in the oyster. All these appear at the same time and disappear similarly. The self alone is the world, the ego, and Ishvara. 3. Mind. Mind is a wonderful force inherent in the self. That which rises in this body as I is the mind. When the subtle mind emerges through the brain and the senses, the gross names and forms are cognized, when it remains in the heart, names and forms disappear. If the mind remains in the heart, the I or the ego, which is the source of all thoughts, will go, and the self, the real eternal I, alone will shine. When there is not the slightest trace of the ego, there is the self. There is no other way of controlling the mind except as prescribed in the books like the Gita, drawing in the mind as often as it strays or goes outward and fixing it in the self. Of course, it will not be easy to do it. It will come only with practice or sadhana. God illumines the mind and shines within it. One cannot know God by means of the mind. One can but turn the mind inwards and merge it in God. 4. Who am I? Inquiry. Thoughts alone constitute the mind, and for all thoughts, the base or source is the I thought. I is the mind. If we go inward, questing for the source of the I topples down. This is the jnana inquiry. Where the I merges, another entity emerges as I of its own accord. That is the perfect self. There is no use removing doubts. If we clear one doubt, another arises, and there will be no end to the doubts. All doubts will cease only when the doubter and his source have been found. Seek for the source of the doubter, and you find he is really non-existent. Doubter ceasing, doubts will cease. It is no doubt said in some books that one should go on cultivating one good quality after another and thus prepare for moksha. But for those who follow the jnana or vichara marga, their sadhana is itself quite enough for acquiring all Devic qualities. They need not do anything else. 5. Surrender. To a devotee who was praying she should have more frequent visions of Shiva, Bhagavan said, surrender to him and abide by his will, whether he appears or disappears. Avoid his pleasure. If you ask him to do as you like it, it is not surrender but command to God. You cannot have him obey you and yet think you have surrendered. He knows what is best and when and how to do it. His is the burden. You have no longer any cares. All your cares are his. Such is surrender. That is bhakti. 7. Grace and Guru. Contact with jnanis is good. They will work through silence. A guru is not the physical form. Hence, his contact remains even after the physical form of the guru vanishes. One can go to another guru after one's guru passes away. But after all, gurus are one, as none of them is the form. Always mental contact is the best. Satsang means association with Sat or reality. One who knows or has realized Sat is also regarded as Sat. Such association is absolutely necessary for all. Shankara has said, in all the three worlds, there is no boat like Satsang to carry one safely across the ocean of births and deaths. 8. Self-realization. It is false to speak of realization. What is there to realize it? The real is as it is ever. How to realize it? All that is required is this. We have realized the unreal. That is regarded as real what is unreal. We have to give up this attitude. That is all that is required for us to attain jnana. We are not creating anything new or achieving something which we did not have before. The illustration given in the books is this. We dig a well and create a huge pit. The akasa in the pit or well has not been created by us. We have just removed the earth which was filling the akasa there. The akasa was there then and is also there now. Similarly, we have simply to throw out all the age-long samskaras, innate tendencies which are inside us. When all of them have been given up, the self will shine alone. effortless and choiceless awareness is our real state. If we can attain it or be in it, it is all right. But one cannot reach it without effort, the effort of deliberate meditation. All the age-long vasanas, impressions, carry the mind outwards and turn it to external objects. All such thoughts have to be given up and the mind turned inward. For that, effort is necessary for most people. Of course, every book says, be quiet or still. But it is not easy. That is why all this effort is necessary. Even if you find one who has at once achieved the mauna, silence, or supreme state indicated, you may take it that the effort necessary has already been completed in a previous life. Such effortless and